Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. There was a sound of footsteps coming towards Kakashi's location. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to come. Hehe, Kakashi, I didn't expect your Fuinjutsu's mastery has reached this level. A pale face, golden pupils, and a unique atmosphere. It is Orochimaru. I am curious. Why did you come back to Hidden Leaf Village this time? Are you not afraid that I will catch you? Kakashi, you are strong, but if you want to catch me, I am afraid that no one in the world can do that. At this point, Orochimaru is really not arrogant, because he really has the ability. In a way to escape, Orochimaru is the best in this world. Kakashi was non-committal, and said, did you come here for Sasuke? Yes, or not. To be precise, it is for Sharingan. Oh? That's very interesting. Haven't you always looked down on KK Genkai? No, Kakashi, it's just that I haven't understand it before. But now, I finally found out what a wonderful thing KK Genkai is. Dashimaru said with a trace of enthusiasm in his eyes. Looking at you, it seems that you have suffered a loss in Itachi's hands. It is said that you have left Akatsuki because you are bored, or is it because the sneak attack on Itachi has failed? Kakashi taunted. Hearing this, Orochimaru didn't have a trace of irritation, but instead he said, yeah, those beautiful eyes are really intoxicating, so I want to get those eyes. Kakashi, I really envy you, you are lucky to get a good eye for no reason. Kakashi touched his left eye and said, this is not a lucky thing. Haha, maybe. Well, what do you want to tell me? Kakashi asked. It's nothing, I just want to say hello to you. Kakashi, at the finals of the Chunin exam 1 month later, I have a big gift for you, I believe you will be satisfied. Kakashi frowned. Orochimaru's gift? It is not a good thing. Then, goodbye, Kakashi. Orochimaru said, and then he disappeared with a bang. Shadow clone. Kakashi was not surprised by this. After all, Kakashi already knew about it as soon as Orochimaru came in. It is precisely because of this that Kakashi did not do anything. Interesting, it seems that because of me, Orochimaru has a different plan. What is he going to do? Kakashi touched his chin and thought about it. When Sasuke was taken to the hospital, Kakashi returned to the examination room. After all, this is the highlight at this time. When Kakashi came back, Naruto and Sakura's matches were over. Naruto defeated Inuzuka Kiba and Sakura defeated Ino, and both of them entered the finals. It meant that all 3 Genin from Team 7 entered the finals. As for the rest of the fight, it is almost the same as the original. Aburame Shino defeated Hidden Sound Village's Abumizeku, Shikamaru defeated Hidden Sound Village's Tsuchikin, Temari defeated Tenten, and Konkuro defeated Tsurugi Mizumi. The name on the screen began to scroll again, and a name that Kakashi was familiar with appeared. Libra Jugo vs Kanuta Dasu, please enter the stage. Jugo. It's your turn. You must beat that guy. Karen yelled. At this moment, Neji's gaze also looked over at Jugo. Seeing this, Karen was feeling a little bit shy, and her loud voice instantly diminished, and then she said, Jugo. Good luck. Feeling Karen's change at this moment, Jugo felt that something is strange. Jugo. Good luck, I am waiting for you in the finals. Naruto is also yelled. As a partner who grew up together, Naruto and Jugo's relationship is very good. Jugo nodded with a smile, and walked to the stage. Almost all of Dasu's entire head was wrapped with bandages, revealing only his left eye, which makes him look quite fierce. He also wore a large poncho with long sleeves, a snake-patterned scarf around his neck, a straw raincoat protruding from the back of his scarf, and a large amplifier on his right arm. It is the first time Hidden Sound Village's Genin took part in Hidden Leaf Village's Chunin exam, but they have already demonstrated their extraordinary strength. Although the previous Kin and Mizumi were defeated, no one would think that they were weak, they lost because their opponents were stronger. And Dasu seems to be the leader of the 3, so he should be the strongest person in the team. Therefore, Hidden Leaf Village's people all thought that Jugo would lose. Can this person who looks like a good old man beat his opponent? However, Karen and Naruto have full of confidence in Jugo. Although Jugo has a gentle personality, they know that Jugo's is likely to be stronger than them. It's just because Jugo almost never fight that he looks a little weak. But the fact is definitely not the case. Dasa was born in Hidden Sound Village, and there was gloomy atmosphere all over his body, which made Jugo feels very uncomfortable. "Hello, I am Libra Jugo, I am very happy to fight you." Dasa disdainfully snorted, "You are happy too early." Jugo was a little embarrassed, this guy is really rude. Karen slapped her face and murmured, "Jugo, you really are strange. You even say something like that during the match. You shouldn't say anything and just beat your opponent." On the other side, Sakura asked Naruto. "Naruto, is it okay? That Dasa seems to be very powerful." "Don't worry, Sakura-chan, Jugo is very strong. Even Sasuke may not win against him," Naruto said excitedly. Hearing this, Sakura didn't believe it. How is it possible? Sasuke-kun is the best graduate of the year. That Jugo has always been a non-competitive person. Do you think what you see is all his power? No, that's far from it. He has another power in his body. That power is so powerful that it is terrifying. Really? I would never expect that. You will know if you look at it seriously, but Jugo is very strong. At this moment, Dasa dashed forward. When he arrived in front of Jugo, he threw a punch. Jugo dodged it, but at the next moment, Jugo half-kneeled on the ground with a pained expression on his face. "Oi? Naruto, what did you just say?" Sakura said as he wanted to punch Naruto. "How come?" Jugo obviously dodged the attack. Naruto was puzzled. Kakashi narrowed his eye and murmured, "Sound wave attack? Orochimaru is really talented. He can even created this kind of fighting style." "Jugo. What are you doing? Stand up!" Karen shouted upon seeing this. Jugo raised his head with difficulty and saw the coldness on Dasa's face. "This is a sound wave attack, you can't dodge it. As long as there is a sound, I can attack your inner ear. Is it painful?" "Don't worry, it will pass soon," Dasa said, showing a cruel smile. Chapter 271 The end of preliminaries. Dasa throws a punch, and the amplifier on his right arm buzzed. This punch hit Jugo on the head. "Jugo!" Karen and Naruto shouted at the same time, full of anxiety, and Naruto even wanted to rush over. Kakashi stopped and whispered, "Naruto, believe in Jugo. But just watch it, if you get into the stage, Jugo will be disqualified." Naruto stopped after hearing this. Before the starts of the Chunin exam, Naruto, Karen and Jugo made an agreement to meet in the finals. "Jugo, come on." Jugo stared at the rapidly descending fist without a trace of panic on his face. "Sound wave attack?" The sound is emitted through the amplifier on his right arm, and it spreads in the air with the help of chakra, and it finally intrudes into my mind. Then, Jugo did not dodge or hide. At this moment, he moved his arm, and he also throws a punch. Boom. It is a collision between flesh and iron. The loud voice resounded throughout the examination room, and almost all of the genin couldn't help but cover their ears. When Kakashi saw this, he showed a satisfied smile. Jugo has grown a lot. He is able to see the flaw in an instant. Jugo's right arm became completely different from before, its color is gray, just like the right arm of a monster. "What is that?" Sakura exclaimed. "It's a cursed seal. Jugo is born with the power of the cursed seal, and he will get terrifying power after activating it," Kakashi explained. "Isn't that the same as Sasuke-kun's?" Sakura said in surprise. "Almost, it's just that Jugo was born with it, and Sasuke was being injected forcefully by Orochimaru." In examination room, Dasa looked incredulous and panicked. "How? Since the spread of sound cannot be stopped, I just need to completely destroy the source of the sound." The cursed seal on Jugo's face slowly faded and he turned back into his normal appearance. The amplifier had turned into a wreck, falling all over the ground. Dasa looked at Jugo in horror. At this moment, he seemed to feel that Jugo's strength is almost the same as the Sound 5, the kind of strength that made him desperate. Lord Third, who also watching the preliminaries, was slightly surprised when he saw it, and murmured, "That boy is the one brought back by Kakashi. I didn't expect that the cursed seal on his body has reached the point where he can control it. There are such seedlings growing in Hidden Leaf Village. That's great." Lord Third then looked at Kakashi in the distance, the tall and straight figure, as if he would never panic over something. Even if he just standing there, Lord Third can feel the out of extraordinary aura from Kakashi's body. "Kakashi, you have surpassed me, maybe it's time for me to let go of this position. Hidden Leaf Village needs a young strength." I-8 looked at Jugo in surprise. In that moment, the power he felt from Jugo even makes him feel threatened. What a terrifying teenager. As expected of someone being taught by Kakashi-senpai. "Jugo. Good job." Jugo did not respond, and punched at Dasa again. Feeling the despair, Dasa shouted directly, "I admit defeat." Jugo was taken aback, but still withdrew his fist. Hi-8 also walked up and asked, "Are you sure to admit defeat?" "Yes, I admit defeat." Das admitted defeat quickly. After all, his amplifier was damaged, so his attack power has dropped drastically, and he has no hope of winning. What's more, he felt a dangerous atmosphere coming from Jugo. Das is a person who valued his own life. As long as he feels that he was in danger, he will give up directly. After all, he begged Sasuke for mercy in the Forest of Death before. Kanuta Dasu admit defeat, the winner is Libra Jugo. Great! Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi nodded to Jugo, indicating that he was doing well. Jugo, good job. On the side, the teammates of Karen and Jugo, Uchiha Houten, also give his congratulation. The preliminaries continue. Hinata inevitably fight against Neji. Although she lost, Hinata was able to learn to stick to her beliefs in this battle. Neji is not on bad term with Hinata, so he naturally wouldn't use dangerous attack against Hinata. If it wasn't because Hinata told Neji that he needs to fight seriously, Neji might even want to surrender directly. The next match is Karen against his teammate, Uchiha Houten. Uchiha Houten has not opened the Sharingan yet, so his combat power is not strong. After a fight, he lost to Karen. In the final match, Gaara was fighting against Rock Lee. A fateful match. Lee still uses the 8 Gates technique and showed the audience the brilliance of his own efforts. At that moment, he was the only focus of the audience. It also lets people know for the first time that the thick eyebrows boy that looks unremarkable has such terrifying strength. I want to prove that even if I can't use ninjutsu or ganjutsu, I can still become a great shinobi. This is the whole of my life. This is my shinobi way. I will never give up. This is the result of my hard works. With an angry shout, Lee's eyes turned into white eyes, his skin was red, and green energy aura appeared on his body. Gaara, who is his opponent, was even more shocked. He couldn't imagine that the person who he had just completely looked down would release such powerful force. Lee, go. Let him see the results of your hard work. Lee's face is looking very frightening at this moment. With a burst of speed, Lee disappeared. Like a lightning, Gaara was beaten without the strength to fight back. It is a pity that the 8 Gates technique is just an instant firework. Lee has only learned for more than a year, so even if he is a genius, what he can do is still limited. Your Orange. Reverse Lotus. Gaara was wrapped with a white bandage as Lee continually strikes him from multiple directions. After a while, Lee sends Gaara crashing back to the ground, causing a huge hole on the ground. At this moment, Lee is panting and half kneeling on the ground. Did it succeed? Lee muttered to himself. Kakashi, on who was watching, just shook his head. Gaara's sand defense is really powerful. It looks like even after opening the 5th gate, Lee wasn't able to cause any damage. Thick eyebrows is amazing. Naruto whispered. Sakura nodded in agreement. She feels that Lee at this time was indeed completely different from what she had imagined. In the deep hole, Gaara, who was lying down, looked gloomy, raised his left hand slightly, and the sand moved quickly. What? How can he still move? Lee was shocked and wanted to escape, but the side effects of opening the 5th gate made him unable to move at all. Kakashi sighed and disappeared instantly. Earth style, sand binding coffin, Gaara coldly shouted, and his sand wrapped around Lee's leg. At this moment, Kakashi's figure appeared near Lee, his right hand is like a knife and directly cut the sand. Who are you? Gaara was very angry when he saw that his ultimate technique was easily interrupted. Ah, sorry, but I can't see you hurt the shinobi from our village like this. You won this match. No. Kakashi-sensei, I can still fight. Lee stubbornly said. Lee, give up. He is in good condition now, but you are exhausted. I know the side effects of the 8 Gates technique better than you. If this continues, you won't be able to become a shinobi anymore. Do you want to continue? At this time, Kay also came down from the high platform. He put his right hand on Lee's shoulder and whispered, Enough, Lee, the path of hard work cannot be done in a day, you have already proven the value of it yourself. Guy said as he pointed to all the audience present. Lee also looked over, and saw that everyone looked at him with respect and admiration. He has won everyone's approval. Tears fell on Lee's face. Thank you, Guy-sensei, Kakashi-sensei. When Lee finished speaking, the tension on his body disappeared, and he fell unconscious. The 8 Gates technique is called a forbidden technique for a good reason. Lee has already reached his limit a long time ago, and he was just holding on all this time. Guy, take Lee to the medic room, there should be no big problem. He just needs to rest for a while. Thank you, Kakashi. If you didn't react in time, I'm afraid that Lee would. Kakashi laughed and said, There is no need for thanks between us. Hearing this, Guy also laughs. On the side, Gaara was unhappy and asked, Why? Why did you help him? Because we are companions. Gaara felt a shock in his heart. He looks at Kakashi's gentle smile for a long time without saying a word. After a while, Gaara took back all of the sand and returned to his position silently. Seeing this, Hayate stood in the center of the stage and said, "The preliminaries are over. The participants for the finals are Sasuke Uchiha, Haruno Sakura, Naruto Uzumaki Karen, Hyugenji, Nara Shikamaru, Temari, Libra Jago, Kankuro, Aburame Shino, and Gaara. The following draws lots to determine the order of the match of the finals." The words on the screen started turning again, and everyone watched nervously. In the first match, Neji Hyuga is against Libra Jago. In the second match, Uzumaki Karen is against Haruno Sakura. The third match is Nara Shikamaru against Ju. In the fourth match, Aburame Shino is against Kankuro. The fifth group is Sasuke Uchiha against Gaara. Because of the uneven number of participants, Naruto Uzumaki got straight into the second round of the finals. I don't have to fight? Naruto looked surprised. Kakashi patted Naruto's head lightly and said, "Your luck is good." "Really?" "Ha ha ha ha." Naruto laughed. Chapter 272 Jiraiya's return. The finals of Chunin exam is still a month later. This month is for the contestants to rest and train. For the finals next month, the genin who has passed the preliminaries began to look for the teacher to train them. At night, Kakashi sat in his courtyard, and suddenly muttered, "It looks like he's back. He's in that place? He's still the same." Kakashi's body became blurred and disappeared from the courtyard. Hidden Leaf Village Hot Spring. "This is awesome, what a good figure. Come up a little bit." "Good, perfect." A white wretched figure was lying on the outer fence of the bathhouse, peeking at the inside of the hot spring. Kakashi stood behind the man and called helplessly, "Lord Jiraiya." The man was shocked and turned quickly. "Kakashi, you surprise me. What's the matter?" "I'm searching for materials right now. To write a sequel of Kika Paradise. You will definitely support me, right?" Jiraiya said, revealing a wretched smile. Although Kakashi was indeed looking forward to it, he coughed dryly and said, "Lord Jiraiya, there is something I need to discuss with you." Seeing Kakashi's serious expression, Jiraiya also removes his wretched look, and solemnly said, "Oh? Let's talk about it in another place." "Yeah. Hokage Rock, the symbol of Hidden Leaf Village. It is a mountain that has all of the four great Hokage's face since Hidden Leaf Village created carved on it. On top of Lord Fourth Hokage's head, two figures stood on it at this time." "Kakashi, what's the matter?" "The first thing is about Orochimaru, he is back." Jiraiya looked at Kakashi, then he sighed and said, "I know, I have been tracking down his whereabouts all these years. Although I don't know the specific purpose of his return this time, it is definitely not a good thing. According to my investigation, the purpose of Orochimaru's return is for Sasuke, and I am afraid he also wants to deal some damage to Hidden Leaf Village." "Sasuke? Itachi Uchiha's younger brother?" Jiraiya is not surprised by the fact that Orochimaru is trying to destroy Hidden Leaf Village, but Jiraiya is quite curious about why Orochimaru is interested in Sasuke. "Yes, Orochimaru lost to Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, so right now, he was interested in Sharingan. So it's like that, but it is in line with that guy's personality." Jiraiya seems to be recalling the past, and then he became somewhat depressed. Kakashi continued, "I have told Lord Third about this matter, and he has started making some arrangements, but I am still worried about the lack of preparation." "Don't worry, Kakashi, with that old man's ability, Orochimaru won't be able to do anything if he is prepared." "That's not necessarily true, Lord Jiraiya. As far as I know, Orochimaru seems to have perfected Lord Second Hokage's forbidden jutsu, summoning, impure world reincarnation." "What?" Jiraiya was surprised. Orochimaru was actually able to master that forbidden technique. "We should be careful." Jiraiya nodded, his expression is becoming more serious. "If Orochimaru really masters the forbidden technique, then it will be dangerous for Hidden Leaf Village. The second thing is that I hope that Lord Jiraiya can teach Naruto." "Isn't Naruto your student right now? Why do you need me to teach him?" Jiraiya asked curiously. "Firstly, I have a lot of work and I will be too busy to teach him. Secondly, it is more suitable for Naruto to follow you, whether it is from the personality or the development of ninjutsu." Jiraiya thought about it and then said, "Okay, I originally have such a plan. Since you have said so, I will accept it." Kakashi said with a smile, "Thank you." "Right, Kakashi, according to my intelligence over the years, there seems to be a mysterious organization called Akatsuki which has the plan to capture all of the tailed beast, so we have to be careful." "Akatsuki? This is the organization that Itachi went to." "Oh? That's interesting. But this organization is mysterious. I don't know anything about them and what are they doing. But what is certain is that the strength of their member is not low. Well, I understand, I will pay more attention to it. Jiraiya also smiled and said, I think with your strength, this organization wouldn't be any problem. That's not necessarily true, Kakashi said meaningfully. Jiraiya was a bit puzzled, but Kakashi just smiles and didn't say anything. As the strongest terrorist organization, Kakashi was not confident that he could face Akatsuki alone. The wind at night was very noisy, and the two men naturally didn't have much to talk about. After the discussion was over, the two then left. The next day, when Kakashi arrived at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, both Sakura and Naruto had already arrived and were visiting Sasuke in the ward at Shimomet. Sasuke, you didn't see me showing my power yesterday. I directly beat that guy to the ground, ha ha ha. Naruto said while laughing loudly. Sasuke didn't give any reactions, he just looked out the window and it is unknown what he was thinking. Sakura silently peeled the apple for Sasuke, obviously enjoying this moment. Of course, if Naruto is not here, it is even better for her. Oh, it seems that all of you are here. Kakashi opened the door of the ward and greeted the Genin. Kakashi-sensei. The three Genin shouted in unison. Seeing you so close and cares for each other, I feel relieved. Kakashi said with a smile. Who is caring for them? Sasuke said with proud expression. Who cares about the smelly Sasuke? Naruto turned his head and said. Sakura laughed dryly, and didn't say anything. Well, these two can't just be honest. It looks like you two are so free to hang around here. 1 month later, it will be the finals of Chunin exam. You should go and train. You can't leave Sasuke to me here. Ah. Kakashi, don't you teach us? How do we train if you don't? Ah. Kakashi-sensei, you shouldn't partial and only teach Sasuke alone. Naruto said unhappy. How is it so? Naruto, when you go to the entrance of Hidden Leaf Village Hot Spring, you will see a white-haired uncle. He will teach you how to become a Hokage. Naruto looked at Kakashi suspiciously. Really? Of course, that person is the teacher of the Lord Fourth Hokage, what do you think? Naruto's eyes lit up, the teacher of the Lord Fourth Hokage? Isn't that? Okay. I will go there right away. Naruto ran off wildly. Sakura, you should also go to train. You haven't mastered what I taught you before. I hope you can master it before the finals of Chunin exam. Your opponent is Karen, and she is very strong. Sakura nodded, then she looked at Sasuke reluctantly and said, I understand, Kakashi-sensei. After the two Genin were gone, Kakashi looked at Sasuke who is on the hospital bed and said, what? Not very convinced? Sasuke nodded and said, I thought I had already got stronger, but I didn't expect that I would still lost so ridiculously. Naruto and I joined forces, but we didn't have any chance to win. That person is too strong. Kakashi rubbed Sasuke's hair and said, you don't need to be discouraged like that. That person is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. You should know what the name means. So it's him. Sasuke was shocked. He didn't expect that the person he was facing was actually such a strong enemy. Thinking of this, Sasuke couldn't help but feeling a little better. Such an opponent is someone he is not able to cope with it at this time. Okay, don't be discouraged, you should get better soon. After that, I will teach you something interesting. Kakashi said with a smile. Sasuke's eyes lit up when he heard Kakashi's words. He lifted the quilt straight away, stood up, and said, Kakashi-sensei, I've been fine for a long time, I can start right away. Kakashi just scratches his head tiredly. This guy is unexpectedly really tenacious. Okay, come with me. Yes. Above the mountain, Kakashi looked at Sasuke who was very excited in front of him. Is this what it meant to be favoring Sasuke? Well, that's not right, this is called teaching the students in accordance with their aptitude. Sasuke, what I will teach you next is my unique ninjutsu. At the moment in this world, only I can use it. Hearing this, Sasuke was even more excited, his eyes were full of expectation. It's called Chidori. Kakashi said, forming hand seals with his hand slowly so that Sasuke could see it clearly. Sasuke opened his Sharingan to watch Kakashi. The blue arc kept jumping between Kakashi's palms, and the chakra directly condensed into electricity, making the sound of thousands of birds chirping. Chidori is a knee-rank ninjutsu that I created when I was 12 years old. It is lightning release ninjutsu, which combines chakra's shape transformation and nature transformation. It has a powerful attack power, but there is a drawback. It requires a very fast movement to achieve maximum performance. It's easy to lose sight of the enemy's attack when using this, so you need a good pair of eyes. You have the Sharingan, which is just right. Of course, if you clash with enemy's attack, although the power is not strong enough, you don't need the dynamic vision of Sharingan. Sasuke was stunned. What a terrifying chakra. If this technique touched someone, he would definitely be killed on the spot. Of course, the power of Chidori is more than that. With the continuous increase of chakra and the enhancement of controllability, Chidori will evolve into S-rank ninjutsu, Rikiri, just like this. In the hands of Kakashi, the sounds of the birds chirping gradually faded away, and the lighting in his hands turning to a more brilliant blue light, like a flawless sword. At this time, Chidori can have a powerful attack power without fast movement. So, even if you don't use the Sharingan, you can still use it as usual. Sasuke looked at the terrifying blue lighting on Kakashi's hands, and his heart was full of enthusiasm. Is this the feeling of strength? So strong, I feel that no matter what it is, it can't resist this technique. It is just like a super sharp blade. Perhaps just like its name, it can cut lightning easily. Rikiri. Chapter 273 One Tale The night of the full moon, at the top of the mountain. Sasuke has fallen asleep in a tent. After a day of training, and with his body that was not fully recovered yet, Sasuke has long been exhausted. Although there is a training's cheating device called Sharingan, it is not that easy to learn as Kakashi's first original A-rank ninjutsu. It is estimated that 1 month should be just enough for Sasuke to fully grasp it. On the other side, Naruto also started his summoning jutsu's training under Jiraiya's guidance. Kakashi sat on a boulder, looking up at the stars. Today's moon is so round. Kakashi sighed with emotion, leaving a shadow clone to watch after Sasuke, and then left the mountain. Somewhere in Hidden Leaf Village, Gecko Hayate secretly followed behind Yakushi Kabuto, trying to find something. Strange, this person's skill is not like a game-in at all. It seems that Lord Hokage is right. There really is a problem with this guy. Hayate has a bad feeling in his heart, but out of confidence in his own strength, he still follows up after Kabuto. Hayate has the Kekkei Genkai of the Gecko clan, called Sakkaku, which can hide his body, which is the most suitable technique to follow after other people without the other party knowing. This is also the reason why Lord Third sent Hayate to follow Kabuto. He didn't know why, but at this moment, the words that Kakashi had said to him before suddenly appeared in Hayate's mind. During the Chunin exam, try to not walk around during the night. After throwing away Kakashi's strange words from his mind, Hayate continued to follow Kabuto. He doesn't know how many times he has performed this kind of mission, so he is naturally very familiar with it. Kabuto's figure is constantly moving and eventually stops at a certain location. And standing at that location, is the person who led the team from Hidden Sand Village, Baki. Hayate was startled, and secretly thought, is this Kabuto one of the Hidden Sand Village's undercover agent? At this moment, Kabuto and Baki had already started talking. Kabuto, how are the preparations of Orochimaru over there? I hope your sides are ready. Kabuto pushed his glasses for a bit and said with a smile, don't worry, Lord Orochimaru will not let Lord Kazekage down. Everything is fine. It's ready. That's good, I look forward to Hidden Leaf Village Crush Plan a month later. Yeah. Hearing this, Hayate was startled, and even his breath was exposed for an instant. Both Kabuto and Baki frowned. After careful sensing, they seemed to have found nothing. Could it be an illusion? On the other side, Hayate's mouth was covered by a hand as he was struggling. Immediately something appeared in front of him, and both of them disappeared. Hayate only felt that the scene in front of him disappeared quickly, and soon stopped again. Hayate, I already said that you shouldn't walk around during the night. Hearing a familiar voice, Hayate relaxed his vigilance. Kakashi-senpai? Why are you here? Of course it is to save you. If you have been discovered just now, I am afraid you won't be able to live. The opponent are 2 elite Jonin level shinobi, with your strength, you probably will be killed in seconds. Kakashi said with a smile. Hayate was stunned. He also knew that his presence had just leaked, and he would be found by the 2 of them. If Kakashi hadn't taken him away in an instant, he may be already killed by the 2 enemies. Senpai, they are discussing things that are not good for Hidden Leaf Village and they seem to have a plan. Hayate immediately reported the information he had got. Yeah, I know. Just tell Lord Third about what you see. Lord Third and I already know about this. So it's like that. Okay Kakashi-senpai, but why didn't you just take them both directly? Asked Hayate. It is not time yet. Hidden Sand Village hasn't revealed their hands, so we can't just cut their shinobi like that. We should just make some preparations for their plan to see how it goes. So senpai has already planned something. Hayate was relieved. Okay, Hayate, go and report this to Lord Third. Yes. Kakashi-senpai. Hayate complied and left. Kakashi looked into the distance, where Kabuto and Baki were still discussing something, and it didn't take long before they dispersed. On the other side, Gaara is on the roof, holding his head in pain. He is recalling everything that happened yesterday. Why can they do that for others? Why is it only me that nobody care about? Damn. They are all damned. Arg. With a roar, the murderous intent in Gaara's eyes seemed to be solidified. That is not the human eyes at all, but beast. Kakashi, who was in the distance, saw this scene and moved his feet and landed in front of Gaara. It's you. Gaara growled. Yeah, it's me. It looks like you are in pain. Kakashi whispered. Humphrey. Don't worry about it. No more bullshit. I'll kill you. You're really a headache, a disobedient person, then, I'll talk to the little pet in your body. Gaara had no time to say anything, as he already saw Kakashi open his hidden leaf village forehead protector to reveal the scarlet Sharingan. In the darkness, two golden eyes were constantly flickering, and the owner of these eyes was slightly surprised to see the person in front of him. Someone dare to come here. Kakashi put his hands in his pockets, smiling at the giant in front of him. Yo, One Tail? Oh? You know my name, kid. Who are you? Kid. No one has called Kakashi like that for a long time. But it's not strange. After all of the tailed beasts have a long life, so everyone in this world is a kid in their eyes. Kakashi Hatake. Hatake? An outsider with a Sharingan? Interesting. No one has been able to talk to One Tail for a long time. This is the first time One Tail has spoken since the death of his last Jinchuriki. He has already forgotten how long it has been, and he only knows that it was a long, long time. When he saw Kakashi, the first thought was not to destroy him, but to say a few words. Whether it is human or beast, loneliness is always an indelible fear. Seeing One Tail's huge and faintly lonely figure, Kakashi felt a little sad. They originally are free creatures, but they were forcibly caught and shackled by the humans. Unfortunately, this world is like this. Only the strong have the right to speak. Seeing Kakashi not speaking, One Tail asked, "What are you doing here?" "It's just on a whim. After all, I have seen Kurama before. This time, I have the opportunity to see One Tail, so I naturally can't miss it." Hearing this, One Tail's pupils shrank. "How do you know the name of Kurama?" Kakashi smiled but didn't answer. Kakashi looked very mysterious in One Tail's eyes at this moment. Who was he? This is the question that surrounds One Tail's mind at this moment. One Tail, maybe you can talk to this child. Kurama gets along well with another kid, and this kid won't let you down. Huh. Ridiculous, you selfish human beings, coveting the power of us, tailed beast, sealing us, and being able to say such grandiose words. It is really ridiculous. One day, you will believe what I said. Before that, you can think about it first. Then, goodbye. Kakashi finished speaking, and his figure slowly faded. One Tail didn't stop him, he just looked at Kakashi with a thoughtful look. Gaara? Can you be the same as the old monk Banpaku? The space fell into darkness once again. Outside the space, Gaara looked quiet, as if he was asleep. How long have I not slept? Gaara doesn't know it himself, it seems it's been a long, long time. Looking at Gaara, who looked serene in front of him, Kakashi suddenly thought he was a little cute. He's really an unfortunate person. Kakashi sighed lightly, picked Gaara up, and sent him back to his temporary residence. The moon tonight is round, but there is no wind at all. Kakashi finished everything and returned to the mountain. Sasuke is still asleep. After dispelling his shadow clone, Kakashi also returned to his tent. Somewhere in Hidden Leaf Village. Lord Orochimaru, when I was discussing the plan with Baki tonight, it seemed that someone had discovered it, but I couldn't find who it was. Wearing a kimono, Orochimaru showed a sly smile. Hee, it doesn't matter, Lord Third and Kakashi have already known that we are here, so no matter who it is, we still would continue with the plan. Lord Orochimaru, will this affect our plans? Kabuto asked with some concern. Don't worry, all of this is just a game, whether it is a success or a failure, it doesn't matter. I came here just because I want to do it. It's good if I succeed, but it doesn't matter if I don't succeed. This. Kabuto, you can't see through it. Your comprehension is still too small. Orochimaru looked at the moon in the sky, and his eyes are calm and composed. Chapter 274 The start of the finals above the mountain. Sasuke's right hand is overflowing with lighting, and there is faint sound of thousands of birds chirping. Sasuke showed a painful expression, and his scarlet Sharingan became a little weakened. Chidori. With a low growl, Sasuke pulled his right hand, and the violent lighting dragged the ground out of a trajectory. Sasuke's legs ran wildly, and the Chidori in his right hand drew an arc on the ground. In the end, the lighting hit a boulder. Boom. A deep pit appeared on the boulder, and stone chips splashed everywhere. Terrifying power. But Sasuke didn't show a satisfied expression, but instead looked at stone rubbles next to it. Obviously, this was once a boulder, but now there is only stone rubbles left. Sasuke still clearly remembered that half a month ago, Kakashi made a Chidori and used it without any fast movement. He hit the boulder directly, and the boulder was torn apart. Looking at the huge boulder in front of him again, there is just a deep pit on it. It is a world of difference from Kakashi's. Kakashi-sensei is really powerful. It is the same technique, but the gap is so big. Sasuke was a little unwilling, but he worships Kakashi even more than before. This feeling is like when he faces Itachi back then. The same unattainable, the same gentleness. At this moment, Kakashi appeared behind Sasuke, and said with a smile, "Good, you are able to reach this level of mastery in half a month." Kakashi-sensei. Hearing this, Sasuke turned around and shouted immediately. This is September, the hottest time of the year. Sasuke was sweating profusely, and the sweats sliding down his bangs. "Sasuke, you have worked hard. This is for you." Sasuke saw Kakashi holding a popsicle in his hand, and then gently broke it into two halves. Half was handed to Sasuke, and the other was left to himself. Sasuke was stunned for a moment, reached out his hand to take it, and gave a light bite, with a happy expression on his face. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, it's delicious." Kakashi smiled and said, "It's good that you like it." "Kakashi-sensei, did Itachi also work under you before?" Sasuke suddenly asked. "Itachi?" "Indeed, Itachi entered the Anbu at the age of 10, he was amazing," Kakashi said with emotion. "Kakashi-sensei, do you think Itachi did betray the village?" Sasuke looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes, hoping to get an answer. Kakashi just smiled and said, "Sasuke, you should know better than me, what kind of person Itachi is. If you want to know about Itachi, just grow stronger quickly, as long as you grow to the same level as Itachi, or even higher, you will be able to talk with him." Sasuke nodded when he heard Kakashi's words. He quickly finished eating the popsicles in his hand, and said, "I understand, Kakashi-sensei, let's continue the training." "Well, you have mastered the Chidori, and the rest is the matter of proficiency. Your opponent is Kara, his defense is very strong, but Chidori is enough to break open his defense, the only problem is to avoid his sand." "Kakashi-sensei, are you talking about speed?" "Yes, speed is about taijutsu. In this respect, Guy is better than me. When you fought against Lee before, you should have copied his taijutsu right. Now, you just learn this set of taijutsu." "Yes. Kakashi-sensei. Since you are able to use Chidori, you can use lightning release to forge your body. It should be like this." Kakashi was talking, and suddenly the two saw a huge monster in the distance rising into the sky, not far from them. The two looked at the monster intently, and the monster turned out to be a giant toad. There is a person on top of the toad who is constantly screaming. "Ah! This is Naruto." Sasuke was startled. He subconsciously thought that Naruto was in danger and wanted to rush there to save him. Kakashi stopped him and said, "Sasuke, no need to go, it is a summon beast. Naruto must be trying to tame it." "Summon beast?" Sasuke was surprised. He naturally knew what a psychic beast was, but it was the first time he saw such a big summon beast. How could Naruto summon such a big summon beast? It's amazing. "Yo, Kakashi, you are here." Jiraiya suddenly appeared next to the two. "Lord Jiraiya." Kakashi said, "It seems that you are teaching Naruto summoning jutsu." "Summoning jutsu, yeah, Naruto's chakra control ability is not really high, and it is not enough to use summoning jutsu. The summoning jutsu is also for training his chakra control ability. But I didn't expect that Naruto suddenly burst out with power today, summoning Buddha out, what a big trouble." Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling the headache. Gamabunta's temper is not really good, he usually got angry when summoned, and it was hard for Jiraiya to deal with it. Kakashi laughed and said, "Naruto is always full of surprises." "That is true, well, let's stop now. I have to keep up with him, or I will be in trouble if he causes a problem." "Yeah." Jiraiya left, and Sasuke asked with some surprise, "Kakashi-sensei, is the white-haired weird man just now is Lord Jiraiya? One of the legendary Sannin?" "Yes, don't be fooled by his weird appearance. He is very strong." Sasuke nodded. "Okay, let's continue." "Yes." Time flies, the last half-month has slipped by quietly, and the finals of Chunin exam has arrived as scheduled. Sasuke's training has also ended, and it seems that his strength is a world of difference from a month ago. Sasuke learned about his second chakra attribute, lightning release, and both his physique and attack power have been greatly improved. Sasuke could feel that there was a force in his body that he had never had before. "Great, I am getting stronger, step by step, Nissan, I will go find you and get the answer." Sasuke clenched his fists, with boundless hope in his heart. "Sasuke, it's almost time, let's go to the Chunin exams arena," Kakashi said. In the distance, The huge arena was very lively, and audiences from all over the country gathered here. The Chunin exam is like a festival for them. They will watch the wonderful ninjutsu show down here. For these ordinary people, it is like seeing a game in the Colosseum. Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei. You are finally here, it's almost time, cried Naruto. Ah, sorry, but it doesn't seem that we are late, it's not bad. Kakashi said with both of his hands inside his pocket. Kakashi-sensei is really thinking about being late at this time, Sakura complained. Smelly Sasuke, I learned a very good ninjutsu this month, I will definitely beat you. Naruto yelled. The corner of Sasuke's mouth raised, and he confidently said, I'll wait for you to see who can win in the end. Then just wait and see. Naruto said excitedly. Looking at the match between Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura wondered why she felt like she was being a third wheel at this moment. Well, it must be just an illusion. Above the high platform, Lord 3rd Hokage is welcoming the Lord 4th Kazekage. Haha, Kazekage Dano, you are finally here. Lord 3rd said with a smile. It seems that Hokage Dano is still very tough. Are you planning to consider the next candidate? Haha, Lord 5th. What Kazekage Dano thinks about Kakashi? Oh? Kakashi Hatake? He is indeed a very good candidate. Okay then, Kazekage Dano, please sit down. The matches will begin soon. Thank you. The two sat down, and the atmosphere became a little weird. Kakashi, who was in the audience seat, looked up at the Lord 4th Kazekage, who was on the high platform. It looks like Orochimaru really did kill the Lord 4th Kazekage. Inside the field, Shiranui Genma walked to the center with a senbon in his mouth. Welcome everyone. Today is the finals of the Chunin exam. It is a tournament with one-on-one matches, the winner will advances to the next round, and so on, until we got a final winner. Of course, getting Chunin's qualifications didn't mean that you need to win the matches, the relevant judges will come to a conclusion after watching your match. So, show off your own talents on the stage to your heart's content. Juniors. All the candidates were a little excited when they heard Genma's words. Looking at the crowded stands, this is the first time in their lives that they have shown themselves in front of so many people. How can a teenager not be frivolous? Today is their frivolous moment. Chapter 275, Jugo vs Neji. The first match is Libra Jugo against Neji Hyuga. Following Genma's order, only Jugo and Neji were left in the field. Ah! Why is Jugo fighting Neji? Who am I going to cheer for? Karen exclaimed in pain, with a look of bewilderment. Naruto is also a little embarrassed. Although his relationship with Jugo is better, his relationship with Neji is not bad. This is very embarrassing. I will just cheer for both of them. Jugo. Neji. Finally, Naruto can only choose to cheer both of them. Jugo looked at Neji in front of him with a smile. Neji also smiled and said, it seems that we are fighting for the first time. Yeah. Do you want to go all out? Neji asked. Of course, big brother Kakashi is watching this Chunin exam, so how can I let him down? Then I can rest assured, I know that you are strong, but I don't think I will lose. Neji said as he showed the stance of the Hyuga's gentle fist. I also have a reason why I can't lose, so this time, I will go all out. Jugo also showed his fighting intent, and the distant Karen and Naruto were both stunned. Naruto, is Jugo actually showing a fighting intent? Yeah, this is the first time I saw it. Naruto was equally surprised. I suddenly looked forward to the outcome of the match between these two. Karen said excitedly. Yeah. Naruto also nodded. Kakashi looked at Jugo, who was in the field, feeling somewhat relieved. Jugo's temperament is very gentle, especially after the power of the cursed seal was sealed by Kakashi in the form of a silver cursed seal. He is a gentle person who doesn't like to fight with others, so Jugo is an inconspicuous existence whether at school or at home. But it is also impossible to ignore him. Because he is too warm. If Naruto's warmth is the kind of winter sunshine, warm and dazzling, then Jugo's warmth is like the stove in winter, warming you without attracting your attention. Now that Jugo can bring up his fighting intent, it is a valuable moment for Kakashi. But Kakashi also knew why Jugo would be like this. On one hand, he didn't want to disappoint Kakashi, and on the other hand, he didn't want to let Karen and Naruto move forward alone. Jugo wanted to be the support of the two, so naturally he couldn't fall behind. The two pairs of eyes are facing each other, and there is a blazing fighting intent in those eyes. Jugo has followed Kakashi's training since he was a child. Although it is just a basic training, he has completed the training arranged by Kakashi very seriously. As for Neji, Hisashi is not dead, so his personality is not distorted. Together with the common teaching of Hisashi and Hayashi, his strength is also far stronger than the original work. It can be said that both of them are beyond the scope of Genin. and both of them are shinobi with no shortage of talent and hard work. Jugo's fists went straight back and forth, bombarding Neji. Neji's gentle fist specializes in attacking the tenketsu points and internal organs of the human body. Seeing Jugo's powerful punch, Neji didn't take it head-on. It is really unwise to use his own shortcomings against the enemy's advantages. Turning around to dodge the punch, Neji tried to hit Jugo with a palm strike. The Hyuga clan can release chakras from the tenketsu points of their whole body, and similarly, powerful chakras can be released from the palm of their hand. Jugo gently slapped Neji's palm apart, without letting the chakra in Neji's palm bombard his body. Jugo knew that if he was hit by this bomb, the match will end. The two of them move back and forth, fighting vigorously, and the duel between superb taijutsu makes the audiences become more excited. Neji's movements are fast, but as Jugo was taught by Kakashi, his speed is naturally faster. Every time when Neji was about to hit Jugo, Jugo always slapped Neji's palm. Neji's attack simply can't hit Jugo's body at all. Fighting using taijutsu is very stamina-consuming. As the two genin went all out, within 5 minutes, they began to gasp for breath. "You are really strong, your taijutsu is better than me," Neji panted and said. "You are not bad either. As expected of the shinobi of the Hyuga clan. Your taijutsu is completely different from the ordinary shinobi." Jugo was also a little tired by Neji's attack. As Jugo's attack methods are unlike the normal shinobi's attack methods, Neji was also struggling to deal with it. If it wasn't because his speed was fast enough, Neji would have already fallen to the ground. Wow! Both of them are amazing. The boy from the Hyuga clan is really extraordinary, but who is that boy with orange hair? He seems to be a civilian shinobi, but he can actually achieve this level of strength? You don't know him? That boy was taught by Lord Kakashi from a young age. What? He is Lord Kakashi's disciple? That's not clear, but Lord Kakashi often trains with that boy in the 7th training field. Even if he is not his disciple, he is still someone recognized by Kakashi. No wonder, I thought that the Hyuga clan's youth would win, but now it seems that the outcome is unpredictable. The two audiences were discussing eagerly, and discussions like this were happening throughout the entire arena. Neji took a deep breath and said, "Jugo, although you are strong, if you only have this level of strength, you can't beat me." Huh? Jugo frowned as he feels that just now, both of them were doing their best. Is Neji still has any trick left? The corners of Neji's mouth curled up, his hands spread out one after the other, and he put out a stance and then said, "You have entered my territory." As soon as the voice fell, a giant 8 trigram symbol appeared with Neji as the center and Jugo is also standing inside the symbol. Gentle fist style, 8 trigram 64 palms Neji whispered, his speed soared, and he rushed towards Jugo. Jugo secretly thought that Neji's technique was dangerous, and he wants to avoid it, but it is already too late. In the distance, Kakashi secretly thought in his heart, this Hyuga clan's 8 trigram 64 palms is quite interesting. There are fluctuations similar to the Fuinjutsu. In this territory, the user's speed will skyrocket by several times. It is no wonder that Jugo can't avoid it. Neji's hands were like a gust of wind, and he quickly pokes the tenketsu points on Jugo's body. In less than 3 seconds, Neji had already hit Jugo's body 64 times. The last hit struck towards Jugo, knocking Jugo's figure into the air, and Jugo fell into the ground. Jugo! Naruto and Karen yelled at the same time, worrying about Jugo's condition. Jugo, this 8 trigram 64 palms is the secret technique of the Hyuga clan. The chakra in your body has been sealed, and you won't be able to use it for a while. Without chakra, you won't be my opponent. Give up. Hearing this, Jugo struggled to get up, a trace of blood remained at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of determination. Give up? How is it possible? Big brother Kakashi said that even if there is a hint of hope, you can never give up. You didn't even have a glimmer of hope, Jugo. Neji frowned. The corner of Jugo's mouth slightly moves upward, and then he said, "It's only the chakra inside my body that is sealed. It's not a big deal. I still have a second chakra." What? Neji was shocked. Cursed seal, activate. Neji then saw a strange rune suddenly appeared on Jugo's body, and a terrifying chakra suddenly burst out, releasing all the tenketsu points that had been sealed. This is... Neji's face was shocked. Jugo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled, "Look, isn't this solved?" Soon, Neji's expression returns to normal and then he said, "So it's like that, then, let's continue." Lord 4th Kazekage who is in the high platform was a little surprised, and secretly thought, it turned out that he was the cursed boy who was taken away by Kakashi. The battle continues. Both of Jugo's speed and strength has increased by another level after he activated his cursed seal, so right now, Neji is unable to resist Jugo's attacks. Neji, it's over. Juggo's right arm has turned into a monster's hand, and looks terrifying. At this time, Juggo rushes towards Neji. Piston fist. Blue chakra blasted out from behind Juggo's right arm like a jet, and rushes towards Neji. Neji's pupils shrank. I can't dodge it. Then, I just need to block it. Neji's figure began to spin, and blue chakra was wrapped around his whole body. 8 trigrams Palms Revolving Heaven, Chapter 276 Karen vs Sakura Boom. The monster's hand hit the huge blue chakra hemisphere. A loud noise exploded. A burst of smoke and dust appeared on the field. Not far away, Genma was surprised to see this scene. What a powerful destructive power. The level of these two kids has far surpassed Ganon level, even average Chunin is not their opponent. How old are they? Sure enough, the genius on this world is always shining brightly. At least Genma admitted that he did not have this level strength at this age. That's amazing, Juggo is really strong, and Neji is also so strong, Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke on the side also looked solemn. The strength of these two had made him feel threatened. If he is the one fighting them, can he block it? Sasuke doesn't know. Kakashi stared at the dusts and smokes on the field. The power of 8 trigrams Palms Revolving Heaven is indeed powerful. It is known as absolute defense. But Kakashi knows that there is no such thing as absolute defense in this world. As long as attack power reaches a certain level, no matter what defense it is, it can be crushed by one blow. Juggo, who had activated his cursed seal, is even stronger than average Jonin. So, even though Neji is stronger than in original work, the difference in their power level is still too great to make up. Neji is a genius, but in the same, Juggo is also a genius. Neji is only 13 years old, and Juggo is already 15 years old. Therefore, in Kakashi's view, the conclusion of this match has already been determined. After the smoke clears, there will be a single winner. Seeing the shocking clash, the audience is boiling with excitement. This is the battle they want to see. The terrifying destructive power is enough to make these people's blood pumping. Who is the winner? There are many people present who are asking such question. Everyone's eyes are focused on the field. Finally, the smoke slowly dissipated, revealing two figures. One is standing and the other is lying on the ground. Looking at this scene, everyone understands that the first match was over. Juggo gasped heavily, the cursed seal's mark on his body had faded, and his right arm was slightly numb. Obviously, the blow just now made him feel uncomfortable. After all, the power of 8 trigrams Palms Revolving Heaven can even reverse Juggo's power to himself. If it weren't because Juggo was able to break the 8 trigrams Palms Revolving Heaven, the one who fell to the ground at this time would be him. Neji lay motionless on the ground, but was not unconscious. He lost thoroughly. When Juggo's blow came, Neji felt the terrifying chakra. With his Byakugan, Neji knew exactly how strong Juggo's chakra was. With that kind of condensed blow from chakra, if it weren't for Juggo was holding back, Neji would be seriously injured, and might even die at this moment. On the audience seat, Hisashi and Hayashi were both surprised after seeing this scene. They knew Neji's strength very well, but even with such strength, Neji still lost to Juggo. Hisashi smiled bitterly. Brother, the disciple taught by Kakashi is really terrifying. Yeah, I didn't expect that even Neji would not be able to defeat him, Hayashi said with emotion. I don't know how strong Kakashi is right now, said Hisashi. It's been a long time since he had used his full strength, so no one knows. Hayashi said, looking at the thin figure not far away. Haha, Juggo, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Neji said with a bitter smile. Juggo stretched out his right hand to Neji. Neji was taken aback, but still held it. After that, Juggo pulled Neji up. Neji, you are also very powerful. I'm not as strong as you when I was your age. I look forward to our next fight. Yeah. The two shook hands and smiled at each other. Upon seeing this, Genma announced, the first match is over. The winner is Libra Juggo. The whole audience starts cheering. Juggo won. Great. Naruto shouted. Karen was feeling a little complicated. Neji loses. Is he okay? Juggo looked at Kakashi, and Kakashi showed his satisfied smile upon seeing this, which made Juggo feel relieved. Fortunately, I didn't let big brother Kakashi down. Neji was helped by Juggo to get out of the field and back to the audience seat to rest. Due to Juggo's holdback, Neji was only exhausted at this moment, and did not suffer much damage. He only needed to rest for a while to recover his strength. Neji, are you okay? Do you want me to treat you? Karen hurried over to greet Neji. Neji shook his head and said, it's okay, I just need to rest for a while. Karen was relieved when she heard this, and looked at Juggo and said, Juggo, you are really too much. Why did you strike so hard on Neji? Juggo scratched his head embarrassedly and just smirked. Karen was about to lose her temper when she sees this. The second match is Uzumaki Karen vs Haruno Sakura. Please enter the field. Ah. It's my turn, I'm so nervous. Karen said. Neji said with a smile, Karen, good luck. Hearing Neji's cheer, Karen couldn't help but blush, and nodded quickly, yeah, I will win. On the other side, Sakura was also feeling nervous. At this time, Sasuke said, Sakura, your opponent is also someone being taught by Kakashi-sensei, you have to be careful. Hearing Sasuke is cheering her, Sakura instantly lost her nervousness. Her heart is full of burning fighting intent. Yeah. Sasuke-kun, I will definitely win. Naruto, who was on the side, was feeling complicated at this moment. One side is Karen, and the other is Sakura, my god. Who should I cheer for? I always feel that no matter who I cheer for, I will be beaten to death. Naruto was full of tears. Karen and Sakura walked into the field. Their eyes are facing each other, and their fighting intent is even stronger than the previous two. Neji cheered for me, I must beat her. I must not let Sasuke come down. The two girls who had the encouragement of their crush were full of energy at this time. Genma stood in the middle, and at this moment, he could even feel the terrifying fighting intent released by the two girls in front of him. Genma was feeling scared. Why does it feel like this kind of war intent is something normal people shouldn't have? What exactly happened to these two girls? No matter what, Genma still announced, the match begins. As soon as the voice fell, the two girls took out shuriken from their ninja bag and threw them out quickly. Ding ding ding. The shuriken collided in midair and landed on the ground one after another. Their shuriken jutsu is equally matched. The two frowned at the same time, and then they seemed to have reached a certain conclusion as they approached each other quickly and threw a punch. Boom. The two punches collided. Karen's body didn't move, but Sakura took a step back. It showed the difference between their strength. Karen possesses the powerful physique of the Uzumaki clan, so it can be said that she have an advantage at this moment. Sakura gritted her teeth, and thinking about her strategy. In the audience seat, Kakashi looks at the match, and there is already a conclusion in his mind. Although Sakura was a lot stronger than the original and even defeated Ino to enter the finals, she is still a lot weaker than Karen. Sakura is still in the start of her path as she had just started learning medical ninjutsu. It is almost impossible for her to win this match. As for Karen, Kakashi has given Karen advices for her to develop her strength in fuinjutsu and medical ninjutsu. Karen has a much longer time to learn medical ninjutsu than Sakura. Although there is no expert like Tsunade to guide her, Karen's medical ninjutsu is already very good. At the very least, Karen was already able to use chakra scalpel in battle. The two continue their fight. Sakura felt her feet were touched by Karen lightly, and she can't stand up anymore. Looking at Karen closely, Sakura saw blue chakra was wrapped on Karen's right hand. The chakra looks like a very sharp blade. This is chakra scalpel. Sakura, who also studied medical ninjutsu, naturally knows that this is an attack method that can be only used by someone with a certain level of medical ninjutsu. Sakura felt very bitter in her heart. She didn't expect that Karen had already left her in the dust. Sakura, I'm sorry, but I won this time. Karen said with a smile. Just now, Karen has cut off Sakura's Achilles tendon, so Sakura can't stand up for a while. With this, she won't be able to continue the match. Upon seeing this, Genma shouted, the winner is Uzumaki Karen. Chapter 277 Sasuke vs Gaara. Sasuke-kun, sorry, I lost. Sakura looked at Sasuke and said apologetically. It's okay Sakura. Karen is really strong. Sasuke comforted. As a companion in the same team, Sasuke will naturally not complain about her losing. After all, except for Shikamaru, whoever it was, they will be sad when lose the match. Seeing Sasuke's gentle attitude, Sakura couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Sasuke-kun is the best. On the other side, Karen excitedly said to Neji, Neji, look, I won. Neji smiled and said, congratulations, Karen. It looks like you will become a Chunin this time. Neji, you are also very powerful. Although you lost to Jugo, your strength is obvious to all. The judges will definitely choose you as Chunin. Karen was afraid that Neji is feeling down, so she comforted him like this. But Neji didn't care at all. Whether he can become Chunin or not is not important to Neji. This time Tenten and Lee didn't make it to the finals, so he won't actually feel sad even if he didn't become a Chunin. On the other hand, Shikamaru scratched his head and said depressedly, everyone is working so hard, but I don't want to go up, it's really troublesome. I was planning to give up, but I didn't expect to be here. I blame Asuma. That guy is the one who recommended us to take the Chunin exam. I should have been lying on the roof and watching the clouds right now if not for this. Shikamaru looked lazy, and he was not interested in the competition. Shikamaru, you're the one fighting in the next match, so why are you still here? That hidden sand village's Kunoichi is your opponent this time. Naruto called. Naruto, what are you talking about? My name hasn't been called yet. At this moment, Genma shouted, the third match, Nara Shikamaru vs Temari, please enters the field. Hearing this, Temari waves her huge fan, causing a powerful gust of wind. After that, she glides and landed at the field using the huge fan. Shikamaru was slightly surprised when he saw this, and the laziness on his face became more obvious. Hey, I didn't want to fight, but now my opponent is a woman. It is really tangled. It doesn't seem to matter if I win or lose, I will still the one who will bear the same. It is really troublesome. Sure enough, I should just give up right now. Seeing Shikamaru still not going to enter the field, Naruto hurry him up and push him to the field. Shikamaru, go. Pushed by Naruto, Shikamaru tragically fell from the audience area and fell into the field. This way of entering is completely different from Temari's beautiful way of entering just now. Suddenly, there was a lot of boos coming from the audience. Shikamaru, do your best. Naruto shouted. Shikamaru uncomfortably touched his neck that was hurt when he fell down and then he said, Naruto, this guy is really rude. It's so troublesome. I can't even give up now. Forget it, I just need to show a good fight. Shikamaru slowly walked towards Temari. Huh, women are really troublesome. Temari's expression changed and then she said, did you look down on women? That's not the case, I just feel that this is troublesome. Humphrey. Shikamaru and Temari's battle is a textbook level battle using IQ. With the holes left by Jugo and Neji's match, Shikamaru succeeded in controlling Temari. Although he gave up the match in the end, he was able to show everyone his terrifying IQ. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little funny after looking at Shikamaru who left the field lazily. This guy definitely has spare strength, but he just gave up because he didn't want to participate in the next match. Having proven his abilities and saved himself from more troubles, this guy is really a genius. As expected of Shikaku-senpai's son, he definitely will become his father's successor. It's just that this guy's fear of troublesome things is more serious than Shikaku-senpai. For such people, if they don't work hard and lack strength, no matter how smart they are, it won't help. In the end, they will feel the greatest pain when they saw their companions die without them able to do anything. Temari looked angrily at Shikamaru who has left. At this moment, this lazy man has left a deep impression in her heart. The match between Kankuro and Aburimshino was over before it started. The reason was simple. Kankuro forfeit the match. It is simply courting death to show the battle of the puppet master to a lot of audience like this. Once all of the hidden weapons on the puppet are exposed, it will be a disaster for the puppet master. After all, the puppet master often relies on hidden weapons. Thus, the match was now the final match of the first round. The fifth match, Gaara vs Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, don't lose, otherwise, I won't be able to beat you in the next match. Naruto yelled. Humphrey, don't worry, I will never lose in this kind of place. Sasuke snorted coldly and jumped directly from the audience area. On the other side, Gaara also jumped down. Fugaku, look, Sasuke is on the field. Mikoto exclaimed excitedly. Fugaku folded his hands on his chest with a smile on his serious face. This brat has been with Kakashi for a month, I want to know what he has learned. Fugaku said. Fugaku, don't say that, Sasuke has worked very hard. I know. Mikoto, pay attention later. I heard from Kakashi that there will be something happenings today. Yeah, I know. Fugaku's gaze turned towards Sasuke who is on the field and his mouth curled slightly. Although Sasuke at this time is not as good as Itachi at the beginning, at least, he has a childhood that is not much different from ordinary people. This is the most important thing for Fugaku. At the beginning, Fugaku forced Itachi too tightly, so that Itachi didn't have much happiness at all. Sasuke, do what you want to do. Fugaku muttered silently in his heart. Above the field, Gar's eyes were full of cold as he was looking at Sasuke and there seems to be a strong sense of oppression coming out of it. But Sasuke was not afraid at all, staring directly at the ice-cold green pupils. Your blood looks delicious, I can't wait to give it to my mother. Gar's face showed a hideous smile, which looked terrifying. Humphrey. Sasuke snorted disdainfully and back away to get some distance. Although he hasn't watched Gar's battle before, he heard from Kakashi that he was using terrifying sand technique. I should get some distance to see the situation first. Gaara pulled the plug of his gourd that was on his back, and the sand slowly began to flow out, covering his body. The match officially begins. That Gaara is very powerful. I don't know if Sasuke can defeat him. Neji whispered. Neji, what did you see? Karen asked. There is a very large amount of chakra inside that person's body, and it feels very cold. It also has extremely terrifying killing intent. Is Sasuke in danger? Sakura asked worriedly. Sakura-chan, you can rest assured. Kakashi-sensei is there, so there should be no accident, and I think that Sasuke can beat that guy. Naruto said. I hope so. Although Naruto's words made Sakura a little relieved, there was still a faint worry in her heart. Kakashi looked at the high platform at this time. The time is almost up, Orochimaru should start soon. Kakashi moved strangely, but it was actually a gesture. In an instant, all of the Anbu who were hiding everywhere started to move. An invisible big net is slowly covering the whole place. Somewhere in Hidden Leaf Village, Hi-8 and Yujao led two Anbu teams at the gate of Hidden Leaf Village. Yujao, Kakashi-senpai said that there will be an enemy invasion today, but I don't know when. The estimated time is almost up. Let's wait. Okay. In another part of Hidden Leaf Village, Tenzo also led the group to walk around and patrol the area. For a while, there seemed to become a bit of murderous intent everywhere in Hidden Leaf Village. Not far from the village, Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Sound Village as shinobi are being assembled. They only need to wait for a signal from Orochimaru to start their operations. In the root base that was hidden deep under Hidden Leaf Village, Denzo was sitting quietly on his seat, and it is unknown what he was thinking. His arm slightly moved and then he said, "Is Orochimaru going to take action now?" Chapter 278 The invasion starts inside the field. The sky is full of yellow sand. Gaara folded his hands on his chest, looking directly at Sasuke with cold eyes. No matter how Sasuke attacks, he can't break through the yellow sand to damage Gaara. The speed of that sand is really extraordinary, not to mention Genin, even the average Chunin can't break through that defense, Kakashi said softly. At this time, two green figures were reflected in Kakashi's eyes. Guy? Lee? Why are you here? Kakashi asked in surprise. Yo, Kakashi, Lee's body is better now, so I want to bring him to go out and looks at the match. I heard Sasuke and Gaara is fighting at this moment. Guy said. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke's taijutsu? Lee asked in surprise. After all, Sasuke's movements are somewhat similar to him, and more specifically, it is somewhat similar to Guy's taijutsu. Ah, I used to train my taijutsu with Guy before, so I taught Sasuke about it. Last time when you fought against Sasuke, he also copied your taijutsu, plus the 1-month training, he was able to come this far. Hearing this, Lee clenched his fists and whispered, is this a genius? In just 1 month, he was able to match my taijutsu that I spent a lot of efforts for. Lee's tone was a bit unwilling. After all, it is kind of hard for him to accept that someone was able to catch up with all of the hard work he had done in just 1 month. Guy can only pat Lee's shoulder to comfort him. Kakashi said, Lee, you don't need to be depressed. Sasuke's effort is actually no less than yours. You have fought him before the Chunin exam, so you should know that Sasuke's taijutsu is not bad. The reason he can catch up with you in a month is because in addition to my special training, it is also the effect of the lightning releases body forging. This technique has a huge effect at first, but the effect will slowly diminish later on. So it's like that. I understand, Kakashi-sensei. Lee felt relieved after hearing this. Lee. How can you be depressed? Youth is not allowed to be depressed. Guy yelled, clenching his fist. Yes. Guy-sensei. I know it is wrong. Lee's blood was boiling because of Guy's words at this moment. Looking at these two green-clothed men who were embracing each other and crying in front of him, Kakashi can only cover his face. Even after so many years, Kakashi still can't fully adapt to Guy's action and reaction. Above the field, Sasuke finally hit Gaara with his excellent taijutsu. Gaara suffered from the pain and finally moved. Of course, it is only his arm that was moving. When Gaara moved his arm, the speed of the yellow sand skyrocketed, and Sasuke had no choice but to retreat. In an instant, the yellow sand wrapped around Gaara and formed a sphere. Humphrey, are you trying to turtle yourself? Then I will break your turtle shell. Sasuke retreated. He not only retreated towards the edge of the field, but also ran to the wall that was surrounding the field. What is Sasuke doing? Why did he run to that place? Naruto wondered. I don't know, is it because he wanted to use a ninjutsu? Sakura was also curious. Almost everyone watching couldn't help but feeling curious. In the face of Gaara's turtle shell-like defense, how will Sasuke resolve it? Kakashi whispered, is he going to do it? The sound of the Chidori has not ringed in front of the world for a long time now. Kakashi, the ninjutsu that Sasuke wants to use is. Guy said in surprise. Kakashi chuckled and said, ah, that's right, it's Chidori. Above the high wall, both of Sasuke's eyes became scarlet. Blue lighting gradually emerged on his left hand, and the voice of thousands of birds chirping slowly emerged. That is. There were also many people who knew about this technique. Seeing the starter sign and the sound of the 1,000 birds chirping, they all had a vague guess. Fugaku's face is also full of surprises. It turned out to be Chidori. It seems that Kakashi is really favoring Sasuke. Fugaku was surprised. Chidori is Kakashi's signature original ninjutsu, and it can be said to be something that Kakashi can only use. At this moment, Kakashi actually taught it to Sasuke, which shows the importance of Sasuke in Kakashi's mind. Chidori. Sasuke roared, and the Chidori on his left hand finished gathering, and his body moving in a very high speed, scraping a deep gully on the ground. The momentum is shocking. All of the genin in the audience area watched this scene with shocked expressions. Naruto was amazed. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It looks so powerful. The others nodded in agreement. This is not a ninjutsu that genin can master. The sound of the Chidori resounded throughout the entire arena. Lord Third, who was on the high platform, is also a little surprised. Kakashi, do you value Sasuke so much? Lord Third secretly thought in his heart. Stab. Sasuke's Chidori pierced the sand sphere easily, as if it was a piece of tofu. With such a very high-speed movement, coupled with the powerful force that Chidori originally possessed, the mere yellow sand could not stop it at all. Sasuke could clearly feel that there was liquid dripping on his left hand. It's blood. Arg. With a painful growl, Sasuke realized that something was wrong and immediately moved away. At the same time, a huge sand arm stretched out from the hole created by Chidori. Sasuke was shocked and quickly avoided it. What kind of monster is that? At this moment, illusionary feathers suddenly floated in the sky. Temple of Nirvana Jutsu. In an instant, most of the people present fell down. Has it started? Kakashi whispered. Inside the field, Gaara's sand sphere has disappeared, blood is flowing on his right shoulder, and his condition looks very bad. Temari and Kankuro have already arrived at Gaara's side. They looked at each other, and directly took Gaara away. Baki stepped forward to block Genma that was about to pursue after the hidden sand village's genin. Sasuke chased after the Gaara and his siblings without saying a word. Kakashi bit his finger, and forms hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu, with a bang, 2 dogs, one large and one small, appeared in front of Kakashi. Pac-kun, tell Sakura to wake up Naruto, then guide them towards Sasuke's location to support him. Sadaharu, follow after them. If there is any danger, I want you to protect them. Pac-kun and Sadaharu nodded and moved away. I should let Naruto to resolve Gaara's problem. After all, the reformed Gaara is important for the future. Guy, get ready to fight. Okay. Kakashi, let's compete to see who can defeat more enemies. Kakashi ignored him, and looked at the high platform. He saw that the 4 violet flames formation had been erected. It seems that Orochimaru has already begun to act. Guy, we should split up. Kakashi said, rushing towards the high platform. Guy glanced at him and whispered, Kakashi, be careful. On the other side, Jiraiya is at the Hidden Lee village gate. He uses the summoning technique to crush the attacking Hidden Sound village and Hidden Sand village as shinobi. Inside the 4 violet flames formation, Lord Third looked at the Orochimaru in front of him and said, Orochimaru, it seems that you really choose to do this. Haha, Sarutobi-sensei, you're not surprised to see me. It seems that you have been prepared for my arrival. Yeah, but I didn't expect that you would dare to come over even after your plan has been exposed. Orochimaru flicked his long black hair and said, why didn't I dare to? It's just a game. You. A game? Do you want to start a war? Sarutobi-sensei, you are still the same. War? Who cares about that? I already said it is just a game. Orochimaru. Okay, Sarutobi-sensei, our game has begun. Both of Orochimaru's hands forming hand seals very quickly. In an instant, 2 coffins emerged from the ground. Then 2 figures walked out of the coffin. Lord First. Lord Second. Lord Third was shocked. Orochimaru. You actually dare to play with the souls of the dead. Oh? It seems that Sarutobi-sensei is not surprised at the ninjutsu I have mastered. Who told you? Is it Kakashi? Interesting. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth slightly rose as if everything is under his control. Orochimaru. On the other side, Kakashi hurriedly approached, but was stopped by someone. Yakushi Kabuto? Kakashi frowned. Kakashi, you can't go over there. Lord Orochimaru is playing a game. If you go now, it will ruin his mood. Go away, you alone won't be able to stop me. There was still a faint smile on Kabuto's face, and then he said, that's natural. After all, you're the famous Kakashi Hatake, how can I stop you alone? So Lord Orochimaru has specially prepared a gift for you. I believe it can let you stay. Kakashi looked solemn as he saw 2 figures walked out from behind Kabuto. They wear black cloaks, and they are full of lifelessness. The cloaks fell, revealing the true face hidden. Lord 3rd Kazekage. Lord 4th Kazekage. Chapter 279. Two powerful enemies. The blue-haired Lord 3rd Kazekage and the red-haired Lord 4th Kazekage look sluggish, like a puppet. Especially their eyes, they don't look like human eyes at all. Forbidden Jutsu, Summoning, Impure World Reincarnation. Orochimaru unexpectedly prepared two Kage-level experts for Kakashi. Kakashi's expression is slightly solemn. If it is just against one of them, Kakashi has the confidence to end the fight in a short time, but if they are together, the fight will be a lot harder. Especially the two Kage's ninjutsu are similar, both of them are using magnet release, and their strength from working together is not to be underestimated. The Lord 3rd Kazekage is hailed as the strongest Kazekage and Kakashi doesn't know about his full strength. Although Lord 3rd Kazekage died in the hands of Sasori, his strength must be absolutely extraordinary for him to be called the strongest Kazekage. And also, Sasori was from Hidden Sand Village, so it is not impossible for him to use dirty tactics to kill Lord 3rd Kazekage. After all, Puppet Master usually use poison in their attacks. No matter how strong someone is, if they are poisoned, they will be weakened greatly and even die. So Kakashi didn't know how strong is the Lord 3rd Kazekage after being summoned by Forbidden Jutsu, Summoning, Impure World Reincarnation, actually is. But no matter what, Kakashi would not be careless in the face of the combination of two Kage-level experts. Kakashi, enjoy all this. After all, no one has ever been facing two Kazekage at the same time. Pushing his glasses, and showing a dark smile, Kabuto retreated and gave up the battlefield to these three people. Lord 3rd Kazekage shouted in a low voice, Magnet Style, Iron Sand Drizzle. Lord 4th Kazekage are also shouted in a low voice. Magnet Style, Gold Dust Shuriken. Seeing this, Kakashi's pupils shrank, the speed was too fast. The density is too big. The scope is too wide. There is no way to avoid it. Kakashi quickly forms hand seals. Ninja Art, Needle Jizo. The silver white hair is growing at a rapid rate, wrapping all Kakashi's body, and it is as hard as steel. Ding ding ding. The gold dust shuriken and sand iron drizzles condensed all hit the hair, but none of them could break its defense. This defensive ninjutsu from Jiraiya has already been trained thoroughly in Kakashi's hands. Kakashi pushed away the forehead protector on his left eye, revealing the Sharingan that was sealed by the four-symbol seal. He made a hand seal with his hands and uttered a low voice, Kai. In an instant, the runes of the four-symbol seal dissipated, revealing the scarlet Sharingan. The three black Tomoe slowly spin, seeming to be extremely excited. The corner of Kakashi's mouth was slightly raised. It's been a long time since I got serious. I wonder if the two Kazekage in front of me can verify my current level? As soon as he stretched out his right hand, the Millennium Sword instantly appeared in his hand. The sword buzzed a little, looking extremely excited. Millennium, are you excited too? Then let's go. Kakashi whispered. Chakra burst from his feet as he uses flash steps. The original flash steps only relies on the strength of the body, but no matter how strong the body was, there was a limit to it, so Kakashi has added chakra when he uses flash steps. With that, flash steps' speed becomes even faster than before. Of course, it is not without drawbacks. Originally, flash steps was quiet, but with the burst of chakra, flash steps will make a sound when used, but this kind of thing is okay if used in frontal battle. Hatake Clan Sword Technique, White Fang Moon Slash. A silver-white crescent moon slash shot out from the Millennium Sword, quickly approaching the two Kazekage. Magnet Style, Iron Sand Gathering Assault. As Lord 3rd Kazekage shouted in a low voice, the black iron sand instantly condensed in front of the two Kazekage, blocking the silver-white sword slash. The density of iron sand is so high that even Kakashi's attack cannot break through it. That should be the iron sand that the Lord 3rd Kazekage is famous for. It is really troublesome. It can be used as both offensive and defensive. Just when Kakashi thought about this, the ground under his feet suddenly shattered and turned into a lot of gold dusts. It's bad. Kakashi secretly thought. He did not expect that in such a short time, the Lord 4th Kazekage will actually gather a lot the gold dusts underneath him. As expected of someone who bear the name of Kazekage. Magnet Style, Gold Dust Imperial Funeral. A large amount of gold dust flew towards Kakashi, just like a huge wave. Kakashi looked solemn, not because of how scary the gold dusts were, but because of such a powerful attack will have a great impact on the surrounding terrain. And they are inside the Hidden Leaf Village at this moment. Are you kidding me? If this goes on, Hidden Leaf Village will be destroyed within a few minutes. Damn. I can't fight these two men inside the village. The Anbu who was on the side panicked. What the hell is that? How could it appear here? I don't know. It seems that there are two people. This ninjutsu, it is Hidden Sand Village's Kazekage. We can't let them go on like this. Hidden Leaf Village will be destroyed if it continues. Lord Kakashi seems to be fighting against them. Great. As long as Lord Kakashi is there, there should be no problem. Not good. That gold dust is coming. After thinking for a while, Kakashi made a decisive decision. This move is definitely not a joke. His left eye swiftly spun and the three black tomoe turned into the shape of a black dart. Kami. The powerful spatial fluctuation appeared in front of Kakashi, swallowing all the gold dust, and the Hidden Leaf Village Anbu that had originally planned to block the attack were all confused. What happened? It's gone? It's space ninjutsu. It must be Lord Kakashi. Yeah. It must be Lord Kakashi. Kakashi's left eye had blood flowing, and Kakashi felt soreness at this moment. We can't fight here, I need to move the battlefield. Otherwise, even if I won, Hidden Leaf Village will be destroyed. Flash steps. A handful of three-pronged kunai appeared directly in Kakashi's hands and were thrown away in an instant. Kakashi swung his sword towards the two Kazekage. Lord Third Kazekage instantly escaped, and the Lord Fourth Kazekage also leaped away. Kakashi then forms a hand seal, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Another Kakashi appeared and then the two Kakashi disappeared in an instant. One went straight to the Lord Third Kazekage, and the other is rushing towards Lord Fourth Kazekage. And then at the same time, two hands were placed on the shoulders of Lord Third Kazekage and Lord Fourth Kazekage. Hieroshin no Jutsu. Flying Thunder God Jutsu, whoosh. The figures of Kakashi and the two Kazekage disappeared from that place at the same time, leaving only the traces of the battle. They disappeared? It is the Hieroshin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Lord Kakashi must have teleported those two people. Lord Kakashi should be trying to solve the fighting in another place. Yeah, the two Kazekage's ninjutsu are wide-range attack. If they fight in Hidden Leaf Village, I am afraid that there would be a lot of problems. Okay, Lord Kakashi is fighting right now, so we can't relax. Let's kill the enemies quickly. Somewhere outside the Hidden Leaf Village, three figures appeared at the same time. It is the Lord Third Kazekage, Lord Fourth Kazekage and Kakashi. Chapter 280 Battle in Hidden Leaf Village. Kabuto was surprised when he saw that the three people has disappeared, and secretly thought, I didn't expect Kakashi's space ninjutsu to be so good. This is troublesome. I don't know where this guy has gone to. Looking at the four violet flames formation on the high platform, he turned around and ran to another place. He is no longer needed here. Inside the four violet flames formation, Orochimaru looks at Lord Third Hokage, who was very angry at this moment, and said with a smile, Sarutobi-sensei, are you satisfied with my gift? Orochimaru, you have gone too far. Haha, Sarutobi-sensei, you are really naive. Now can you show me what you can do? Lord Third Hokage looked at the outside of the barrier and saw Kakashi was facing against Lord Third Kazekage and Lord Fourth Kazekage. You actually summoned Lord Third Kazekage and Lord Fourth Kazekage. Haha, Sarutobi-sensei, Kakashi is very strong, this is just a little gift I make for him. Otherwise, if he comes over here, I will be in trouble. Lord Third Hokage's face was pale. Well, don't worry about Hidden Leaf Village. Today, it will disappear with you. Orochimaru said with a smile. You are delusional. Lord Third Hokage screamed and removes his Hokage's robe from his body, revealing his battle armor beneath it. Oh? It seems that you are also well prepared, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru said pretendingly in surprise. Humphrey. Orochimaru, this time, I won't let you leave here again. That depends on your skill, Sarutobi-sensei. At this time, there was a huge movement outside, and Lord Third Hokage couldn't help but looked outside, seeing the huge sea of gold dust. What? Lord Third Hokage was shocked. Sarutobi-sensei, you shouldn't be distracted like that. Orochimaru's figure instantly appeared in front of the Lord Third Hokage and punches him. Lord Third Hokage immediately reacted, and dodged, avoiding Orochimaru's attack. Damn it, if a ninjutsu of this scale hits the ground, the village will be destroyed. Lord Third Hokage was impatient, but he was helpless. He is trapped inside the four violet flames formation, plus there is also Lord First Hokage and Lord Second Hokage that was summoned by Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu, summoning, impure world reincarnation. Lord Third Hokage simply couldn't get out unless he could beat these three. Lord Third Hokage glanced at the outside again, and he found that Kakashi and the two Kazekage were gone. Huh? They disappeared? Is it Hieroshin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Well done, Kakashi. With Kakashi's help, Lord Third knew that Hidden Leaf Village will not have any big problems. I didn't expect that Kakashi was able to use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, to such an extent. It's really like Minato back then. It was a pity that Minato died young. Orochimaru seems to think of something again. Summoning Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu, Lord Third Hokage bit his thumb and formed hand seals. He slammed his right palm into the ground and then with a bang, a man-sized ape appeared in front of everyone. Sarutobi, it seems this time the opponent is Orochimaru. Sure enough, you should have killed him back then. Sorry, Inma, but this time, I will end it. I hope what you said is true. Inma, transform into adamantine staff. Okay. Inma then turned into a big staff, which was then held by Lord Third Hokage. Orochimaru laughed in a low voice, hee, it looks like it will be hard this time. The troublesome guy has appeared. The battle is about to start. Guy, who was fighting Hidden Sound Village and Hidden Sand Village as shinobi in the field, saw that Kakashi has disappeared, and his heart tightened. Kakashi, be careful. Outside Hidden Leaf Village, Pakkun took Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru to support Sasuke. Shikamaru and Pakkun deduced that there are people following them, and then Shikamaru took the initiative to stay and stop the enemies. Naruto originally disagreed, but Shikamaru insisted, so Naruto can only agree to it. Shikamaru, be sure to come back alive, Naruto said. Don't worry, I don't want to die so early. Idiot, don't try to be a hero. After Naruto finished speaking, he continued moving with Sakura and Pakkun again. Shikamaru met a group of Hidden Sound Village's shinobi. After using shadow imitation technique to hold them for a while, he was rescued by Sadaharu, and the enemies were defeated by Asuma. On the other side, Shino confronted Kankuro and fought their previous unfinished battle. Sasuke finally caught up with Temari and Kara. Almost all of the battles start and everyone was fighting. Hidden Leaf Village, who has been peaceful for a long time, once again felt the horror of war. The sound of the Chidori resounded again, but only able to cut off one of Gaara's sandarm, which was useless. When Sasuke was exhausted, Naruto and Sakura arrived in time. Naruto showed off the results of his practice, and blocked Gaara, who had become like a monster, by himself and amazed the audience. On the other side, the Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi was fully deployed to suppress the enemy. Big clans such as Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimaki have begun to take action. Except for the sudden beginning of this war, the rest is not worth mentioning. The Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Sound Village's shinobi was quickly defeated by Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi. Even if they tried to ambush the civilians and academy students, they were still quickly defeated. They did not have any advantage except the surprising beginning, so they suffered heavy losses. Originally like locusts, Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Sound Village's shinobi were defeated bit by bit. Some of them were killed in battle and some were captured. After a while, the war completely showed a one-sided battle. And all of this is because of the response strategy that has been planned by Lord Third Hokage and Kakashi. The only difference is probably that Kakashi was dragged by two Kazekage. Outside of Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi's surrounding is now full of yellow sand. Black iron sand and gold dust is moving around Kakashi, turning into sharp weapons to shoot towards Kakashi from time to time. And Lord Third Kazekage and Lord Fourth Kazekage's figure simply could not be seen at all. It's really annoying that these two people work together. It's all sand, and I can't see where they are. Compared to Zabuza's hiding in mist technique, this is more troublesome. I can't just stay here. I already waste a lot of time, so I have to seal these two quickly. I still have to help Lord Third side. Magnet style, iron sand gathering assault. The iron sand of Lord Third Kazekage turned into iron block, iron cone, and iron sphere. It all looked extremely hard. It's really troublesome. The iron cone moves towards Kakashi. The sharp point made Kakashi's scalp numb. If I was stabbed by it, I will definitely die. After dodging the attack, the iron spear tried to stab him. At this moment, lighting shrouded the Millennium Sword, eliminating the magnetic attraction of the iron sand to the Millennium Sword itself, and then Kakashi swings his sword towards the iron spear. Ding! The iron spear is huge and Millennium Sword is slender. The confrontation between the two looks incredibly funny. Kakashi flicked his wrist and threw the iron spear away. Ah, what a big guy. At this moment, the iron block hit Kakashi from behind with extremely fast speed. Humphrey, it's troublesome. Lighting was condensed in Kakashi's left hand, but it was silent, unlike Chidori. Mercury. Kakashi shouted in a low voice. The lighting blade collided violently with the iron block. Chapter 281 sealed. Iron sands scattered everywhere, and the lighting cuts the iron block like a tofu. The remaining momentum is not diminished, and the blue lighting strikes the Lord Third Kazekage. Chidori sharp spear, Mercury instantly changed its shape, extending 5 meters in length, and stabbed Lord 3rd Kazekage's chest. Kakashi raised his left hand and instantly cut Lord 3rd Kazekage in half. Lord 3rd Kazekage scattered into pieces of paper. At this moment, the gold dust of the Lord 4th Kazekage has formed an overwhelming wave, surging toward Kakashi. Magnet style, gold dust imperial funeral, waving his millennium sword, Kakashi shouted in a low voice, Hotake clan secret sword technique, silver sword flickers. The lighting on millennium sword became even stronger. Then Kakashi waves his millennium sword towards the gold dust wave. Break. The terrifying gold dust wave was directly destroyed by Kakashi. The silver-white figure instantly appeared in front of the Lord 4th Kazekage, the Sharingan on his left eye is spinning wildly, and his right hand that was holding millennium sword already cut the Lord 4th Kazekage's chest. Slash. The body of the Lord 4th Kazekage was also cut in half by Kakashi. At this moment, the black iron sand struck again. Magnet style, iron sand drizzle, Kakashi had no choice but to get out of the way. He then saw Lord 3rd Kazekage condense the black iron sand into a pair of wings on his back, making him able to hover in midair. Iron sand, black iron wings, this, forbidden jutsu, summoning, impure world reincarnation, is really troublesome. Not only they're immortal, the speed of their recovery is also too fast. Kakashi saw that the Lord 3rd Kazekage and the Lord 4th Kazekage had already recovered before his eyes, and he knew that general method cannot defeat them. Kakashi can completely leave them here by using Hiroshin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, but if these two were left alone, it will not take long before they return to Hidden Leaf Village. After all, this place is not far from Hidden Leaf Village. Then it will only become more troublesome. The strength of these two people should be a lot weaker than before they were alive. The quality of the sacrifices is not excellent, and their will was erased by Orochimaru, so at most, they can only use 70% of their power before their death. It is not difficult to deal with it. It seems that I can only use Fuinjutsu to seal them. With a decision in mind, Kakashi didn't want to waste time anymore. Just by using Kamui and Hotake clan secret sword technique, Kakashi's chakra has been consumed by a lot. Later, he still needs to go to the arena to save Lord 3rd Hokage. But before that, the battle here must be solved first. Since I have figured out the situation, then the next is the battle of speed. Kakashi whispered, and then he threw the Millennium Sword. The target is Lord 3rd Kazekage. Lord 3rd Kazekage, whose will has been erased, is indifferent, but the iron sand was still moving. Kakashi's figure disappeared instantly, and when he appeared again, he already held the Millennium Sword in his hand. Slash. The Millennium Sword slashed at Lord 3rd Kazekage's head. The black iron sand surged and protected Lord 3rd Kazekage's head. Although it blocked Kakashi's powerful slash, the iron sand was also blasted away. Kakashi was already prepared as his left hand was instantly pressed on the back of Lord 3rd Kazekage. Fuin. Black runes emerged from Kakashi's left hand and wrapped Lord 3rd Kazekage's body tightly. In an instant, he couldn't move anymore. The iron sand also lost control and fell to the ground. That's one, and there is only one left. Kakashi's eyes looked at the Lord 4th Kazekage at the distance. Everything just now happened in a blink of eye, and with Lord 4th Kazekage's speed, he didn't have any time to react at all. Although Lord 4th Kazekage's consciousness has been erased, his battle instinct is still there. In just a few seconds, gold dust emerged from Kakashi's feet, and a radius of 50 meters was actually covered with gold dust. His speed of using gold dust is really exaggerated. Kakashi sighed with emotion. As expected, someone who can become a Kage won't be so simple. A wave of gold dust surged towards Kakashi. Without any slightest hesitation, the blue lighting covered Kakashi's body. Chidori Nagashi. Chidori current. The Chidori was spread up to 1 meter with Kakashi as the center, isolating all the gold dust. The fight is over. Flash steps. Blue lighting cut through the void and appeared directly behind Lord 4th Kazekage, and then black runes emerged as a hand touched Lord 4th Kazekage's body. Lord 4th Kazekage didn't even have time to turn back as he has already entangled by black runes. Inside the 4 violet flames formation, although Lord 1st Hokage's secret wood-style jutsu, Deep Forest Emergence was unable to exert its full power, the area inside the barrier was still covered with trees completely. The branches continued to move towards Lord 3rd Hokage. Lord 3rd Hokage struggled to resist the attack. Lord 2nd Hokage's water release has created a vast ocean directly in the sea of trees. Damn it, although Lord 1st and Lord 2nd did not have the strength in their prime, but this alone is already causes troubles to me. Lord 3rd Hokage muttered to himself, and the thoughts in his mind continued to emerge. It seems that his odds of success is really not high. It seems there is no way. Can I only use that trick? Kakashi, I will leave the rest to you. Lord Third Hokage snorted and seemed to be planning to use some kind of technique. Sarutobi-sensei, it seems that you are really old now. You can't resist this level of offense. It really disappoints me. Orochimaru's voice came from all directions, making it impossible to determine his position. From the start of the fight until the present, Orochimaru didn't do anything except to summon Lord First Hokage and Lord Second Hokage. He's like an audience who bought a ticket and came in to watch. Orochimaru. Hidden Leaf Village won't fall down just because of this. Someone will hold this big tree and become the new Hokage. Oh? Sarutobi-sensei, are you planning to fight with your life? I really didn't expect that you, who have been pampered for so long, can still have such a courage to fight. It is amazing. Orochimaru, you will never understand. People will always show their determination in order to protect their important things. Yeah, I will never understand it. Orochimaru said with an ambiguous tone. Lord Third Hokage couldn't hold on any longer. He inserted the adamantine staff on the ground, and both of his hands start forming hand seals. Sarutobi. Are you planning to use that technique? Inma, I have no other choice, and it is the mistake I made, so I should be the one to fix it. Sarutobi. Inma exclaimed loudly, but he could only look at the Lord Third Hokage form the last hand seal. A bad feeling arose in Orochimaru's heart. This ninjutsu, is it? Lord Third Hokage whispered, dead demon. At this moment, a hand was pressed on Lord Third Hokage's hands, which was only one step away from completing the hand seal. The owner of this hand smiled lightly. Lord Third, you shouldn't use that technique. Chapter 282 Millennium Sword vs. Sword of Kusanagi. The familiar voice, and the familiar smile. Kakashi. Lord Third Hokage was surprised. Yeah, fortunately, I arrived in time. Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Orochimaru's voice rang again, but his tone showed that he wasn't surprised seeing Kakashi here. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to really do this, Kakashi said. Haha, what I want to do will naturally be done, it's that simple. But I didn't expect that the Lord Third Kazekage and the Lord Fourth Kazekage can only hold you down for such a short time. Orochimaru said with a smile. If they have the power in their prime, it might be a little more troublesome, but they're just forbidden jutsu, summoning, impure world reincarnation. So it's not much trouble to me. That's true, they're a lot weaker than when they alive. But it doesn't matter, the result will be the same even if you're here. Oh, it seems that you are very confident. Do you still think you have a chance to leave this place? Hehe, Kakashi, do you think you can withstand both Lord First Hokage and Lord Second Hokage? If it was Lord First Hokage and Lord Second Hokage in their prime, I naturally couldn't win against them, but they only have fraction of their strength when being summoned by using forbidden jutsu, summoning, impure world reincarnation, so I still have the chance to win. Haha, then you can try it. Orochimaru's voice disappeared again. Kakashi, you can leave Lord First and Lord Second to me. I am familiar with their moves and technique. You are responsible for finding Orochimaru and defeating him. Lord Third, this. Kakashi hesitated. If it was Lord Third Hokage from 10 years ago, Kakashi would have no doubt about his strength. But now, Lord Third Hokage is already 69-year-old, and his body and strength have become a lot weaker. Haha, Kakashi, don't worry, I'm not old enough. Inma, let's go. Lord Third Hokage rushed towards Lord First Hokage and Lord Second Hokage while carrying the adamantine staff. Kakashi didn't stop him. Since Lord Third Hokage is sure about this, he can only let him go. Looking at the surrounding trees, Kakashi had to admit that Lord First Hokage's strength is really powerful. He changed the terrain in minutes, and this was not his strength in his prime. How terrifying is the so-called god of shinobi? And how strong is Madara in his prime? Kakashi is feeling a little anxious. He is still far behind from the top experts of this world. The trail of Orochimaru disappeared in this forest. After all, snakes were good at hiding. Kakashi glanced left and right, but found nothing. Sure enough, ordinary perceptions simply cannot trace Orochimaru's trail. Kakashi murmured, and then he formed a hand seal as he said, Sage Mode. Red eye shadows appeared near Kakashi's eyes. And powerful aura was released from his body. Sage Mode? I didn't expect you to have this level of talent. It looks like you can even do it perfectly by using the cursed seal. Orochimaru exclaimed. Although Orochimaru is the one who developed the cursed seal, he couldn't use Sage Mode for a simple reason, because he uses the secret technique of living corpse reincarnation (JTS), His spiritual force became weaker and wasn't able to hold the burden of using Sage Mode. Sage Mode requires a balance of spiritual force, physical energy, and natural energy. With the current amount of Orochimaru's spiritual force, how could it be possible for him to balance these three? There are no free lunches in this world. Orochimaru has acquired eternal life, but correspondingly, he loses something else. Where is he? After using Sage Mode, Orochimaru's gloomy and cold breath simply couldn't escape Kakashi's perception. Millennium Slash. Mixed with the power of the lighting, Kakashi moved towards Orochimaru and slashed at him. Orochimaru didn't panic. His body avoided Kakashi's attack at an almost impossible angle, and he quickly leaped away to get out of Kakashi's attack range. What a terrifying speed, even Tsukumo wasn't that fast when he's alive. Kakashi, it seems that you have surpassed Tsukumo, Orochimaru said emotionally. At this moment, Orochimaru looks at Kakashi, as if he saw Tsukumo back then. The difference is the scarlet eye and the sword scar in his left eye. Kakashi didn't answer. Strictly speaking, this is the second time he fights against Orochimaru. The first time was when Orochimaru defected. He had just crossed through this world back then and didn't have any strength to fight Orochimaru back. The last time when Orochimaru planted the cursed seal on Kakashi's body in Hidden Mist Village was not a fight. After all, Kakashi was already exhausted at that time. This time, the two men fight again in an equal standing. Orochimaru spit out his sword of Kusanagi from his mouth and held it with his hand. Facing one of the legendary three great artifacts, Kakashi's expression was slightly solemn. Sword of Kusanagi is known as the extremely sharp artifact. Even Inma, who is as hard as adamantine when he transformed into his adamantine staff form, can barely resist it. Kakashi didn't know whether his Millennium Sword could withstand the terrifying artifact. It's just that the slightly trembling sword made Kakashi feel that Millennium Sword is excited. Come, let me see how strong you are now. You will know soon. Lighting covered the Millennium Sword again, and Kakashi swung his sword. Ding! The collision between the Millennium Sword and the Sword of Kusanagi officially began. Long Sword of the Sky, Orochimaru said in a low voice, and the Sword of Kusanagi in his hand flew in the air like a whirlwind, moving towards Kakashi. The sharp blade looks cold and dreadful. Kakashi is not willing to show weakness. The lighting on the Millennium Sword became denser, and then it collides with the Flying Sword. The Flying Sword of Kusanagi was blocked by the Millennium Sword one after another. In just a few seconds, more than 100 collisions occurred. Kakashi jumped back to get some distance. Look at the Millennium Sword's blade. Kakashi frowned slightly. The blade was already chipped after colliding with the Sword of Kusanagi. It shows the power of this legendary artifact. Even if Millennium Sword is very hard, it still can't resist it. Haha, Kakashi, it seems that your sword can't be compared with my Sword of Kusanagi. Orochimaru taunted. Yeah, as expected of the Sword of Kusanagi, it is indeed very powerful. With such power, I am afraid that there are only a few things in this world that can block its blade. Kakashi didn't deny it. After all, he has never seen a sword that is sharper than the Sword of Kusanagi. It seems that your sword is going to be retiring here today. That's not necessarily true. Kakashi's eyes flashed and his steps changed. Orochimaru's pupils shrank, because Kakashi had already appeared in front of him. It still can cut your body. Just as Kakashi's voice got into Orochimaru's ears, Millennium Sword had already penetrated Orochimaru's body. It's a pity that there is no scene of blood splattering as Orochimaru turned into mud. Earth clone. He's fast. Kakashi exclaimed. In an instant, Orochimaru used Earth clone to get away, showing his rich experience in battle. It's really hard to relax for a moment. Your speed is really terrifying. Orochimaru's figure emerged from the nearby tree trunk as he released a sigh of relief. Chapter 283 Broken Arm. Kakashi looks at Orochimaru, who had just re-emerged, and the corner of the mouth is slightly upturned. At this time, Orochimaru is in his prime. Both of his hands are still okay, and he can use all kinds of ninjutsu easily. His skill in ninjutsu is as strong as Lord Third Hokage, maybe even stronger. He is not comparable to the Orochimaru that was defeated by Sasuke in the later period. The battle between the two at this time also proved this point as well. Although Kakashi didn't exert his full strength, he could feel the threat from Orochimaru at this moment, which is stronger than both Lord Third Kazekage and Lord Fourth Kazekage that he had just defeated. Itachi was able to defeat the Orochimaru in an instant, but it is because of the absolute advantage of his Mangekyo Sharingan's ability. If it wasn't for his Mangekyo Sharingan's Genjutsu, then Orochimaru wouldn't be trapped inside Genjutsu easily, and even if it was Itachi, he could not beat Orochimaru in an instant. After all, Orochimaru has a lot of way to escape easily. Kakashi, can you show me your full power? With such a perfect Sage Mode, I would be disappointed if your combat power is only this much. Orochimaru spit out his long tongue, and gently licks his lips. Oh? It seems you know about it. Kakashi said with a smile. If Sage Mode can only increase your strength by this much, it would be a waste of my many years of research on it. Come on, Kakashi, show me the perfect Sage Mode of Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu that even Jiraiya does not fully mastered looks like. As Orochimaru said that, a trace of enthusiasm flashed in his eyes. Orochimaru, who wasn't able to use Sage Mode, is interested in Senjutsu as much as he is interested in Sharingan. Kakashi didn't answer when he heard this, but instead glanced at Lord 3rd Hokage not far away. Being attacked by both Lord 1st Hokage and Lord 2nd Hokage, Lord 3rd Naruto seems to have reached his limit even with the help of Inma. Time is running out. If that's the case, then I'll show you. After Kakashi finished speaking, lighting appeared in right hand again, but its intensity was more powerful than before. Orochimaru's expression at this moment finally became solemn. With his experience, he was able to see how terrifying the lighting attribute chakra that was condensed in the Millennium Sword. Even the Lord 4th Raikage's lighting release is not as powerful as this. Then, let's continue, Orochimaru. The Millennium Sword pointed to Orochimaru's face directly, and Kakashi's figure disappeared instantly. Orochimaru's pupil shrank. So fast. He is even faster than just now. As the Millennium Sword was about to cut Orochimaru's neck, Orochimaru shrank his neck back at an incredible angle, avoiding the fatal blow. But some of his black hair was being cut off by Kakashi. What a disgusting taijutsu. Kakashi frowned. Orochimaru's movement is very practical, but in Kakashi's view, it would disgust people when it is being used. Kakashi still couldn't understand how Orochimaru's brain worked for him to not feel ashamed after using it. It's really dangerous. Orochimaru said with emotion after getting out of the way. Orochimaru, the fight is almost over, your plan has failed. Kakashi's eyes focused. The lighting in the Millennium Sword became even stronger, as if there were thousands of lightning entangled on it, and there was sound of a dragon's roar came out of it. Orochimaru was horrified. He had seen this technique before. He saw it was when he fought against Kakashi that last time. Hatake Clan secret sword technique. Thunder Dance. Kakashi yelled, and then the Millennium Sword seemed to have turned into a thunder dragon. The terrifying sound of the dragon roar resounded through the entire four violet flames formation. Lord 3rd Hokage, which is fighting against Lord 1st Hokage and Lord 2nd Hokage, is also shocked by the earth-shattering sound. What a powerful moves. It seems to be a bit similar to Sakamo's sword technique. Lord 3rd Hokage muttered. He's really an outstanding young man, Saratobi. It seems that Hidden Lee Village will become even stronger now. Inma said emotionally. Hearing this, Lord 3rd Hokage laughed and said, yeah, he is really good. The same move, the same person, but the horror of the thunder dance technique performed by Kakashi at this time is far stronger than before. The results of the 12 years training seem to be condensed in this technique at this moment. Back then, the thunder dance technique that Kakashi used with all of his strength couldn't hurt the Orochimaru at all. So, what about now? Orochimaru's complexion changed, the terrifying power made him feel terrified. Orochimaru quickly bit his thumb, formed hand seals with his hands and immediately slammed his palm into the ground, summoning Triple Rashomon, 3 metal gates that looks like it came from hell appear in front of Kakashi once again. Back then, it was these gates were the one that blocked Kakashi's thunder dance. Now that he saw these gates again, Kakashi is naturally feeling a little emotional. But in addition to feeling, there is even more a kind of eagerness to try. So what if it is Triple Rashomon? Today, I, Kakashi Hatake, will crush it with my sword. The lighting on the Millennium Sword has long been ready to go, and Kakashi no longer hesitates. With both of his legs moving, Kakashi's figure resembled an arrow that was shot from the string, shooting towards the Rashomon. The lighting on the Millennium Sword instantly condensed into the Thunder Dragon. Roar! 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 The dragon is born. The ferocious dragon's head appeared on the tip of the Millennium Sword, and then expanded, covering Kakashi's entire body. In a blink of an eye, the Thunder Dragon had already collided with the first Rashomon. Boom! But in an instant, that Rashomon turned into ashes. The first gate was unable to withstand the attack even for a moment. The Thunder Dragon has not lost its momentum, and once again rushed towards the second Rashomon. Boom! Another loud noise rang, and then the second gate disappeared without a trace. The second gate that was able to block the Thunder Dragon was also destroyed. Kakashi let out a low roar. Millennium Sword's momentum in his hand became even more gallant. Ding! The tip of the Millennium Sword touched the last third gate without any accident. Boom! The third gate is also destroyed. In an instant, The triple Rashomon gates, which have powerful defensive power, were crushed one by one. Seeing this, Orochimaru is horrified. At this moment, Kakashi was already bullying him. Orochimaru, this time, your triple Rashomon doesn't seem to be able to stop my sword. Kakashi said with a gentle smile. But Orochimaru, who saw this smile, felt the threat of death. The Millennium Sword turns into a rainbow, and moves towards Orochimaru to cut him mercilessly. Its speed is as fast as a lightning bolt from the sky. I can't dodge it. This is the thought in Orochimaru's mind after seeing the attack. But Orochimaru is still Orochimaru. Even at this moment, he didn't lose his calm. Since I can't dodge it, then I can only try to block it with my body. Stretching his hands to his chest, he abruptly resisted the extremely sharp Millennium Sword. Tear off. Blood splattered on the sky. The two broken arms fly in midair and landed on the ground. After rolling for a while, they finally stopped. Blood spilled all over the ground. Oshimaru's figure quickly backed away, pulling away from Kakashi. Oshimaru was panting heavily as he half-kneeled on the ground. He then stared at Kakashi with sullen expression. After losing two arms, even Orochimaru was seriously injured. What a powerful sage mode. What a powerful sword technique. You're good, Kakashi Hatake. The hoarse voice came out of Orochimaru's mouth. It was filled with terrifying chill. Chapter 284. The Founders. Under Kakashi's terrifying attack, the triple Rashomon was like paper, but it was able to block Kakashi's attack for a while before being destroyed. Kakashi sighed a little after he saw that Orochimaru, who has lost both of his arms. There was a time when he was still trembling when facing against Orochimaru, but now, before he used his full strength, he already cut both of Orochimaru's arms. Orochimaru also didn't expect that the teenager he had only seen as a little brat back then would have grown to a point where he surpassed him. The arms on the ground and the blood splattered all over the ground are the proof. While Orochimaru was angry, at the same time he also had to admire Kakashi's growth. It was only 12 years, but Kakashi has already grown this strong. This kind of talent is indeed intimidating. Orochimaru, what can you do now after losing both of your arms? Hehe, Kakashi, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that your growth in these years has reached such a level. But you are still not good enough if you want to keep me here. Kakashi didn't say anything. After all, Orochimaru is almost as unkillable. Even if he slaughtered the Orochimaru in front of him, he must have arranged a backup somewhere, so that his subordinates can resurrect him using the cursed seal. Such a difficult opponent can be called as unkillable. Therefore, Kakashi didn't intend to kill Orochimaru from the beginning, because it couldn't be done at all. However, Lord Third Hokage is nearby, so he must still put some effort to stop Orochimaru from killing Lord Third Hokage. Orochimaru, stop talking nonsense, come on, it's time to end this farce. Kakashi once again pointed at Orochimaru with the Millennium Sword. Orochimaru smiled coldly, haha, yeah, it's time to end this. Kakashi frowned when he saw this, but did not hesitate to slash at Orochimaru. Just as the Millennium Sword was about to cut Orochimaru, a figure appeared in front of Kakashi, and Kakashi's sword was caught by the palm of this figure. Kakashi was taken aback and looked up. Gray hair, blue armor, it is the Lord Second Hokage. He actually rushed over from Lord Third Hokage's location. Water style, water severing wave, the powerful current formed a straight line, lizzing from the mouth of the Lord Second Hokage. Kakashi was shocked, this kind of cutting power, it is almost as strong as the Millennium Sword. The lighting on the Millennium Sword burst again, directly smashing the Lord Second Hokage's palm into pieces, and then using a flash steps, Kakashi pulled away from the attack range of Lord Second Hokage's ninjutsu. Lord Second Hokage's palm slowly recovered to its original state at this moment. It's really troublesome, even if it's not the Lord Second Hokage in his prime, he's still very strong. Kakashi is feeling a little bit lucky. Fortunately, this Lord First Hokage and Lord Second Hokage didn't have the strength of their prime, and they can't even use Sage Mode and Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Otherwise, Lord Third Hokage would have died long ago, and he can only escape with his life. Soon, Lord First Hokage also stood in front of Orochimaru. Kakashi looked back, and sure enough, he saw Lord Third Hokage came with his adamantine staff. Kakashi, sorry, Lord First and Lord Second rushed here without looking at me, so I can't stop them. It's okay, my side is almost over, Kakashi said. Lord Third Hokage was taken aback and looked at Orochimaru, only to see that he lost both of his arms and blood was flowing. Lord Third Hokage felt a little melancholy when he saw this. In the end, it was their favorite disciple. After all, Orochimaru was his favorite disciple, and seeing his condition now, he was feeling a little emotional. Orochimaru, you have no chance. Don't use Lord First and Lord Second to do dying struggles. Lord Third Hokage shouted angrily. Haha, Sarutobi-sensei, you can't keep me here. Although Orochimaru was injured, the self-confidence in his words did not change at all. Lord Third Hokage slightly frowned. He is very familiar with his disciple. If he hadn't prepared well, he wouldn't act. It's just that he's still confident even after all this. Did he have a trump card? Kakashi does know that Orochimaru is going to run, and he must have some way to do it. It seems this game can only end here, then let's end it. Orochimaru whispered, and then immediately gave instructions to the Sound Four who are holding the Four Violet Flames formation. Soon, the Sound Four released the Four Violet Flames formation and came to Orochimaru's side. The four people were surprised when they saw Orochimaru was injured. Lord Orochimaru. Kadomaru shouted. Let's go. Yes. Lord Orochimaru. Jirobo answered, and then carry Orochimaru on his back. Want to go? Humphrey. Lord Third Hokage was furious when he saw this and he was about to rush towards Orochimaru with the adamantine staff. It is a pity that Lord First Hokage immediately rushed toward Lord Third and blocks his attack. At the same time, Lord Second Hokage also stopped Kakashi. The two of them could only watch the Sound Four take Orochimaru away. An Anbu stepped forward to stop them, but he was directly blocked by Kadomaru's secret technique, Spider Bind. Lord Third was unable to do anything, so he can only give up to pursue Orochimaru. In fact, deep down, Lord Third Hokage may not be really willing to hold Orochimaru here. Lord Third Hokage is a person who always thinking of his old feelings. Although Orochimaru left, Lord First Hokage and Lord Second Hokage's forbidden jutsu, summoning, impure world reincarnation, are still there. Kakashi, do you have a way to deal with Lord First and Lord Second's forbidden jutsu, summoning, impure world reincarnation? Asked Lord Third Hokage. Kakashi whispered, the only way to remove forbidden jutsu, summoning, impure world reincarnation, is for the user to cancel the technique, otherwise, we can only use Fuinjutsu to temporarily seal them. Fuinjutsu? Lord Third Hokage muttered. Yes, leave it to me. I am already very proficient in the Fuinjutsu left by Minato-sensei. I have just sealed the Lord Third Kazekage and Lord Fourth Kazekage before this, so there should be no problem. Then please. In a battle like this, Lord Third Hokage's stamina has already consumed by a lot. Even if he knew Fuinjutsu, he didn't have enough strength to seal the two Hokage. If this could be done, only Kakashi do it. The battle lines are constantly closing, and Hidden Leaf Village's counterattack has also reached the final step. Almost all of the invaders inside Hidden Leaf Village were captured or killed, and the battle between Naruto and Gaara has also come to an end. Because Sasuke has used a lot of his chakra, he was exhausted in the end. In order to protect his companions, Naruto successfully summoned Gamabunta to fight against the fully formed One Tail. When he saw Naruto and Gamabunta turned into the Kurama, One Tail was a little stunned, and Naruto seized the opportunity to wake up Gaara, who was on One Tail's head, with a headbutt. The battle came to an end. Two exhausted figures fell at the same time. Naruto used his Talk no Jutsu and successfully saved Gaara from the darkness. On the other side, Kakashi took a deep breath and faced off against the prestigious Lord First Hokage and Lord Second Hokage. One is the god of shinobi who calms the world during the troubled times, and the other is the Lord Second Hokage, which has invented a lot of ninjutsu. Even if the two Hokage didn't have the strength in their prime, it was enough to make Kakashi get serious. Wood style, Great Spear Tree, Lord First Hokage formed some hand seals, and thick roots appeared on the ground, and rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, and he did not hesitate to wave down the Millennium Sword. Ding! With a crisp sound, the roots were cut into two halves. At this moment, Lord Second Hokage also formed some hand seals, water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Two water dragons appeared out of thin air and rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi turned around and avoided them, but the two water dragons followed after Kakashi. Kakashi has no choice but to cut them with his sword. As time passed slowly, the movements of the two Hokage gradually slowed down, and Orochimaru grew farther and farther, so the control over the two Hokage became weaker. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he secretly thought, the opportunity is here. The Millennium Sword was thrown at the two Hokage, and it was undoubtedly dodged by them. Kakashi's figure disappeared instantly and appeared behind the two Hokage. Kakashi had already been marked the Millennium Sword with Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, formula. Kakashi put his hands on the back of the two Hokage, and said softly, Fuin. Black runes suddenly appeared from Kakashi's hands, and then hold the two Hokage. The two Hokage then stopped moving. Their body also turned into pieces of paper and slowly dispersed. Kakashi was stunned. Damn, I have worked hard, and almost successfully sealed them. But Orochimaru actually released the forbidden jutsu, summoning, impure world reincarnation? The two Hokage recovered their consciousness at this moment and looked at Kakashi. Are you Hidden Leaf Village's younger generation? You're really a good shinobi. Lord Second Hokage commented. Lord First Hokage looked at Kakashi in shock and said, "It's you." Before Lord First Hokage could continue, their souls withdrew, leaving behind two different people's corpses. Chapter 285 Aftermath. Lord First Hokage's unclear words fell into Kakashi's ear, making him slightly surprised, but soon, he suppressed it. Now is not the time to think about these issues. In the distance, seeing Lord First Hokage and Lord Second Hokage's disappearance, Lord Third Hokage came over and said, "Kakashi, have you sealed Lord First and Lord Second?" Kakashi shook his head and said, "No, just when I want to seal them, Orochimaru released the forbidden jutsu, summoning, impure world reincarnation." So it's like that. Lord Third said thoughtfully. Lord Third, since Orochimaru has retreated, then this war can be regarded as coming to an end. Next, let's clean up the remaining battlefield. Well, it should be the case, but since Lord Fourth Kazekage has died, Hidden Sand Village can also be said to be the victim in this war. The captives should not be killed. We can negotiate with Hidden Sand Village about them. After all, it is not suitable to make enemies now. I understand. Wars are always cruel. Even if Kakashi and Lord Third Hokage were already prepared, casualties are still inevitable. In this world where the strong eat the weak, people have long been used to death. Of course, the new generation of shinobi had never experienced this kind of despair before. Getting used to death does not mean that people can be indifferent to it. People would still felt some heartache about the death. It's just that the village is not an individual. Sacrifices are inevitable. Only when Hidden Leaf Village has experienced this kind of ordeal can they grow stronger. Kakashi's sage mode has not disappeared yet, so his perception is spread throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. There are many dead shinobi, but most of them are from Hidden Sound Village and Hidden Sand Village. Hidden Leaf Village's loss could be said to have been reduced to the extreme because of Kakashi and Lord Third Hokage's preparations. The war is over, and the rest of Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi are cleaning the battlefield. In the distance, Sasuke and Sakura are on their way back to the village with the physically exhausted Naruto. Shikamaru followed Asuma back to the village. Shino, who rushed to support Naruto, also removed Konkuro's poison with Shibuya Barame's help. Karen and Jugo also ended their battle somewhere. Yujou, Hayate, and Tenzo are dealing with the captives, and Jiraiya is rushing towards here. Kakashi smiled. Everyone is fine, that's great. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the sun shone on the earth again. The audience who had fallen asleep in Chunin exams arena also woke up at this time, looking at everything in front of them puzzledly. But when they saw the corpses all over the ground, no matter how stupid they were, they knew what had happened here before. Baki was taken down by Genma and Raito and was brought to meet Lord Third Hokage. At this time, Baki didn't show any emotions, but he was feeling a little bit of indignation in his hearts. Just now, he also saw the appearance of Lord Fourth Kazekage, who didn't look like a living person. So, Baki understood a little about what happened. After all, he is not stupid, he also has his own guesses, but it is precisely because of this that Baki was scared. If Hidden Leaf Village is holding on to this matter, then Hidden Sand Village will be in danger. Without Lord Fourth Kazekage, it is simply a fantasy for Hidden Sand Village to resist Hidden Leaf Village. Even asking other shinobi villages for help may not be useful. After all, Hidden Sand Village's resources are too few. At this time, Lord Third Hokage has already worn his Hokage robe again, looking at Baki in front of him, thinking about how to deal with this matter. Kakashi has left. After all, he is Anbu commander, so he still needs to command the Anbu outside. Standing on the top of a building and looking at Hidden Leaf Village after the war, Kakashi was feeling slightly emotional. The village was destroyed like this even with preparations. War is really not a good thing. At this time, Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto finally arrived at the gate of Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi then greeted them. "How is it? Are you okay?" Seeing the sudden appearance of Kakashi, the three Genin were stunned, but they quickly reacted. "Kakashi-sensei!" The three Genin shouted in unison. "Naruto, this is..." "Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto is only exhausted. I have already treated him with medical ninjutsu. He only needs to take a few days to rest," Sakura said. "That's good. So, what did you all get this time?" Kakashi said with a smile. Sasuke was a little bit sad, clenched his fists and said, "I am still too weak to do anything." Sasuke, the improvement of strength is not achieved overnight. You have already done a good job. As your teacher, I assure that. Kakashi said. Hearing this, Sasuke felt relieved and said, "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi patted Sasuke's head. It's good that Sasuke, who hasn't fallen into darkness, still could understand. Naruto's expression was a bit sentimental, and said, "Kakashi-sensei, why are there so many lonely people in this world?" Obviously, the battle with Gaara made Naruto feel a lot of things. Naruto, people are always lonely, only because of companions they become no longer lonely, and what we are guarding now is this kind of bonds that makes us no longer lonely. You have already felt it, haven't you? What a powerful force can burst out because of the feeling of protecting something. Naruto was a little stunned when he heard Kakashi's words, then lowered his head and showed a smile. "Ah, yeah, Kakashi-sensei, you are my most important bond." Kakashi was taken aback when he heard this, and then said with a smile, "Ah, I am honored." After everyone was finished, it was already late at night. Except for the necessary guards, most people have returned to their homes. Today is a long day, and all those involved in this battle are either tired and sleepy, or full of emotions at this time. Kakashi sat on the bed, and his hand is holding the Millennium Sword. Right now, the Millennium Sword was full of chips. Even if Kakashi injected his chakra into the Millennium Sword, it still couldn't resist the collisions with Orochimaru's sword of Kusanagi. Seeing that the sword that had followed him for many years became like this, Kakashi is feeling very emotional. It seems that I need to find some time to go to the land of craftsmen to fix the Millennium Sword. Although the materials used to create the Millennium Sword are precious, they are far worse than the materials of the sword of Kusanagi, and they are not even comparable to the swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. At Sasuke's house, Sasuke was lying on the bed tossing around and unable to fall asleep. Sasuke was shocked by Naruto's performance today. "Naruto, are you that strong already? I will definitely surpass you." The clenched fist represented Sasuke's unwillingness. Thousands of miles away from Hidden Leaf Village, the masked Obito is standing silently on top of a cliff. At this time, a creature with a head like Venus flytrap emerged from the ground. "Obito, I have some interesting news, do you want to listen to it?" Black Zetsu said. Without looking back, Obito said, "What is it? Is it related to Hidden Leaf Village?" "Ah, I didn't expect that you would already know about it, Obito." White Zetsu was surprised. Obito didn't answer, and remembered the gold dust wave that appeared in Kamui space today. Seeing that Obito didn't say anything, Black Zetsu continued, "Orochimaru worked together with Hidden Sand Village and attacked Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru was defeated, and Kakashi was able to cut both of his arms." "Oh? It's really interesting. I didn't expect that Orochimaru would lose like that." Obito sneered. "Obito, your teammate is not ordinary," Black Zetsu said. "Humphrey, just leave him alone." "Obito, Itachi has applied for the mission of investigating information in Hidden Leaf Village," Black Zetsu said. "Let him go." After Obito finished speaking, there was a spatial fluctuation around his body, and then he disappeared. "Ah, why did Obito suddenly leave?" White Zetsu wondered. Black Zetsu was silent when he saw this. It is unknown what he was thinking in his heart. Chapter 286 Lord 5th Hokage? Early the next morning, the Hidden Leaf Village was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Death is an inevitable thing in a war. And if there is death, there will naturally be a funeral. Kakashi was wearing a black suit, holding a white flower in his hand, and walked towards the place where the memorial stone was located. Today, all those who died during the war will have their funerals here. At this time, many people are walking towards the place where the memorial stone is. Kakashi was feeling a little emotional. At the beginning of this new life, the first thing he did was attend the funeral. In the Kurama's attack, the number of dead and wounded was 10 times as many as this time. The victims also included the Lord 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze and his wife, Uzumaki Kushina. Compared with that time, this funeral is obviously smaller. But this does not hinder the sentimental atmosphere brought by this funeral. "Yo, Kakashi." The familiar green-clothed figure appeared in front of Kakashi. "Ah, Guy, shall we go together?" "Of course, we are eternal rival." Guy stretched out his thumb, and revealed his white reflective teeth. Kakashi smiled slightly, and followed Kai to the memorial stone. "This world is so strange. After 13 years, it seems that I have returned to the way when I first came to this world. Everything happened as if it was only yesterday, but it was obviously has been so long. The teenager at that time has now grown into a powerful presence. Whether it is Guy or Kakashi. Back then, the two argued over the issue of sacrifice, but at this time, neither of them spoke. After experiencing so many things in this world, they have already seen this kind of death very thoroughly. Growing up is the process of gradually converging emotions. This road to the memorial stone is not long, and it is even more familiar to Kakashi. The two walked slowly, and after a while, they arrived. Tombstones are everywhere, the place is full of crowds wearing black clothes, and there are also gorgeous white flowers everywhere. There was a drizzle in the sky as if the sky was also feeling sad about this funeral. Kakashi placed the white flowers in the middle, then retreated, standing silently in the crowd. At this time, he was only a villager who was here to send the death, nothing more. Soon after, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura also came here. Naruto put away his usual carefreeness, and his expression became a little heavy, which looked a little distressing. This may be the first time Naruto has understood the true meaning of companionship. There are not too many words, and there is only a long silence. The funeral was hosted by Lord Third Hokage. His didn't say a lot of things, but simply said a few words. Lord Third Hokage, who regarded all Hidden Leaf villagers as his own family, is feeling uncomfortable at this time. Naruto asked Iruka about his doubts. Iruka-sensei, people. Why can people give up their lives for others? Iruka, who heard these words, was stunned. He suddenly remembered that 9 years ago, he had also asked Kakashi the same question in front of the memorial stone. Iruka looked at Kakashi, and Kakashi nodded, but did not speak. Iruka patted Naruto's head and said softly, Naruto, do you know? When I was your age, I also asked Kakashi-senpai the same question. Huh? Really? What did Kakashi-sensei say? Naruto asked with a puzzled look. Iruka smiled and said, after a person dies, everything will disappear. His past, present life, and future will all disappear together. Many people will die in war or in mission, and it is very easy for people to die. Some of these dead people also have dreams. Everyone has their own most treasured things. Parents, brothers, friends, lovers, and partners in the village that is very important to them. They trust and help each other, and from the moment they are born, they have a bond with the people they think are important for them, and this bond will grow stronger and stronger over time. It doesn't require any reason, but people who have these kinds of bonds will do this because it is the thing they cherish the most. In this world, there are things far more terrifying than death, so people choose to protect their important people. So, Naruto, we are never afraid of death. What we are afraid of is being powerless and unable to protect the beliefs in our hearts. Naruto thought about it seriously and looked at Kakashi not far away. The funeral is over, but life continues. Hokage Tower, Jonin meeting. Lord Third Hokage is sitting at the front, and his old face looked very kind. The three elder councils sat next to Lord Third Hokage. This time, Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Sound Village worked together to attack Hidden Leaf Village. The situation has been investigated. Orochimaru killed Lord Fourth Kazekage and deceived Hidden Sand Village. Although Hidden Sand Village's behavior can be forgiven, compensation is still indispensable. We will discuss it with Hidden Sand Village's envoys later. Hearing this, all of the Jonin nodded, showing their agreement. All of Hidden Leaf Village's elites are present, and they are familiar with such things. Lord Third Hokage once again talked about some of the things the village had to deal with after the war, and that they need to deal with these things in an orderly manner. After all, he is someone who has been working as Hokage for decades, so no one in Hidden Leaf Village is more familiar with these things than him. After an hour, all of these things are all discussed. Just when everyone thought that the meeting was about to end, Lord Third Hokage suddenly said, the incident of Orochimaru attacking Hidden Leaf Village this time made me feel guilty. Back then, I'm the one who released Orochimaru, which led to these incidents. So, I plan to take the blame and resign. Everyone was startled, and then Shikaku said, Lord Third, this matter needs to be considered. Replacing Hokage is a very troublesome thing, and it is likely to affect Hidden Leaf Village who had just settled down after this war. Shikaku, I have considered this matter well. Right now, Hidden Leaf Village needs a new leader. I am getting older and somewhat powerless, so no matter which aspect it is, we need new Hokage to lead Hidden Leaf Village. This old bone of mine should have rested as early as 13 years ago. Over the years, I have also been tired. This. Shikaku was silent for a moment, knowing that what Lord Third Hokage said was very reasonable. Well, the next step is to determine the candidate for the new Hokage. Today, I want everyone to recommend me the new Hokage candidate, and then I will report it to the daimyo and make the final decision. When Lord Third Hokage made this statement, all the shinobi looked at each other, as if thinking about who should be the new Hokage. Hiashi Hyuga and Uchiha Fugaku are very calm at this time, because they know that they are not qualified to become the new Hokage. Whether it is the Hyuga clan or the Uchiha clan, they are Hidden Leaf Village's important forces, and if the clan leader of these two clans became the Hokage, it will inevitable that they will favor their own clan members over the other villagers. And to become the Hokage, in addition to ability, they also need impartiality. Although the Hokage can be partial, they must not put the interests of the clan over the village. Kakashi suddenly felt that many eyes are looking at him, especially Lord Third Hokage's eyes, which are full of expectations. Kakashi smiled bitterly. Why did all of them look at me like that? The noisy meeting room then fell silent after a while, and then Shikaku stood up again and said, Lord Third, I recommend Kakashi Hatake as the Lord Fifth Hokage. The reasons are as follows. First, Kakashi Hatake is the Lord Fourth's disciple, and also the son of White Fang Sama. Second, Kakashi Hatake defeated Lord Fourth Raikage and prevented Hidden Cloud's village's invasion in time. Third, Kakashi Hatake is Anbu commander and possesses the ability to command the people. Fourth, when Orochimaru attacked Hidden Leaf village this time, Kakashi's performance is obvious to all. Combining these 4 points, Kakashi Hatake is absolutely qualified to serve as the Lord Fifth Hokage. Please consider my opinion, Lord Third. Hearing this, Lord Third Hokage nodded with a smile and said, Shikaku's words are very reasonable, then please vote. All of Jonin looked at each other for a few times, and then raised their hands one by one. Hiashi Hyuga glanced at Kakashi unkindly and also raised his hand. Back then, Kakashi resolved the crisis of the Hyuga clan. Because of that, Hiashi Hyuga has always been grateful to Kakashi, and the relationship between the two is pretty good. So, if Kakashi becomes Hokage, it will only bring benefit to the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Fugaku also raised his hand. Because of everything Kakashi did for the Uchiha clan, Fugaku is very grateful of Kakashi. Fugaku also believes that Kakashi becoming the Hokage is definitely the best choice for the Uchiha clan. Almost all of the people present raised their hands, making Kakashi slightly surprised that he had accumulated so many supporters without him knowing. Lord Third Hokage smiled upon seeing this, then he asked Kakashi, Kakashi Hatake, would you like to become the Lord Fifth Hokage? Chapter 287 Reason Kakashi released a sigh and stood up. Lord Third, I'm sorry, but I can't accept this position for the time being. Everyone was shocked when these words came out. No one expected that Kakashi would refuse Hokage's position. It should be known that at least half of the people present are eyeing this position, but they are not strong enough so they can only give up. Right now, this opportunity is right in front of Kakashi, but Kakashi actually refuses. The people present can't really understand. Hearing this, Lord Third Hokage also frowned. He looks at Kakashi, waiting for Kakashi's reason. Hearing Kakashi's rejection, Utain Koharu who was on the side can't help but feeling a little angry and said, Kakashi, Hokage's position is a glorious position. You should do it if you have the ability, not shirk from it. Hamura Midokado also said, yes, Kakashi, your teacher and your father have made a huge contribution to Hidden Leaf Village, and you have already seen their contribution to Hidden Leaf Village over the years. Why did you refuse this position? Denzo who was on the side is silent, and he didn't seem to want to say anything. Kakashi said, it's not like I don't want to contribute to Hidden Leaf Village, but I am not the best person to be the Lord Fifth Hokage. Lord Third Hokage sighed and said, Kakashi, give us your reasons. Yes, Lord Third. I assume this war has showed everyone Hidden Leaf Village's shortcomings. Since Lady Tsunade left Hidden Leaf Village, the village's medical system has been progressing slowly and even stagnating. Especially in the recent years. Peace has greatly reduced the number of medical shinobi. There were many people injured in this war, but a large part of them did not receive timely treatment. Everyone nodded when they heard Kakashi's words. They know that indeed many Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi could not get effective treatment after being injured. Kakashi then continued, the current director of Hidden Leaf Village Hospital is Nohara Shinosuke. Although his medical ninjutsu is superb, he is still not as good as Lady Tsunade. Lord Third Hokage nodded and said, Kakashi, do you mean to let Tsunade come back and serve as the Lord Fifth Hokage? Yes, we need a person with superb medical ninjutsu to rebuild Hidden Leaf Village. Then we just need to get Tsunade to come back. It is not necessary to make Tsunade the Lord Fifth Hokage, said Utain Koharu. Koharu is right, Kakashi. What you said is just the reason we need to call Tsunade back. It's not the reason for your refusal. Lord Third Hokage said. Kakashi smiled and said, Lord Third, you should know about Lady Tsunade's temper. Are you going to tell her to come back just to work at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital? That. Lord Third Hokage was stunned for a while. Kakashi is right. With Tsunade's temper, she might not even be willing to come back to become Hokage. So it is obviously unrealistic to make her come back to become the director of Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. Lord Third, I am still young, and there are still many things I need to learn, so Lady Tsunade is the most suitable candidate at this time. Whether it was her status or her strength, It is all enough for her to become the Lord 5th Hokage. After Kakashi finished speaking, the Jonin present could not help but nod. Lord 3rd Hokage sighed. He knew that what Kakashi has just said is just his excuses, but he have to say that Kakashi's words are indeed very reasonable. Okay, the matter of the Lord 5th Hokage will be put aside for the time being. I will call Tsunade back, and then we will discuss it again after she's back. Lord 3rd Hokage finished the meeting and set aside the matter for the time being. On the Hokage Tower roof, Lord 3rd Hokage wearing his Hokage robe is looking at Hidden Leaf Village that just experiencing the war. Kakashi is standing Lord 3rd Hokage at this moment. Kakashi, tell me your reason. You should know that I have always trained you as Hokage. The tone in Lord 3rd Hokage's voice is very flat, but Kakashi knows that Lord 3rd Hokage is still angry. After all, Kakashi just rejected Lord 3rd Hokage's arrangement in front of everyone. It can be said that it was an act of disrespect. Even if Lord 3rd Hokage has a good temper, he is still feeling a little angry right now. Thank you for your care, Lord 3rd, but I can't take the Hokage's position right now. As for the reason, it is what I just said at the meeting. Lord 3rd Hokage turned around and his eyes stared at Kakashi closely. Those reasons are not enough. I believe that with your ability, you can solve all the problems you just said if you are the Hokage. Kakashi smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that Lord 3rd Hokage is really confident in him. After thinking for a moment, Kakashi then said, Lord 3rd, Akatsuki organization where Itachi is now gradually showing their powers. In the near future, they may do something big. I have a feeling that these people will inevitably set off the waves in the shinobi world. So I will need to continue investigate these people. At that time, it is inevitable for me to leave Hidden Leaf Village to investigate. But if I became the Hokage, it is impossible for me to leave the village. This is my concern. Lord 3rd Hokage frowned. Is that Akatsuki organization that powerful? Lord 3rd, these people shouldn't be underestimated. Lord Jiraiya is also investigating them. Jiraiya. Lord 3rd Hokage was stunned. Yes, it's me, the legendary sage, Lord Jiraiya. With a heroic laugh, Jiraiya fell from the sky and landed in front of the two. Jiraiya, you are obviously in Hidden Leaf Village right now, so why did you not come to the Jonin meeting? Lord 3rd Hokage said. Ha, old man, I am too lazy to participate in such a troublesome thing. Kakashi is right, this Akatsuki organization does hide a very terrifying strength. Right now, I still have not yet figured out their details. Hearing this, Lord 3rd Hokage's expression became a little bit dignified. Lord 3rd Hokage knew Jiraiya very well. If even Jiraiya can't figure them out clearly, this organization is indeed very unusual. After a long silence, Lord 3rd Hokage said, Okay, I understand. Kakashi, I will give you a few more years. For now, I will call Tsunade back to become the Lord 5th Hokage. Thank you Lord 3rd, Kakashi said. Oh? You want Tsunade to come back to become the Lord 5th Hokage? It's really interesting. Jiraiya said, touching his chin. Kakashi smiled and said, Lord Jiraiya, I have to ask you on this matter. Ask me? Yeah. Lady Tsunade's whereabouts is uncertain, and Hidden Leaf Village didn't have any information about it. I believe that if there is one person in this world who can find Lady Tsunade, then it must be Lord Jiraiya. Haha, so it's like that. Don't worry, I will take this mission, but I have to take Naruto with me. This. Kakashi looked at Lord 3rd Hokage. After all, if a Jinchuriki want to travel out of the village, they need Hokage's consent. Okay, but you have to protect Naruto. Lord 3rd Hokage said. Don't worry, with the legendary Toad Sage, Jiraiya, there would be no problem. Chapter 288 Itachi arrived. Kakashi-sensei, I also want to learn Chidori, that ninjutsu is so cool. In the 7th training field, Naruto was stalking Kakashi and asked him endlessly as he wanted to learn Chidori. Kakashi sighed and said, Naruto, do you know about chakra attribute? Chakra attribute? What is that? Naruto looked puzzled. Kakashi is feeling quite helpless. Sure enough, Naruto's theoretical knowledge is very bad, and he didn't know about this. Chakra attributes are divided into 7 types: wind, lighting, fire, water, earth, yin and yang, and Chidori can only be learned by people with lighting attribute chakra. You don't have lighting attribute, so you can't learn Chidori. Kakashi said. Huh? I don't even know which chakra attribute I have. How do you know about that, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi took out a piece of paper and handed it to Naruto. He then said, this is chakra induction paper. You will know your chakra attribute when you inject chakra into it. Naruto took the paper suspiciously, and injected the chakra inside, only to hear a tear, and the paper in his hand was neatly cut in half. What does this mean, Kakashi-sensei? This shows that you only have wind chakra attribute, so you can't learn Chidori. Hearing this, Naruto immediately yelled, I don't care. I also want to learn Chidori. Kakashi-sensei, you can't be partial and only teach Sasuke. Seeing this, Kakashi said helplessly, okay, I will teach you a new ninjutsu. Although it is not Chidori, in a sense, it is more powerful than Chidori. Naruto's eyes are shining with excitement after hearing this, and then he said, really? Really? Then, I want to learn it. After I learned it, I will beat Sasuke. Hearing this, Kakashi pressed Naruto's head and said, Naruto, I am not teaching you ninjutsu to use it against your companions. Ah. I know, I'm just joking. Naruto showed a smirk. Okay, take a closer look. Kakashi stretched out his right hand and applied a little force. Blue chakra gathered on it and then frantically rotated to form a blue sphere. Kakashi then whispered, Rasengan. Ah. Is this the ninjutsu you want to teach me? It looks a lot weaker than Chidori. Naruto said. It's true that Rasengan doesn't have the cool appearance that Chidori have, which make it seems to be weaker than Chidori, but when it comes to power, Rasengan is definitely didn't lost to Chidori. Naruto, Rasengan is not weaker than Chidori, look. Kakashi said, pressing the Rasengan in his hand on a boulder, and in a flash, the boulder turned into rebels. Naruto was dumbfounded, and then his face was full of excitement. Amazing. Kakashi-sensei, I want to learn it. Kakashi patted Naruto's head and said, okay. Yo, Naruto, Kakashi, you are here. Jiraiya said as he suddenly appeared in front of the two. Lord Jiraiya. Iro Sage. Yo, Naruto, I picked up a mission so I want you to go with me, Jiraiya said. No, I don't want to, I want to learn Rasengan from Kakashi-sensei, and then defeat Sasuke. Naruto refused. Rasengan? Jiraiya was a little surprised and looked at Kakashi and then said, I didn't expect you to also copy the Rasengan. Yeah, after all, it is a very convenient ninjutsu. Kakashi said with a smile. Jiraiya nodded. Rasengan is ninjutsu that didn't need hand seals to be used, so it is very convenient to use it. Naruto, if you want to learn Rasengan, I can also teach you. Come with me, Jiraiya said. Iro Sage can use it too? Naruto questioned. Of course. Seeing that Naruto didn't believe it, Jiraiya also directly stretched out his right hand, and the blue chakra ball instantly formed. Iro Sage, you really know how to do it. Naruto was surprised. Now you know how amazing this legendary sage is. Jiraiya said proudly. But I still want to learn it from Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said. Jiraiya instantly depressed after hearing this. Kakashi smiled and said, Naruto, go with Lord Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya is a very powerful shinobi. This ninjutsu is also the signature ninjutsu created by Lord Jiraiya's disciple and my teacher, Lord 4th Hokage. So Lord Jiraiya can teach you better about this ninjutsu. Is that so? Naruto asked suspiciously. Of course it is. Naruto, this legendary sage can definitely teach you this trick. Jiraiya said. Finally, under Kakashi's persuasion, Naruto reluctantly agreed to go with Jiraiya to perform the mission, while also learned Rasengan at the same time. At this moment, Jiraiya was about to cry. He, as the Kage-level shinobi, one of the legendary Sannin, actually needs to beg others to learn ninjutsu from him. It would be too embarrassing if someone knew about this. Outside Hidden Leaf Village, two people wearing black robes with red clouds pattern are slowly walking towards Hidden Leaf Village. One is tall and burly, with a height of 195 centimeters, while the other is a little short in comparison, but also nearly 180 centimeters tall. Mr. Itachi, is this your village? It looks pretty good. Itachi did not speak. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar place, even with his temperament, Itachi's mood was slightly fluctuating, but he didn't show it. Kisame, be careful, don't expose your identity. That person is in Hidden Leaf Village. If we are discovered by him, we can only escape. Kakashi Hatake? He seems to be a very worthy opponent. Hoshigaki Kisame said with his shark teeth exposed. He is someone you can't cut. Itachi said faintly, and then continued to walk. I really didn't expect that Mr. Itachi would be this afraid of Kakashi Hatake. Kisame murmured. Itachi and Kisame entered Hidden Leaf Village quietly, and no one noticed them. At the entrance of a dango shop, a teenager with long black hair is buying some dango. Boss, give me 10 dango, I want to take them away. Oh, it's Yuzumi, why did you buy so much? Can you eat all of it? Asked the owner of the dango shop. Izumi Uchiha smiled and said, of course. Izumi Uchiha is a frequent customer of this store, so the owner is very familiar with her. Okay, I have wrapped it up for you. You can take it. Thank you, boss. Izumi Uchiha took the dango. Her expression turned a little strange at this moment, a little shy, a little nostalgia, a little admiration, and finally a little bit of loneliness. This thing used to be his favorite to eat, but now, where are you? Izumi Uchiha left the dango shop in silence, not knowing that far behind her, a pair of red eyes is looking at her. Mr. Itachi, is it your acquaintance? Asked Kisame. It's just a passerby. Itachi said and walked into the dango shop. Outside of the Hidden Leaf village, Kakashi sent away Jiraiya and Naruto, and walked alone in the street. Ah, I'm a little hungry. It's already this time, I should find a place to eat. Kakashi wandered around the street for a while, still not deciding what to eat. It's really hard to choose, Kakashi said. Suddenly, Kakashi stopped and looked at a store. Dango? It seems to be good. Kakashi said, and walked into the dango store. Huh? Kakashi felt that something was wrong. When he turned his eye, he saw an empty table with a bunch of unfinished dango on it. Is it you, Itachi? Kakashi lowered his head, with a look of nostalgia, and then he disappeared from that dango store. Chapter 289 Tsukimi Kisame, it seems that we are still discovered. Inside Hidden Leaf Village, next to a small river, Itachi said faintly. Mr. Itachi, it seems that our luck is not very good. Kisame said with a smile, showing his shark teeth. The two stopped, and in front of them stood a thin figure. Yo, Itachi, long time no see. The thin figure said with a relaxed tone. It was like he was saying hello to old friends who he has not seen for a long time. Long time no see, Kakashi-senpai. Itachi said with a cold tone, without any slightest emotion. Itachi, it's too rude to come back to Hidden Leaf Village and not say hello. I am sorry, Kakashi-senpai, but I got a mission, so I can't visit you in time. But since we are discovered by you, then we can say hello first. Ah, so it's like that. But as a rogue shinobi, is it okay to appear in Hidden Leaf Village so openly? And that big guy next to you, if I'm not mistaken, he should be Hidden Mist Village's rogue shinobi, Hoshigaki Kisame. It's really an honor. I didn't expect that the famous Kakashi Hatake would have heard of my name. Kisame said with a smile. You're really modest. You, who are known as the human-shaped tailed beast, are naturally someone infamous in this world, Kakashi said. Kisame held the Seimata in one hand and then said, I heard that Kakashi Hatake swordsmanship is the best in this world. Since we met today, it might be good for me to experience it myself. Kisame, don't be impulsive, your techniques are too loud. Once you start fighting him, the whole Hidden Leaf Village will know about us. At that time, we may not be able to leave this place anymore. Moreover, I am afraid that the two of us are not his opponents. Mr. Itachi. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared behind Kakashi. It was Asuma and Kurenai who happened to pass by this place. Kakashi, the two of them are. Asuma warned. Huh? Have you forgotten that face? Hearing this, Asuma looked at the two closely. Needless to say, Asuma has never seen Kisame before, so he naturally does not know about him. After looking at Itachi closely, Asuma suddenly said, So it's you, Itachi Uchiha. It seems that there are so many acquaintances today, Asuma, Kurenai. Itachi Uchiha. You still dare to show your face here? Asuma shouted. Mr. Itachi, it seems that the people in your village don't like you very much, said Kisame. Kisame, find a chance to get out of here, quick. Itachi said as he stretched out his hands from under the robe, already planning to do something. Asuma, Kurenai, be careful, the opponent is Itachi, Kakashi said. Asuma and Kurenai nodded silently, and they are feeling a little nervous at this moment. Although they have never fought against Itachi, they still have heard of Itachi's name before. At the age of 13, he already became the captain of an Anbu's team. His talent can be said to be as good as Kakashi. At the age of 17, Kakashi was already able to fight against Lord 4th Raikage evenly. Kisame pulled out Seimata and slashed it towards Kakashi. The huge sword, with a terrifying force, is like mountain falling towards Kakashi. Kakashi stretched out his right hand, and the Millennium Sword appeared in his hand. Blue chakra starts covering the sword, Kisame grinned. As Seimata clashed with the Millennium Sword, and the blue chakra that covered it disappeared instantly. It's really delicious. Kisame pulls his hand and immediately takes Seimata back. Is that sword absorbing chakra? Kakashi murmured. Kisame spit out his tongue and licked the blade, seeming to be very satisfied with the chakra just now. With that level of purity, it's really an excellent chakra. Kisame admire. Kakashi, are you okay? Asuma asked. Kakashi shook his head and said, I'm okay. You should be careful, his big sword can absorb chakra. Okay, I understand. At this moment, Itachi also rushed over. Several shurikens suddenly appeared in his hand and he threw it out. The shuriken collided continuously in midair and eventually moves towards Kakashi and the other Jonin. Upon seeing this, Kurenai and Asuma flickered away, while Kakashi waved the Millennium Sword and knocked down all the shuriken. At this time, Itachi is already in front of Kakashi. Ding! Itachi held a kunai in his hand and collided with Kakashi's Millennium Sword. The Scarlet Sharingan showed hideousness, the three tomoe instantly fused and changed into a three spiraling curves. In an instant, all the surrounding scenes changed, and Kakashi found himself tied to a cross. Kakashi-senpai, welcome to the world of Tsukami. Kakashi looked around. Everywhere is blood red except for his body and the cross which was black and white. Is this your Mangekyo Sharingan's unique Ganjutsu, Tsukami? It's really extraordinary. Kakashi said calmly. The powerful pupil power invaded Kakashi's body, directly dragging his spiritual force into the world created by Itachi. Yeah, this is Tsukami. I am afraid that it is not easy to crack this Ganjutsu even with your strength, Kakashi-senpai. Ah, at the cost of strong pupil power, it is indeed a very terrifying Ganjutsu, but, Itachi, you use it too frequently, your body is almost unable to hold. Itachi's body stiffened slightly, but it quickly recovered. As expected of Kakashi-senpai, you can see through it with just a glance. Itachi, although Mangekyo Sharingan's ability is very powerful, but if you use it like this, it won't take long for you to lose your eyesight. Moreover, your body seems to have a lot of hidden injuries. Kakashi frowned. Itachi was silent. Of course he knew all these things, but for his own purposes, he had to use the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the hidden injuries on his body, it is another matter. Kakashi-senpai, I understand. Well, you have always had your own sense of doing things. Are you coming here this time for Naruto? Kakashi-senpai is still as sharp as ever. With Orochimaru attacking Hidden Leaf Village this time, Akatsuki was a little concerned about it, so the leader asked me to come here and investigate. And, I also want to see how much Sasuke has grown. Sasuke? Maybe you should go see him. Forget it, it is not. Haha, if Sasuke knows that you're back, I'm afraid that he will put aside what he was doing and come here quickly to see you. Kakashi said with a smile. Let's leave it at that. Kakashi-senpai, Akatsuki organization intends to begin collecting the tailed beast, but it seems that the preparations are not ready yet, so it is temporarily abandoned, and it will probably take a few years before the plan fully began. Kakashi pondered for a moment and said, I see, okay, let's end the game here. Itachi nodded. Immediately, the three tomoe on Kakashi's left eye rotating rapidly, forming a black dart pattern. Kai. After this voice fell, the surrounding scenery shattered like glass, and Kakashi's bounded hands and feet were free again. Chapter 290 The Flame of Amaterasu. Itachi's eyes shed blood in an instant, and his eyes were filled with horror. You actually shattered the Tsukami. Kakashi looked at Itachi, but didn't speak. Mr. Itachi. Kisame yelled, and then he pulled Itachi away from Kakashi's body. Kakashi's left eye was also bleeding. Even after so many years, it is still pretty hard for Kakashi to use Mangekyo Sharingan, especially the collision between these kinds of pupil power. In fact, both of them were holding back just now. Itachi withdrew most of his pupil power, and Kakashi didn't use much of his pupil power. Logically speaking, they would not be bleeding with just this, but in order to deceive Kisame, the two of them controlled the nerves in their eyes and created the illusion that their eyes are bleeding. At this time, Kurenai and Asuma took the opportunity to attack. Mugen, Jubaku Satsu. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. A big tree suddenly emerged from under Itachi and Kisame, and tied the two to the tree. This is. Kisame was slightly surprised. Asuma forms hand seals with his hands and then said, fire style, ash pile burning, gray smoke spewed out of Asuma's mouth, pouring towards Itachi and Kisame. Kisame immediately formed hand seals with both of his hands and said, water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. A water dragon emerged from the small river beside them, washing away all of Asuma's gray smoke. Damn it! Asuma cursed secretly. In the next moment, Kurenai appeared from the upper trunk of the tree, holding a kunai in her hand. It's over. Kurenai then stabbed at Itachi's neck. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Kurenai found herself being tied to the tree. This is Ganjutsu reversal? Kurenai was surprised. Mrs. Kurenai, this level of Ganjutsu is useless against me, Itachi said coldly. Damn it. He took out a kunai and slashed it towards Kurenai. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of Itachi. He kicks Itachi's abdomen and making him fly towards the small river. Itachi, it seems that you have forgotten about me, Kakashi said. I'm saved, thank you, Kakashi-senpai. After Kisame slashed Azuma, he retreated to the side of Itachi. Mr. Itachi, what should we do next? This person is unexpectedly tough. Kisame's expression was slightly solemn at this time. Kisame has never seen a person shatter Itachi's Tsukuyomi, and after looking at Itachi's weak appearance, he knew that they can't have a long battle anymore. And here is Hidden Leaf Village. If they continued fighting for too long, then neither of them can retreat. Although Kisame is confident in his strength, Kisame knew that he is not strong enough to face against a whole shinobi village. And right now, their mission is just to inquire about intelligence. So it is not necessary to put their life on the line here. Kisame, stay back, get ready to retreat. Yes, Mr. Itachi. Although Kisame doesn't know what Itachi intends to do, the tacit understanding of being Itachi's partner for many years still made Kisame choose to follow Itachi's arrangement. Itachi closed his eyes tightly, then opened them suddenly. The three spiraling curves pattern reappeared again, and black flame appeared suddenly, burning in front of the Kakashi's group. Amaterasu. This is... Kakashi was startled. He knew about this black flame. After all, it is the unquenchable fire known as one of the strongest attack in Naruto's world. Blood flowed from Itachi's eye sockets once again, and he could not even maintain the three Tomoe Sharingan. Kisame, let's go. Itachi whispered, and then the two of them quickly retreated. Kurenai and Asuma looked at the black flame in front of them with a little fear. There is nothing they can do except to watch Itachi and Kisame escaped. Kakashi-senpai, what should we do? Kurenai asked. Kakashi, what kind of flame is this? It's black, but it looks very hot, Asuma said. It should be Mangekyo Sharingan's unique ninjutsu. It does look very strange. Use a water release ninjutsu to extinguish it, Asuma said. Kakashi shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't work. Kakashi formed hand seals with his hand, and then shouted in a low voice, Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu, the water dragon surging out of the small river, and fell on the black flame, but there was no change at all. How is this possible? Asuma said in surprise. Interesting. Kakashi whispered. He then took out a scroll and threw it into the sky as he formed hand seals. After that, he grabbed the scroll with his hand, pulled it with his left hand, and directly spread it out. Fire sealing method. Black runes burst out instantly, sucking all the black flames into the scroll. After a few moments, the black flame disappeared, leaving only the traces on the ground that was burned by the flame. Asuma and Kurenai breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. The black flame exerted too much pressure on them. Should we chase after them? Asked Asuma. No, with their strength, they would be already long gone at this moment. I will report it to Lord Third, you two can continue your date. Kakashi said with a smile. Asuma and Kurenai both blushed after hearing this. Kakashi, we are not. Asuma wanted to explain something, but Kakashi didn't bother to listen to them. Kakashi is not blind, so he knew about the atmosphere between these two. Okay, I am leaving first. Kakashi left the place in a blink of an eye, leaving only Asuma and Kurenai with a face. Hokage Tower. You mean, Itachi is back? Yeah, just now, Kurenai, Asuma and I met them and we fight against them for a while. What did Itachi say? Akatsuki's goal is the Tailed Beast, and they may start in a few years. Tailed Beast? Lord Third was surprised and then continued, their appetite is not small. They actually put their ideas on this. Could it be that they want to become the enemies of all the shinobi villages? I don't know, but their strength is indeed very capable to do that. Other villages may be ignorant of this organization, so they won't take Akatsuki's threat seriously, Kakashi analyzed. Lord Third nodded, understanding this kind of thought in other villages very well. After all, the Akatsuki organization has not acted against these villages at this time, so there is no conflict between their interests, and the other villages naturally will not provoke a group of S-rank rogue shinobi. And right now, the Akatsuki organization is also taking mission, and maybe the other villages would be using the Akatsuki organization to help them eradicate dissidents. All of those things are indeed possible. After being the Hokage for so many years, Lord Third is very familiar with these things. Has Naruto and Jiraiya set off? Lord Third asked. They have already set off. With Lord Jiraiya's strength, he should be able to protect Naruto. There is no problem. Yeah, I know, it seems that the Akatsuki organization is going to stir up a big storm in this world. As the oldest Hokage, Lord Third is indeed very sensitive to these kinds of things. He can analyze a lot of things from just a little clue. Kakashi, what are your plans? Lord Third asked. Lord Third, for now, I will still lead Team 7. After a while, I may have to go out. My strength has reached a bottleneck and I need to go to find a way to break through. I can feel that a big storm is brewing. My strength is far from enough. Lord Third was shocked. Right now, Kakashi's strength has far surpassed him, but he didn't expect that Kakashi still feels that his strength is not enough. How strong is the storm in the future? Is Akatsuki really terrifying? Lord Third, who watched Kakashi grow up, naturally wouldn't feel that Kakashi was lost himself in power at this time. After all, Kakashi and Orochimaru are two different kinds of people, and Lord Third can see it very clearly. Patting Kakashi on the shoulder, Lord Third said, "Okay, good luck." Chapter 291 Brothers meeting inside Sasuke's house. Fugaku sat on the floor, with a serious expression, and Mikoto is sitting down next to him. "Fugaku, I heard that Itachi is back, is it true?" Mikoto said. "Yeah, Kakashi was fighting against him a while ago." "Then, is he okay?" Mikoto asked, concerned. "He's okay. Itachi's Mengekyo Sharingan's ability is not so easy to deal with, and so Kakashi can't keep him there," Fugaku said. Mikoto breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this, and said, "That's good. Mikoto, Itachi is a rogue shinobi now, you don't need to care about him anymore," Fugaku said. "Fugaku, Itachi is my child, so no matter what he is now, I will always care for him." Mikoto's eyes turned red and she sobbed quietly. Upon seeing this, Fugaku sighed slightly and patted Mikoto on the back. At this moment, the door of the room opened. "San, Kasan. Is Big Brother really back? Where is he?" Sasuke exclaimed agitatedly. Fugaku and Mikoto were taken aback, they didn't expect that Sasuke was still at home. "Sasuke, why aren't you on mission right now?" Fugaku said. "San. Where is Big Brother?" Sasuke asked agitatedly, ignoring Fugaku's question. "Sasuke, I have already said that Itachi is no longer your brother." Fugaku frowned. "No. Big Brother will always be my Nisan." Sasuke yelled. The Scarlet Sharingan suddenly appeared, and Fugaku couldn't help but stunned for a moment after seeing this. "Sasuke." Mikoto called softly. Sasuke ignored it and ran out. "Sasuke. Fugaku, is Sasuke gonna be okay?" Mikoto asked worriedly. Fugaku sighed and said, "Forget it, just let him go." At the Hidden Leaf Village street, Sasuke ran all the way here, and tears are streaming down from his red eyes. "Big Brother, I will definitely find you." Soon, Sasuke ran to the Hatake clan's residence. "Kakashi-sensei!" Sasuke shouted. "Huh? Sasuke?" Kakashi opened the door and saw that Sasuke's face was full of tears. "Kakashi-sensei. Big Brother. Where is Nisan?" Sasuke took almost all of his strength to ask this sentence, and people couldn't help but feel a little distressed after hearing this. "Sasuke." Kakashi wanted to say something, but he was rudely interrupted by Sasuke. "Kakashi-sensei, I don't want to hear any reason now, I just want to see him." Kakashi sighed, "It looks like I couldn't escape this now." He was trying to find Naruto, and went to Shukuba town, Kakashi said. Sasuke was overjoyed when he heard this, and then said, "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." After Sasuke finished speaking, he dashed away. "I hope you didn't make any mistake. Itachi, it's time for Sasuke to understand. Big Brother, I will see you soon." Sasuke was so excited, he ran all the way, even stimulated his body with lighting chakra, and made his speed soar again. At the street on Shukuba town, Itachi and Kisame meet with Jiraiya and Naruto. "Are you Sasuke's brother?" Naruto asked. "Do you know me?" Itachi said coldly. "Of course. Every day, Sasuke says that he wanted to save you, but seeing your appearance, it looks like you don't need someone to save you." "It's really strange," Naruto said in confusion. Itachi felt a shock in his heart. Although he was calm on the surface, there was a warm feeling in his heart. "Even if you don't know anything, you still believe in me?" "Sasuke, Nisan is very happy." "Mr. Itachi, it seems that you have a cute younger brother," Kisame said with a smile. Itachi didn't respond to what Kisame said. "Are you two the members of Akatsuki?" "So, what is your purpose?" Jiraiya asked solemnly. "The legacy of the Lord Fourth Hokage," he said. "Sure enough, your target is Naruto." Hearing this, Naruto feels that something is strange, and then he said, "Huh? What does the legacy of the Lord Fourth Hokage have to do with me?" However, Naruto's words are ignored, and the atmosphere has become a bit serious at the time, and it seems that a big battle may break out at any moment. It was at this moment that a black figure suddenly appeared and landed in front of Naruto and Jiraiya. Black hair, and the obvious Uchiha clan's crest on the back. "Sasuke? Why are you here?" Naruto asked in surprise. However, Naruto's words did not get any response from Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the figure in front of him that he hadn't seen for 4 years with excited expression. "Big Brother." A soft call caused countless ripples in Itachi's heart. How long hadn't heard this voice, and how long hadn't seen this person? Mr. Itachi, is this your younger brother? He really looks a bit similar to you. Kisame said with a smile. Yeah, he is my stupid younger brother. Itachi said coldly. Big brother. Why? Why are you leaving Hidden Leaf Village? Why do you betray our clan? Why did father say that you are a traitor? Why? Sasuke shouted agitatedly with tears streaming out of his eyes. At this time, Sasuke was not like a cold and arrogant boy, but like a helpless child. The disguise that he had created for so many years was torn to pieces at this moment. Right now, he was still the kid who wanted to hide in Itachi's arms and act like a cute little brother. You are weak, how can you understand my reason? Itachi was still very cold as he didn't want to tell Sasuke about the truth. Big brother. I have already got stronger. Sasuke shouted. Really? Itachi's cold tone was filled with disdain. Sasuke did not hesitate. He starts forming hand seals, and then blue arc of lighting appeared on his palms. Is that Kakashi Hatake's Chidori? It's really interesting. Kisame laughed. Itachi was taken aback for a moment, and secretly thought, it seems that Kakashi-senpai is very interested in Sasuke. If it's just that, it's still not enough, my stupid brother. Itachi said, and then he threw a punch at Sasuke. Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, but still dodged the punch. Good speed, it seems that Kakashi-senpai has spent a lot of effort on you, but that's not enough. Itachi attacked again. At this time, Sasuke understood that if he wanted to have a normal communication with Itachi, this battle seems to be indispensable. The Chidori in his hand brightened in an instant, and the sound of thousands of birds chirping resounded across the sky. Sasuke opened his scarlet Sharingan, showing his two black tomoe that was rotating, and then he said, Chidori. With a shouted, Sasuke rushed towards Itachi. Itachi's eyes stared at Sasuke intently. Just as the two were about to collide, Itachi grabbed Sasuke's left hand which was holding the Chidori and then pressed him to the ground. Compared with Kakashi-senpai's Chidori, the Chidori in your hand is too far apart. Sasuke. Naruto yelled, and was about to rush forward, but he was stopped by Jiraiya. Iro Sage? Naruto was puzzled. Naruto, this is a matter between brothers. Let's not intervene for the time being. Jiraiya said as he shook his head. But. Watch it patiently. Hearing what Jiraiya said, Naruto gave up temporarily. Big brother, I know that my strength is not enough, but I have been working hard. One day, I will surpass you. I know that you must have a hard time right now. Sasuke's eyes were full of helplessness. Itachi was feeling a little unbearable. Should I tell Sasuke the truth? At this time, Kakashi's words came to Itachi's mind. Itachi, you have to learn to believe in Sasuke. Kakashi-senpai, maybe you are right. Itachi secretly thought in his heart. And Itachi then looked at Sasuke. The three black tomoe in his scarlet Sharingan instantly transformed into a three spiraling curves pattern. Blood flowed down from Itachi's left eye once again. It looks beautiful and heartbreaking. Tsukami. Chapter 292 The Truth Closed Space, Blue Sky and White Clouds. It's like the place where Itachi once taught Sasuke about Shuriken Jutsu. This is. Sasuke only felt a little dizzy, and then he suddenly appeared here, feeling that he had returned to his childhood in an instant. Going back to that time where Itachi is still in Hidden Leaf Village. Big brother. Sasuke couldn't help but yelled after looking at the empty surroundings. Afterwards, Itachi's figure quietly emerged, standing beside Sasuke. Big brother. Sasuke said happily. Sasuke, I didn't expect that you would still call me Nissan even after all of this. Itachi's expression was a bit complicated, and he was a little distracted when he looked at the young man in front of him who was much taller than he had imagined. Big brother is always my Nissan. I believe that Nissan must have his own difficulties, right? Sasuke looked at Itachi with expectation, making Itachi really unable to say cruel words. After a long time, Itachi sighed and said, Sasuke, this matter is very complicated, let's talk about it slowly. Okay, Nissan. Seeing that Itachi finally relented, Sasuke was excited. Sure enough, Nissan is still the same Nissan, just as gentle and kind as I remember. Sasuke, 13 years ago, the Kurama was released from its Jinchuriki by a mysterious man, and Kurama rampaged, causing a lot of casualty in Hidden Leaf Village. Even Lord 4th Hokage died at that time. You should know this, right? Sasuke nodded, and shook his head again. Everyone knew about the Kurama's attack on Hidden Leaf Village 13 years ago, but Sasuke didn't know about the mysterious person and Jinchuriki that were mentioned by Itachi. Itachi started to explain it to Sasuke, and Sasuke was stunned. As for this mysterious man, Hidden Leaf Village's top executives suspected that he was an Uchiha, because only Sharingan can control the Kurama. Because of that, the Uchiha clan was isolated. But isn't the Uchiha clan fine right now? Sasuke asked in confusion. Listen to me slowly. 6 years ago, Denzo wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan, and Shisui wanted to stop it. But unexpectedly, Denzo tried to kill him. Fortunately, Kakashi-senpai acted in time and saved Shisui, but in order to make Denzo stop chasing after Shisui, Shisui is faking his death. Only Kakashi-senpai and I know about this matter. Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke was surprised. He didn't expect that Kakashi would also be involved in this. Yes, the reason why the Uchiha clan can be treated in a very different way right now is because of Kakashi-senpai. 6 years ago, the Uchiha clan could not stand the treatment they got from the village and wanted a coup. I was originally threatened by Denzo to kill all of the Uchiha clan's members. And at that time, Shisui and Kakashi-senpai returned to the village and started their plan that was prepared 2 years before to save the Uchiha clan. It turns out that Kakashi-sensei was doing so many things for the Uchiha clan. Sasuke's admiration for Kakashi's sword. In that case, why did Nasan leave Hidden Leaf Village? Sasuke asked in confusion. Because of the one who controlled the Kurama 13 years ago, that person is very mysterious and proficient in space ninjutsu. Even Kakashi-senpai and I can't defeat him. How could it be possible? Sasuke was shocked. In his heart, both Kakashi and Itachi are extremely powerful figures, and there are no people they couldn't deal with. That is the fact. In order to figure out what the mysterious man's plans are, I played a show with Kakashi-senpai by becoming a rogue shinobi. Then I was able to become undercover spy in that mysterious man's organization, so the situation became like this. After he told the truth of the matter to Sasuke, Itachi seemed to have broken away a shackle in his heart, and instantly felt a lot relieved. But if that's the case, Nisan, you really worked so hard. Sasuke said. Haha, Sasuke, this is the path I choose. There is nothing hard about it. Itachi said with a smile. This is the first time that Itachi has smiled in these years. It is shallow but beautiful. Big brother. Sasuke, get stronger, I can feel that the future will not that simple. Maybe the entire shinobi world will be in chaos. If I can't hold it anymore, please finish it for me. Big brother. No. Big brother, you will succeed. Sasuke excitedly said. Haha, Sasuke, thank you for believing me, but this time, I am not sure. Sasuke, you are my younger brother, I believe you can accomplish what I can't do. Promise me, Sasuke, become stronger and surpass me. After hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke was silent for a moment, then he nodded firmly, and said, Big brother, I will do it. I will become stronger, so that you can go home early. San and Kasan are still waiting for you. Itachi is silent after hearing this. Home? It's such a distant word. Can I really go back? Thank you, Sasuke. I am sorry that this time, I still can't go back with you. I hope that when we meet next time, you already have the power to defeat me. Kakashi-senpai is very strong, since you have become his student, you need to work hard. Yes. Big brother. Then, our conversation will end here. Itachi beckoned, and Sasuke habitually walked forward. Itachi stretched out the finger of his right hand and lightly placed it on Sasuke's forehead. Sorry, Sasuke, I may need to make you lie in bed for a few days. Feeling the familiar touch, a warm current flowed slowly across Sasuke's heart. Before Sasuke could savor it, there was a sudden throbbing pain in his mind. Arg! Sasuke let out a heart-piercing voice, and then fainted. Sakaime's face shattered. Looking at Sasuke who was in pain, Itachi turned his head away cruelly. Sasuke, grow up quickly. Sasuke! Naruto yelled, rushed to hold Sasuke who has fainted, with a burst of anger in his heart. Damn it! How dare you do this to Sasuke? Naruto said as he was going to rushes towards Itachi to attack, but he was stopped by Jiraiya. Naruto, calm down, you are not his opponent. Sage. Stop! Jiraiya yelled and Naruto finally calmed down. I didn't expect that you would try to kill your own younger brother. Jiraiya said angrily. Lord Jiraiya, you're funny. Since you are here this time, we would not be able to take away the Kurama's Jinchuriki. Then, we can only retreat for now, Itachi said. You want to go? Itachi chuckled softly. Kisame, do it. Kisame, who had been prepared for a while, immediately launched a ninjutsu, water style, exploding water colliding wave. A huge amount of water burst out of Kisame's mouth. Humphrey, this kind of water release ninjutsu is useless against me. Jiraiya said. Unexpectedly, the water release ninjutsu did not move towards Jiraiya at all, but attacked Naruto and Sasuke. What? Damn it. Jiraiya was taken aback, and quickly formed hand seals with his hand. Earth style wall. The emerging earth wall directly blocked the huge water waves, and the waves became weaker. By the time the waves dissipated, the figures of Itachi and Kisame had already disappeared. Chapter 293 Transaction Itachi and Kisame have left, but what no one noticed is that a smile remained at the corner of Itachi's mouth. Damn it, they escaped. Jiraiya murmured. Iro Sage, what's wrong with Sasuke? Naruto asked. Jiraiya looked at Sasuke and said, he should have been hit by Itachi Uchiha's Genjutsu. Ah. Is that serious? Should we send Sasuke back to Hidden Leaf Village for treatment first? Naruto said anxiously. Jiraiya thought about it and felt that Naruto's words were reasonable, and it was important to save people. The matter of looking for Tsunade could be put on hold. At this time, a figure ran out from behind and landed in front of Jiraiya and Naruto. Kakashi? Jiraiya said in surprise. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto was also surprised. Ah, Jiraiya smacked Naruto, let me bring back Sasuke to Hidden Leaf Village. You should hurry to find Tsunade, Kakashi said. That's great, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said. Jiraiya was puzzled and said, Kakashi, why are you here? This brat Sasuke, I knew he couldn't help but rushing over after he got the news about Itachi, so I just came over and have a look. It seems to be what I just expected. So it's like that. Kakashi put Sasuke on his back and said, okay then, I will go first. Yeah. Kakashi made a jump, and his figure disappeared quickly from the view of the two. Okay, Naruto, let's go. Naruto is still a little worried, but since Kakashi came, Naruto has temporarily put away his worries. Sasuke, who was on Kakashi's back, is unconscious. Kakashi checked it, and knew that Itachi really used Tsukuyomi on Sasuke. He was really cautious, and there was no flaw in his action. Big brother, I will definitely get stronger. The unconscious Sasuke muttered to himself. Kakashi smiled when he heard this and said in a low voice, it seems that Itachi finally told Sasuke the truth. Then, Sasuke, grow up quickly, for yourself, and for the sake of your brother. With the boy on his back, Kakashi ran all the way back to Hidden Leaf Village. In Hidden Sound Village, Orochimaru tried to move the hands he had just connected with a satisfied expression on his face. It's just being cut off by Kakashi, so transplanting new hands with his scientific level is too simple for Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, congratulations for regaining both of your hands back. Kabuto said with a smile. Haha, Kabuto, how is the situation with Kinamaru? Orochimaru asked. Kinamaru's situation is very bad, I am afraid he will die in a few months, he said. It's a pity. I once sneaked into Hidden Mist Village to find information about the Kaguya clan. Unfortunately, their information seems to have been destroyed by someone and cannot be found at all. It seems that I can only go to Tsunade. As Orochimaru said, a gleam of light appeared in his narrowed eyes. The fate is always surprisingly similar, even if Orochimaru did not lose both of his hands because of the dead demon-consuming seal, he still went to find Tsunade. So, outside the Tensaku quarters, the Battle of Sannin still happened like the original. Even if the process is slightly different, but the result is still the same. Orochimaru still failed, Tsunade also overcome her hemophobia, Naruto also learned Rasengan. The thing is going so smoothly. Inside Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi looked at the seal scroll on the table with Senjutsu written on it. Kai. With a light shout, the seal quickly removed, and a strange chakra appeared in Kakashi's hands. This Senjutsu chakra of Rechi Cave is really different from Mount Myabaku. Senjutsu chakra of Mount Myabaku pays more attention to the physical's amplification, and this Senjutsu chakra of Rechi Cave has a miraculous effect on spiritual's amplification. It is no wonder that the failure of training Senjutsu chakra of Mount Myabaku will turn the user into a stone, and the failure of training the Senjutsu chakra of Rechi Cave will make the user lose their minds. Kakashi muttered. Interesting, then how about Senjutsu chakra of Shikatsu Forest? Sure enough, there is a certain connection between the three. Three great holy land, three great Senjutsu, this world is really wonderful. Kakashi looked at the moon in the sky and muttered, I should find a way to learn Senjutsu chakra of Rechi Cave. With these chakras, it is too difficult to learn Senjutsu chakra of Rechi Cave's training. The time is almost up. It seems that I should go to Hidden Sound Village to find Orochimaru. Kakashi said, leaving behind a shadow clone, and then disappearing from Hidden Leaf Village. In Hidden Sound Village, Orochimaru, who failed to get Tsunade's help, walked directly back to his laboratory. With a creak, the door opened. Orochimaru looked at Kakashi, who was sitting in his chair, and was taken aback. Then he smiled. Kakashi, you should have told me if you want to came to my village. Oh? I'm really sorry, seeing you are not here, I just came in by myself. Kakashi said with a smile. Hee, Kakashi, let's stop with that talk. Tell me why you come here. I just attacked Hidden Leaf Village a while ago, and now you have come to meet me. It's easy for Sarutobi-sensei to think that the two of us have some connections. You don't need to worry about that. There is one thing I need from you so that I came here. What is it? Richie Cave's Senjutsu. Orochimaru's pupil shrank and said, I didn't expect you to be interested in Richie Cave's Senjutsu. Haven't you already learned Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu? I naturally have my plan, how about it? Haha, Kakashi, you have to show your own bargaining chips before you trade, so that you can show that you are being sincere. Orochimaru said with a smile. I heard that you have been very worried about Kimimauro's condition recently. Kakashi also said with a smile. Orochimaru did not refute and then said, Kimimauro is a very good container, if I give up on him, it would be a pity. Orochimaru, you still like to pretend like that. I know that you have been to Hidden Mist Village to investigate the medical records of the Kaguya clan. Did you find anything? Orochimaru's pupil shrank and looked at Kakashi in surprise, and then said, how did you know? You're the one who took the medical records? Yes, it's me. So you have already calculated it? Orochimaru said in surprise. It never occurred to him that Kakashi would actually calculate up to this step. In this medical record, there is indeed a cure for Kaguya's Kekkei Genkai disease. I can also help you to treat Kimimaro. However, in exchange for this, you need to hand me the method of training Richie Cave's Senjutsu, Kakashi said. The Kaguya clan is a large clan of Hidden Mist Village. Since being wiped out by Hidden Mist Village, all of their data has fallen into Taramimai's hands. Given the relationship between Kakashi and Ming, it is easy for him to take it. When Orochimaru went there, Kakashi had already taken the medical record, and Orochimaru naturally could only come back empty-handed. Haha, that's amazing, but a mere Kimimaro might be not enough to exchange for Senjutsu. Orochimaru said, stretching out his tongue, looking quite disgusting. Kakashi frowned, not expecting that Orochimaru would be dissatisfied. Kakashi naturally knew what Orochimaru wants, but if he handed Sasuke over to Orochimaru at this time, Sasuke would be dead. So, this is definitely not going to work. Suddenly, Kakashi's inspiration flashed, and he said, Kimimauro's Kekkei Genkai is not that simple. Perhaps he will be more suitable for you than Sasuke. Kimimauro's Kekkei Genkai? Orochimaru was slightly taken aback and was a little puzzled. When I looked through the medical records of the Kaguya clan, I saw something about the origin of the Kaguya clan. What do you mean? Kakashi gave a meaningful smile and said, do you know Sage of Six Paths? Chapter 294 The Origin of the Kaguya Clan. Orochimaru was shocked again when he heard this, and whispered, Sage of Six Paths? What do you want to say? There is a Rinnegan user in Akatsuki, and you must also know that the legend of Sage of Six Paths is not groundless. Haha, that's right. I was really shocked when I saw those eyes in Akatsuki before. The Eye of Six Paths in the legend is really fascinating. But I'm even more curious about why you knew about Rinnegan's strength in the first place. Orochimaru said with a smile. I have my source. Kakashi said casually, without any explanation. Ashimaru didn't mind, it is already in his expectation that Kakashi wouldn't answer that. Then what do you want to say? I have also investigated the legend of Sage of Six Paths, but it is too long ago so the information is limited, Orochimaru said. Sage of Six Paths, formerly known as Otsutsuki Heigurumo, left two clans, which was named the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, Kakashi said lightly. Orochimaru was surprised and whispered, it's really interesting that the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan have such a history. The more interesting thing is still yet to come. Sage of Six Paths had a younger brother named Otsutsuki Hamura, who also left two clans. Oh? What clan? Orochimaru asked with interest. He already had a bit of speculation already in his mind. Kakashi said faintly, the Hyuga clan and the Kaguya clan. Orochimaru was startled, and said, is this the information you got from the Kaguya clan? Yes, Otsutsuki Heigurumo and Otsutsuki Hamura's strength are almost the same. The Kekkei Genkai that they have left is powerful. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is inherited from Otsutsuki Heigurumo, the sage body of the Senju clan is also inherited from Otsutsuki Heigurumo. Correspondingly, Otsutsuki Hamura's Byakugan was left to the Hyuga clan, and the Shikatsu Myaku in his body was reserved for the Kaguya clan. Interesting, it's so interesting. Orochimaru felt a new door was opened in front of him. Sage of Six Paths Kekkei Genkai? It is really interesting. Orochimaru, your spiritual force is already crippled, and if you want to use Sasuke as a container for the secret technique of living corpse reincarnation JTS, the risk wouldn't be small. After all, Sharingan needed powerful spiritual force to use, Kakashi said. Hearing this, Orochimaru stayed silent. Of course he knew this, but he, who was addicted to the power of Sharingan, didn't care about it at all. Moreover, even with his crippled spiritual force, Orochimaru knows that is enough to deal with Sasuke's strength right now. It is a pity that Sasuke is not available to Orochimaru at this time. Kakashi then continued, Kimimaro is different. He has very strong physique and even has the potential to catch up with Lord First Hokage. Moreover, he is loyal to you, so there should be no risk in using the secret technique of living corpse reincarnation duties, on him. Comparing the two, I believe you already know which one you should choose. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, and then said, Kakashi, I admit that your statement touched me, but how reliable is your statement? Kakashi didn't talk, and directly took out the record of the Kagaya clan and placed it in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru took it. It was a simple stone slab, which would not look like that it has a few hundred years of age. What Kakashi said is indeed a fact. When Kakashi got this stone slab from the remains of the Kagaya clan, he was also surprised. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan is the Kekkei Genkai from Otsutsuki Hamura. It is something Kakashi already knows. But for the Kagaya clan's Shikatsu to be the Kekkei Genkai of Otsutsuki Hamura, Kakashi really didn't expect it. But after another thought, he felt that it indeed makes sense. Since the Kagaya clan is named after Kagaya, it is not unbelievable that they are related to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Moreover, Kagaya clan Shikatsu and Otsutsuki Kagaya's Tamagoroshi no Haikatsu, all-killing ash bones, is almost the same type of ninjutsu. Maybe, in order to express his thoughts about his mother, Otsutsuki Hamura named the one who had inherited Shikatsu among his descendants as Kagaya. The descendants of Otsutsuki Hagoromo are the Uchiha clan who inherits his eyes and the Senju clan who inherits his body. The descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura are the Hyuga clan who inherits his eyes and the Kagaya clan who inherits his body. It is indeed reasonable. However, compared to the descendants of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura are obviously much quieter. It didn't take long for Orochimaru to read the contents of the stone slab. It's so interesting, I didn't expect Kimimaro to be a descendant of the sage from the legend. Orochimaru said, a burning desire flashed in his eyes. So, Orochimaru, can this deal be concluded? You know that there are many people in the Uchiha clan, but there are only Kimimaro left in the Kagaya clan. Kakashi's words are undoubtedly the straw that broke the camel's back. It is true that the Uchiha clan has not been annihilated yet, and the Kekkei Genkai will still exist for a long time. With the longevity from his Fushi Tensei, he can take the Sharingan later in his long life, but there is only one Kimimaro. If he didn't get this Kekkei Genkai this time, then there will be no chance for him. Kakashi, you really grew up, whether it's on strength or on the means. Your trading chips are really exciting. Okay, I agree. As he finished speaking, Orochimaru spits out a scroll from his mouth and throw it at Kakashi. Kakashi frowns as he took the scroll, which was full of Orochimaru's saliva, and he was feeling disgusted. Damn, can you put things properly? Did you think you are a beautiful girl? Even if it is a beautiful girl, it will be still disgusting, not to mention someone like you. Kakashi calmed down and discarded the disgust he was feeling. Kakashi opened the scroll and read it carefully. Orochimaru did not after he saw it. As an expert, Orochimaru was confident enough to not be afraid that Kakashi would break his promise. Although he is not close with Kakashi, Orochimaru has the ability to perceive people's hearts, which is why he can abduct so many children. He knew that Kakashi would not be a person who broke his promise. In that case, it is better to show his sincerity first. After a while, Kakashi finally finished reading the scroll. Kakashi, who already mastered Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu, can easily tell whether the method of learning Senjutsu that was recorded on this scroll is true or false. Orochimaru did not deceive him. The scroll in his hand is indeed the method of learning Rechikave's Senjutsu. Kakashi was slightly excited, but he didn't show any expression on the surface. Over the years, Kakashi has learned to hide his emotions. Kakashi, can you help me with Kimimaro now? Of course, happy cooperation. Kakashi said with a smile. Orochimaru couldn't wait to take Kakashi to Kimimaro's room. At this time, Kabuto is still checking Kimimaro inside. When he saw that Orochimaru is coming with Kakashi, he showed a strange expression. These two men were trying to kill each other a few days ago. Why do they look like old friends who haven't met for many years at this moment? Lord Orochimaru, and Lord Kakashi. Kabuto respectfully exclaimed. Kabuto, Kakashi has a cure for Kimimaro. I want you to cooperate with him to heal Kimimaro, Orochimaru said. Kabuto was surprised and looked at Kakashi. Why have I never heard that Kakashi is also good at medical ninjutsu? But Kabuto has excellent qualities as a spy. If it is something he shouldn't ask, he won't ask. A spy who talks too much will end up dead without even knowing how he died. Although Kabuto is not a spy at this moment, he still retained this habit. Then Kabuto said respectfully, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Chapter 295. Cured in the darkness, Kimimaro sat on the ground alone, holding his knees. It is the same as his childhood when he was in the dark prison. What is the meaning of my existence? Kimimaro buried his head in his knees and whispered softly. Suddenly, Kimimaro raised his head and showed a confused look. Why did I come back here? Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro panicked. Looking at the darkness, he seemed to remember the frailest part of his heart. The kind of bottomless loneliness, the kind of endless waiting as he doesn't know the meaning of life. There was a sharp pain in his body, but compared to the pain in his heart, it was not worth mentioning. Why? Why am I here? Kimimaro kept roaring, but it didn't make any difference. The darkness didn't change even with Kimimaro's anger. No one knew how long it took. Kimimaro seemed tired, and couldn't roar anymore. He is standing still, feeling powerless. But at this moment, the darkness in front of him suddenly disappeared. Kimimaro was taken aback, and quickly stood up. Surrounded by the smell of birds and flowers, a faint mist shrouded him, making people feel a little lazy. A small river was flowing quietly not far away, and next to the river, there was a man lying on the ground. Kimimaro was curious and walked over. The man was strange. He had silver white hair and a black mask. His clothes are crumpled, and there were still wet stains on the ground. Who is this? Kimimaro whispered softly, feeling that this person was familiar, but he couldn't remember it. He stretched out his hand, trying to remove the black mask. At that moment, the man woke up. His eyes are not the same in colors, one of them is black and the other red, looking a little strange. Kimimaro suddenly remembered, this person is Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake. But wasn't this scene the first time I saw Kakashi and Lord Orochimaru? Kimimaro was surprised and wondered why this scene would appear again. Not far away, Orochimaru's figure quietly emerged, and Kakashi seemed to faint again, with a black three-tomoe mark on his neck. Orochimaru walked over to Kimimaro and gently stroked Kimimaro's face. "Haha, child, have you found the meaning of living?" The familiar word sounded again, making Kimimaro unable to react. Maybe, just maybe, there is no purpose in life. But if you linger a while longer in this world, you might discover something of value in it, like how you discovered me and I discovered you. Upon hearing this, Kimimaro suddenly looked at Kakashi who was on the ground. "Didn't I meet you here? What do you mean to me? Is it like what Lord Orochimaru mean to me? Or is it something else?" Just when Kimimaro was immersed in his thought, everything around him suddenly shattered like a mirror, and piece by piece starts to disappear. Kimimaro wanted to catch something, but he couldn't catch anything. His body was plunged into darkness again. He only heard someone whispering in his ear, "The treatment is almost done, Kimimaro should wake up soon." This voice is somewhat familiar, but it is somewhat strange. Who is it? Kimimaro used all his strength to open his eyes. The person who enters his eye has silver white hair, one of his eyes is black and the other is red, and there is a scar on his left eye, which didn't reduce his handsomeness. The black mask concealed most of his face, which made him look quite mysterious. "Hatake. Kakashi?" Kimimaro said with difficulty. Kakashi smiled and said, "It seems that this guy is already awake." At this moment, Kabuto once again checked Kimimaro's body, and Kimimaro's gazes were fixed at Kakashi. "It's this man again, why is he here?" Recalling his words, "Did he heal me? How can it be? Even Lord Orochimaru and Kabuto can't do anything about it, so how could he treat it?" At this time, another surprise sound arrived in Kimimaro's ear. The virus has all disappeared, Kimimaro's Kekkei Genkai disease has completely healed. He only needs to recuperate it for a period of time. "Hee, Kakashi, it seems that you really didn't lie to me, that's good." That hoarse and charming voice. "It's Lord Orochimaru." Kimimaro turned his head with difficulty, and finally saw the person whom he believed in. "Orochimaru. Sama." Kimimaro yelled softly, seeming to spend all his energy. "Kimimaro, you need to lie down and rest. You have just recovered from a serious illness. It will take a while for you get your strength back. You shouldn't move for a few days." In Orochimaru's hoarse tone, there was a rare touch of warmth. "Yes. Lord Orochimaru." After hearing this, Kimimaro closed his eyes again and took a rest. Orochimaru's emotions are very complicated as he looked at Kimimaro. After years of getting along, Kimimaro's role in Orochimaru's life is not only as his subordinate. Instead, there is a kind of love that the teacher has for his student. Although Orochimaru never showed it, this different emotion has always been buried in his heart. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not go and ask Tsunade to heal Kimimaro. In the original work, when Kimimaro died, Orochimaru's mood also became a little irritable. Although he has always been cold-blooded, he still got affected by Kimimauro's death. Seeing Kimimaro recovering at this time, Orochimaru felt joy in his heart. Orochimaru, the transaction has been completed, I will not stay here for long. Hee, Kakashi, happy cooperation. Kakashi nodded, and his figure disappeared instantly. Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, is really convenient. Orochimaru sighed and then he told Kabuto to take care of Kimimaro and left Kimimauro's room. Under dim light, there is only Kabuto and Kimimaro left in the room. Back at Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi looked at the scroll in his hand with a rare excitement in his heart. He finally got the Richie Caves Senjutsu he has been coveting for a long time. The training method described on the scroll is very different from Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu. Richie Caves Senjutsu is also to absorb the natural energy from the heaven and the earth. But after absorbing it, the effect produced in the body will be completely different. In addition to the training method of Richie Caves Senjutsu, there are two sage art written on the scroll. They are, Sage Art, White Rage Jutsu, and, Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation. After Kakashi looked at the scroll content in detail again, his hands formed a hand seal, and a shadow clone appeared beside him. Although he won't become a stone statue if he failed to learn Richie Caves Senjutsu, he still may lose his mind. Playing safe, Kakashi let the shadow clone try it out first. If there is a problem, there will be enough time to deal with it. Kakashi looks at the shadow clone who is sitting cross-legged on the bed, with red eyeshadow emerging from the corners of his eyes. At this time, Kakashi had already activated the Mount Myabaku's Sage Mode to carefully observe the changes in the shadow clone. Time passed by. A snake-like eyeshadow gradually appeared next to the eyes of the shadow clone, which looked quite strange. Is this Richie Caves Sage Mode? It feels full of cold aura, completely different from that of the Mount Myabaku's Sage Mode. Is this the difference between them? Kakashi whispered softly as he also had a general understanding of Richie Caves Senjutsu. At this moment, a painful expression suddenly appeared on the shadow clone's face. After a while, with a bang, the shadow clone disappeared. The gloomy and cold Senjutsu chakra instantly poured into Kakashi's body. This is Chapter 296 Tsunoda's Return. The gloomy and cold Senjutsu chakra instantly poured into Kakashi's body and mixed with Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu chakra. For a while, Richie Caves Senjutsu chakra and Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu chakra started a tug-of-war with Kakashi's body as the battlefield. This makes Kakashi suffers. On one side is the gloomy and cold Richie Caves Senjutsu, and on the other side is the warm Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu. The two are fighting against each other, and Kakashi is standing between their fight as the victim. Painful groans rang in the room. Kakashi clenched his teeth and sat down cross-legged. All he can do at this time is to temporarily expel the Richie Caves Senjutsu. Kakashi stopped moving and assumed his usual posture when absorbing Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu. In an instant, the natural energy from the outside rushed into his body, merging with the Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu inside his body, and completely suppressing the Richie Caves Senjutsu chakra. In the end, Richie Caves Senjutsu chakra disappeared like snow that was melting away. After a long time, Kakashi opened his eyes, and the red eyeshadows gradually faded. Kakashi smiled bitterly and said, "This Richie Caves Senjutsu chakra is really overbearing. It seems that it will take me a while to learn it. But fortunately, I was able to succeed in my first try. It is a good start." Although he has learned Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu, Kakashi knew that he wouldn't be able to completely master Richie Caves Senjutsu in one try. After all, it will require a long process. Fortunately, Kakashi still has some time, so there is no need to rush for it. After a busy night, Kakashi tidied up and went to sleep. The days passed as usual. Kakashi performed missions in Anbu during the daytime and practiced Richie Caves Senjutsu at his home during the night. Although boring, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. On this day, at Hidden Leaf Village's gate, 4 figures slowly approaching. "Ah! Naruto Uzumaki am finally back." The yellow-haired boy excitedly announced his return. And on his neck, there was a green pendant. Behind him is a big-breasted woman with pale yellow hair. She is wearing a green dress and looks very beautiful. On her side, there is a woman with short black hair, holding a cute pink pig in her hands. And also, there is a white-haired middle-aged man that, well, looks very wretched. Tsunoda looks at the gate of Hidden Leaf Village with complicated emotions in her heart. How many years have I not returned to Hidden Leaf Village? 10 years? 20 years? Tsunoda can't remember it clearly, she only knows that it was already a long time. Shizune at that time was only as big as Naruto today. After so many years, Shizune is almost 30. While Tsunoda was feeling emotional, Jiraiya put his hand on Tsunoda's shoulder and said, "How about it? You haven't come back for many years, you must feel deeply moved, right?" Tsunade nodded and said, yeah, Hidden Leaf Village is still the same Hidden Leaf Village, familiar yet unfamiliar. I didn't expect it to be like this when I came back to Hidden Leaf Village again. You come back to become the Lord 5th Hokage, and it can be regarded as the realization of Nawaki and Dawn's wish. When she heard these two names, Tsunade looked a little gloomy, and when she looked at Naruto, who was jumping ahead, the sadness in her heart was reduced to less than half. The boy who has the same dreams like them. Jiraiya. Jiraiya asked in confusion. Speaking is speaking, but where do you put your hand? Tsunade throw a backhand punch that directly hit Jiraiya and make him flew 100 meters away. Shizune smiled helplessly, while Naruto looked terrified. Tsunade Bachan is really cruel. I hope Hero Sages still be alive. Shizune, let's go. We need to meet those old acquaintances. Tsunade waved her arms and walked with Shizune. Naruto looked around and finally decided to help Jiraiya. Seeing Jiraiya whose nose was bleeding, Naruto was feeling helpless. Inside Hokage Tower, Lord Third looks at Tsunade who is in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. Tsunade, you are still the same. Humphrey, unlike you, who is already old and want me to come back to clean up the mess. Hee, I'll work hard for you. Let's hold the inauguration ceremony in 3 days. In these days, you should familiarize yourself with Hidden Leaf Village. After so many years, many things have changed. I know. Tsunade turned and left the room. Lord Third touched his head, feeling the headache, and then whispered, Tsunade's temper is still so fierce. I don't know if she can become a good Hokage, it's really a headache. Lady Tsunade, where are we going? Shizune asked as she followed behind Tsunade. Tsunade said, go find that Kakashi brat. I still need to settle the accounts with him first. Tsunade, is it okay? What's wrong? Go quickly. Yes. Lady Tsunade. Shizune had no choice but to follow her order. Today, Kakashi rarely has free time to sit at home, but there is a faint feeling of anxiety in his heart. What is going on? This feeling is a bit uncomfortable. Kakashi whispered softly. He was just lazing around his home, but he felt something unpleasant is going to happen to him. At this moment, the door of the Kakashi's home was slammed open. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and when he walked out, he saw 2 women standing in front of his doorstep. Lady Tsunade? Shizune? The past memories emerged in his mind, and the names of the 2 people in front of him also instantly emerged. Kakashi, long time no see. Shizune said. Long time no see. Kakashi said with a smile. But when he saw Tsunade's gloomy face, Kakashi couldn't smile anymore. What's the situation? Why does it feel like Lady Tsunade is coming here to beat me? Kakashi, what a good thing you did. Tsunade said angrily. Huh? Lady Tsunade, what are you talking about? Kakashi was confused. Aren't you the one who told that old man to call me back to become the Lord 5th Hokage? Why didn't you become the Lord 5th Hokage yourself? Tsunade said angrily. Tsunade, you misunderstood, it's not like that. I just think that Hidden Leaf Village needs a person like you to lead at this time in order to have a brighter future. Kakashi feels that cold sweat was pouring from his head. Oh, is that so? Yes, Tsunade, that's how things are. Humphrey. Stop talking nonsense and take a punch. Tsunade said, throwing a punch towards Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils shrank and he quickly uses flash steps to dodge. What a joke, Lady Tsunade's punch is not something I can take easily, especially since she was about to hit my chest. Tsunade was slightly surprised and said, flash steps? Interesting. I didn't expect that someone else would be able to use it after Sakamo is dead. Lady Tsunade, if you have something to say, please. After her punch miss, Tsunade did not continue to attack. After all, attacking a junior is still a pretty dishonest thing. Humphrey, Kakashi, I didn't expect that when I see you after so many years, your strength would grown by a lot. No wonder you have such reputation in the shinobi world. You praised me too much, Lady Tsunade. Compared to you, I'm still not good enough. Without paying attention to Kakashi's compliment, Tsunade continued, since you recommend me to become the Lord 5th Hokage, you have to be prepared. There will be no shortage of missions for you in the future. After Tsunade finished speaking, she turned and left. Shizune smiled and said goodbye to Kakashi. Kakashi is feeling a little helpless. If this kind of things really happened, it is estimated that from now on, he will be very busy. Kakashi did not expect that Tsunade would have such a big opinion on this matter. At this moment, he can't help but remember an old saying, you reap what you sow. Chapter 297 Princess Scale From now on. I am Hidden Leaf Village's Lord 5th Hokage. Tsunade, dressed in a Hokage robe, stood on top of the Hokage Tower, looking at the crowded scene underneath. A sense of pride also emerged in her heart. A sense of responsibility weighed heavily on Tsunade at this moment. Nawaki, Dan, I will do my best as the Hokage, for the village, and for your dreams. Tsunade said silently in her heart. The crowds underneath could not help but shouted, Lord Fifth Lord Hokage. Lady Tsunade. Although Tsunade had been away from Hidden Leaf Village for so many years, she had saved a lot of people. To put it bluntly, more than half of Hidden Leaf Village's young and middle-aged shinobi have been treated by Tsunade. And all of them are now Hidden Leaf Village's backbone. With such prestige, Tsunade is able to become Hokage without any problems. Lady Tsunade, it seems that everyone still remember you. Shizune said from the side. Tsunade smiled and said, yeah, the village is still the same village. It's really nostalgic. Lord Third, who was on the side, said, Tsunade, I will leave the village in your hands from now on, good luck. Don't worry, Sarutobi-sensei. Since I become the Hokage, I will do my best. Good, I believe in you. Jiraiya and Kakashi just stand at the side, watching this scene silently. Kakashi, I heard that you were also beaten by Tsunade yesterday? Jiraiya said gleefully. Kakashi showed his dead fish eye and said, fortunately, she missed. Lord Jiraiya, are you the one who told Lady Tsunade that I recommended her after I rejected the Hokage position? Jiraiya just laughed and said, haha, no, I am also curious how Tsunade knew it, maybe Naruto said it. How could Naruto know about this? Kakashi showed his dead fish eye again, apparently not convinced at what Jiraiya said. As Jiraiya didn't admit it, Kakashi had no way to prove it. But he knows that Jiraiya is the one who do it. Kakashi, the old man told me that you are afraid, is there any new news? Jiraiya suddenly turned serious. It's nothing. I just think that this organization is unusual. And, do you think I'm the kind of person who likes to waste my time in the office? Haha, sure enough, you brat is just lazy. Jiraiya said with a smile. Don't say that you are not. I know that Lord Third has also considered making you the Hokage, but you rejected it. My temperament is not suitable for doing that. Jiraiya said with a smile. Kakashi just smiled after hearing this. The inauguration ceremony passed with cheerful manners. Kakashi was called to the Hokage office by Tsunade. Looking at Tsunade's smile, Kakashi is feeling a little uncomfortable. Tsunade couldn't help but feeling a little funny when she saw Kakashi like that. The boy who was boring at that time seemed to be still the same. Tsunade said, Kakashi, there is a protection mission here, you can lead Team 7 to do it. Seeing Tsunade finally speaking, Kakashi was also relieved. After taking a look at quest scroll, Kakashi suddenly caught it. This Fujikaze Yuki is the most famous actress recently. This time, she is going to the Land of Snow to film the sequel to The Adventures of Princess Gale, so the film crews applied for protection mission to Hidden Leaf Village. Is there a problem? Tsunade said. Kakashi put away his emotions and said, no problem. That's good. Here are 4 movie tickets. You can go to see this movie first and have a general understanding of this subject of protection. It's a mission benefit. Tsunade said with a smile. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Kakashi walked out of the Hokage Tower with the movie tickets with complicated emotions in his heart. That was a long time ago. Fujikaze Yuki, Land of Snow, Kazuhanakoki, it seems to be a very interesting journey. Kakashi murmured. In the 7th training field, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura are idling boredly. Ah! Kakashi-sensei is late again. Naruto yelled. Sasuke and Sakura, who was on the side, did not express their opinions. They were already used to it. Yo, Naruto, are you talking about me? Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared in behind Naruto, and Naruto was shocked. Ah! Kakashi-sensei, why did you do that? It's scary, Naruto complained. This shows that your perception is not good enough, so that you can't sense that I have arrived. The 3 Geinin can only cursed in their heart. It's because the difference between our strength is too big, okay? Seeing the resentment from the 3 Geinin, Kakashi scratched his hair and said, well, I was wrong this time. In order to make amends, I will take you all to watch movie. Ah. Really? Did Kakashi-sensei suddenly become so good? Naruto expressed his doubts. Sasuke and Sakura also showed disbelief expressions. Kakashi felt helpless. Am I treating you all badly? No, right? Kakashi took out 3 movie tickets, handed them to Naruto, and then said, here, the movie tickets are already bought. 1 hour later, you all can go and watch the movie. Sasuke and Sakura stepped forward to see that the tickets are real or not. Did Kakashi-sensei really change? After seeing the tickets, Sakura was pleasantly surprised. It's The Adventures of Princess Gale. It's the hottest movie recently, I have long wanted to see it. Sasuke-kun, let's go watch it together. Not interested, I don't want to go. Sasuke refused ruthlessly. Sakura instantly depressed. Sasuke, go take a look, It has connection with a mission. Kakashi whispered in Sasuke's ear. Hearing this, Sasuke could only agree. Inside the cinema, the three geinin are watching the movie. Kakashi sat in the back row and was also watching the movie. The Fujikaze Yuki is very similar to Koki, who he met a long time ago. Kakashi has determined that the two of them are the same person. Remembering it, the first mission he performed was the Land of Snow mission, but Kakashi didn't expect to go back there for a mission now. After the samurai conference in Iron Country, Kakashi also asked Mifune about Koki whereabout. Mifune told Kakashi that Koki was taken away by a man named Asama Sandayu. That Asama Sandayu was Kazuhana Sasetsu's former subordinates. He is loyal to Kazuhana Sasetsu, and Mifune knew him, so he agreed to let him take Koki with him. Kakashi is feeling quite regretful that he has not seen Koki again all this time, but he did not expect to meet her again right now. The girl who used to pull the corner of his clothes and call him Big Brother Kakashi has finally grown up. Ah! Princess Gale. I am willing to fight for you too. Suddenly, Naruto stood up and yelled, pulling Kakashi back from his thought. Kakashi was holding his forehead, feeling helpless. If someone makes such a big noise in the movie theater, according to the rules here, they will be kicked out. Sure enough, in the next second, several big men appeared in front of the three geinin. Not surprisingly, Sasuke and Sakura were also kicked out because of Naruto. Chapter 298 Fujikaze Yuki. Why did they throw us out? Naruto complained while standing in front of the movie billboard. Naruto, are you not ashamed asking that question? It's because you yelled. Sakura said while rolling her eyes. It was an accident. Princess Gale is really amazing. I want to protect such a princess too. Naruto said excitedly. That's just a movie. How could there really be such a princess in real life? Sasuke snorted. Naruto was stunned after hearing this. What about Kakashi-sensei? Why didn't he get kicked out like us? Sakura asked. Just now, Kakashi-sensei seemed to be sitting in the back, so he was not kicked out, Naruto said. Kakashi-sensei is still the smart one. He knows that sitting with Naruto will definitely cause some problems, so he sat somewhere else in advance, Sasuke said. What do you mean by that? Stinky Sasuke. Naruto roared. Isn't it the truth? Lowest ranking, Sasuke whispered. Damn it. Seeing the two people arguing, showing affection, like usual, Sakura felt a little helpless. At this moment, there was a sound of horse running, and the three geinin were taken aback. Then they saw a woman riding a yellow horse and jumping out from beside the billboard. The three geinin were stunned. When they reacted, the woman and the horse had already left. That is Princess Gale? Sakura said in surprise. Amazing. Naruto exclaimed. At this moment, the sound of horse running came from behind the poster board again. Huh? With a bang, the door under the movie billboard opened directly. Naruto and Sakura couldn't dodge in time and were knocked to the ground, while Sasuke managed to dodge. Ow, it hurts, what's going on? Cried Naruto. They saw a large number of knights on horses galloping away, chasing after Princess Gale. They seemed to be going to catch that Princess Gale. What? Damn, someone wants to do something bad to Princess Gale, let's go over and help. Naruto said as he moves his feet and rushing out. Naruto. Sakura called, but Naruto ignored it. Really? Why does he act without authorization? Sasuke-kun, what should we do? Let's go and take a look. Kakashi won't let us watch a movie for nothing. Maybe this mission is about this princess. Sasuke said calmly. That's it, as expected of Sasuke-kun, Sakura praised. Then Sakura and Sasuke followed in Naruto's footsteps and chased after the princess. Inside the cinema, Kakashi is meeting with a man in his 60s. Hello, are you Asama Sandayu-san? Kakashi asked. Yes, it is me. Are you Lord Kakashi? Said Sandayu. Don't call me like that, just call me Kakashi. Okay, Mr. Kakashi. Sandayu-san, is this mission just escorting Fujikaze Yuki-san to the Land of Snow? Yes, it is, Mr. Kakashi. Then you should know that if Yuki-san returns to the Land of Snow, it will be very dangerous. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and stared at Asama Sandayu. Hearing this, Asama Sandayu was startled and said, Kakashi-san, I don't understand what you are talking about. Sandayu, you should understand that the Land of Snow is very dangerous for Yuki-san. No, it should be said that it is very dangerous for Koki. After all, her uncle has been looking for her all this time. You. How did you know? Sandayu's face turned pale with fright, as if the secret at the bottom of his heart was revealed. Sandayu-san, I am the one who saved Koki from the Land of Snow, so I naturally know about it. At this moment, Sandayu suddenly realized and said, You are the big brother Kakashi that Koki-hime said. If no one else being called with this name, it should be me. Kakashi said with a smile. That's great. Mr. Kakashi, you are right. Yuki-san is Kokiheim you saved back then. I asked Kokiheim to go back to the Land of Snow this time to defeat Dodo Kazuhana and reclaim the Land of Snow. So, I hope Mr. Kakashi can help us. Sandayu said excitedly. Sandayu-san, I understand your thoughts, but Koki doesn't seem to agree with your decision, otherwise, Koki won't run away at this time, Kakashi said. Sandayu looked a little gloomy when he heard this, and said, Mr. Kakashi, Kokiheim is really unwilling to return to the Land of Snow. The incident back then left a scar in her heart. But she is Sasetsu-sama's daughter, she must do her responsibility and save the people of the Land of Snow. Dodo is a bastard, so the people of Land of Snow are suffering right now. Kakashi sighed and said, but Koki disagrees, which is very difficult. It doesn't matter, as long as she returns to the Land of Snow, Haim-sama will definitely remember her responsibility. Sandayu said expectantly. Well, anyway, I have accepted the mission. I will escort Koki so that she can arrive at the Land of Snow safely. If Koki is willing to become the daimyo of the Land of Snow, I will help her too. Hearing this, Sandayu was overjoyed and said, thank you very much, Mr. Kakashi. No need, it's really my mission. But now, it looks like we have to find Koki first, Kakashi said. At this time, someone rushed in and said to Sandayu, not good, Sandayu-sama. The people we sent to find Yuki-san was beaten down by 2 kids. What? What's going on? Those people are the best bodyguards. Sandayu was shocked. Kakashi covered his forehead, he already guessed what was going on. Sandayu-san, those kids should be my students. I'll go and take a look. Kakashi said, and he disappeared in an instant. Sandayu was surprised when he saw Kakashi disappear, and murmured, it's amazing. This one can definitely succeed. When Kakashi appeared on the scene, Sakura and Sasuke were busy tying all of the bodyguards, and Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Ha! What are you two doing? Kakashi said helplessly. Kakashi-sensei? Sakura was taken aback for a moment. Sasuke said, just passing time. Kakashi just released a sigh after hearing this, and then he moved. All the ropes that were binding the bodyguards were opened in an instant. I'm really sorry for causing you all trouble. Kakashi turned towards Sakura and Sasuke and then said, these are our employers this time. You really are causing troubles. Where's Naruto? The 2 genin were a little embarrassed when they heard that, and then Sasuke said, Naruto is chasing after the princess. Ha, it's really troublesome. Kakashi said. Kakashi then bit his right thumb gently, causing a trace of blood to emerge, and then his hands start forming hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu, bang. A burst of smoke came out, and a small ninja dog appeared in front of everyone. Yo, Kakashi, what's the matter? Pac-kun, go find Naruto, Kakashi said. Okay, no problem. Pac-kun said and then he disappeared in a flash. Okay, let's take these bodyguards back to our employer first, Kakashi said. Okay, Kakashi-sensei. The 2 genin responded. On the other hand, Naruto has caught up with Fujikaze Yuki, and the 2 are riding horses together. Chapter 299 Return to the Land of Snow. Wow! Princess Gale's riding skill is really amazing. Naruto is sitting behind Fujikaze Yuki, and the 2 are riding a horse together. It's just that Yuki's expression does not seem to be very happy. When the 2 are passing a street, there happened to be a group of children crossing the street. Naruto was surprised and quickly stopped the horse, and the 2 fell together. The children recognized Fujikaze Yuki and wanted her autograph, but they were ruthlessly rejected by Yuki. Only then did Naruto know that this Fujikaze Yuki is different from Princess Gale. After that, Yuki ran again and Naruto chased after her. In a corner, Naruto finally caught up with Yuki again and asked her for an autograph. While Yuki pretended to give her autograph to Naruto, she actually put Naruto down with a pepper spray. In the end, Yuki came to a bar and drank in a daze. I don't want to go to the Land of Snow. It's too dangerous. Big brother Kakashi is not here. I don't care about being the daimyo. Yuki was a little unconscious at this time, and Naruto finally found Yuki again. Princess Gale, what the hell are you doing? Boy, don't bother me anymore. Yuki said as she slapped Naruto with her fan. At this moment, a powerful right hand gripped Yuki's arm tightly. Kakashi-sensei? Naruto was surprised. Ah, Naruto, I will write down a responsibility for your unauthorized action this time. I will give you double punishment when we get back to Hidden Leaf Village. Ah. No, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto yelled, clutching his head, obviously scared of the so-called punishment. But Kakashi ignored it. Seeing someone grabbed her arm, Yuki turned her head to look, and was stunned. Kakashi? Big brother? Kakashi showed a gentle smile and said, it's been a long time, Koki. Yuki's eyes reddened in an instant, And then she dived into Kakashi's arms, making Kakashi caught off guard. Bastard! Why are you here now? Didn't you say that you will come to the Land of Iron to see me? Why didn't you come? You liar! Tears kept falling from Yuki's eyes, making Kakashi bewildered. Naruto, who was on the side, and Sasuke and Sakura, who had just arrived, are stunned when they look at this scene. Kakashi-sensei actually knows this Princess Gale? And it seems that the relationship between the two is unusual. Polki, can you let me go first before I explained? At this time, Yuki also realized her blunder and quickly left Kakashi's embrace. Sorry, I lost my cool for a bit just now. Ah, it's okay, I'm sorry, I went to the Land of Iron a few years ago, but Mifune-san told me that you left with Sandayu-san, so it turned out to be like that. At that time, I just left the Land of Iron. I didn't expect us to miss each other like that. Forget it, I forgive you. Big brother Kakashi, Yuki said with a smile on her face. When Yuki was in the most lonely and helpless state, Kakashi saved her and took her out of the Land of Snow. Although the time they spent together was not long, since then, Yuki has an inexplicable dependence on Kakashi. In Yuki's mind, Kakashi seemed to be a reliable brother. I'm sorry, it's too late. Kakashi said apologetically. Yuki shook her head and said with a smile, it's okay, Koki is already very happy knowing that Kakashi brother didn't break his promise. At this moment, Asama Sandayu also walked in. Hime-sama. Seeing Sandayu coming in, Koki's complexity changed and she said, Sandayu, you. I will not go to the Land of Snow, give it up. Hime-sama, the people of the Land of Snow are still waiting for you, how can you abandon your people? Sandayu said anxiously. Enough. Sandayu, I am not a princess anymore, I will die if I confront Dodo. I just want to be an actress now. Hime-sama. Sandayu said sadly. Koki turned her face away, no longer looking at Sandayu, but there is a complicated emotion in her heart. On one hand, the Land of Snow is the country created by his father's life's hard work, and on the other hand, Koki is scared of Dodo because the incident back then has caused a scar to form in her heart, so she can only choose to escape. Kakashi sighed when he saw this and said, Koki, if you want to reclaim your father's country, I am willing to help you. I promise that this time, we will definitely succeed, without any sacrifice. Big brother Kakashi. Koki looked at Kakashi hesitantly. Trust me. Kakashi said with a smile. Seeing Kakashi's gentle smile, Yuki suddenly had great confidence. With big brother Kakashi here, we will surely succeed, right? Okay, big brother Kakashi, I believe in you. Good. Kakashi said with a smile. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Kakashi. Sandayu said excitedly. Everyone returned to the film cruise of the Adventures of Princess Gale location, which was a huge ship, preparing to head to the Land of Snow. Kakashi lay in his room, recalling the first battle he had 13 years ago in his mind. Roganadair, back then, I can only escape in front of him, so how about now? Well, I will know when I fight him again. But I know that I'm not the same as before. Knock knock. Suddenly there was a sound of someone knocking on the door. Please come in, Kakashi said. He saw Koki in her pajamas walk in. What's wrong, Koki? Kakashi asked. Big brother Kakashi, I want to tell you something. What's up? Koki didn't answer, but took the necklace from her neck and handed it to Kakashi. Big brother Kakashi, this is the hexagonal crystal that my father gave to me before he died. The reason Dodo has been looking for me since the death of my father should be because of this. Legend said that the hexagonal crystal can open the treasure of the Land of Snow. Now I will give it to you. If I unfortunately get caught by Dodo, at least the treasure will be saved. Kakashi took the hexagonal crystal and said, Koki, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you, trust me. Seeing Kakashi's confident expression, Koki nodded with a smile. This kind of warmth has not appeared in Koki's heart for so many years. Big brother Kakashi, it would be nice if you are my real brother. Koki thought silently. On the other side, in the capital of the Land of Snow, a tall middle-aged man is sitting on the throne. Underneath him are 3 shinobi wearing chakra armor. Roganadair said, Lord Dodo, we have obtained reliable information. The actress Fujikaze Yuki is the Koki Hime who fled back then, and she is holding the hexagonal crystal on her body. Oh? Is there any news at last? Very good. This time, I must get the hexagonal crystal. Yes. Lord Dodo. Lord Dodo, I heard that the shinobi who protects Koki Hime to come to the Land of Snow is the legendary Kakashi Hatake. Kakai Okafubuki said. Oh? That's very interesting. Isn't he the little brat who ran away from Nadair back then? Dodo said with disdain. Lord Dodo, right now, this person has become someone famous in the shinobi world. Fuayaka Minazor said. Humphrey, what are you afraid of? I don't believe he can break through our chakra armor. Yeah, with our latest chakra armor, no one would be able to defeat us. Roganadair said confidently as he touched the latest chakra armor on his body. Well, it's good that you have this level of confidence. I want the three of you to go and get Kolki back to me. Yes. Lord Dodo. Chapter 300 Dodo's three-man team. In the early morning, an iceberg suddenly appeared on the sea. The huge iceberg directly blocked the route to the land of snow, and the ship had to stop. Director, the front is blocked by the iceberg. If we want to get around, I'm afraid it will delay us by a day. The director looked at the iceberg in front of him, and suddenly became excited and said, No, don't go around it. This is a gift from the movie god. Everyone disembark. Start preparing for shooting. Everyone was shocked as they thought that this director is really crazy. Although everyone is unwilling to do it, but since the director has said so, naturally they still have to do it. So everyone got ready to get off the ship. Kakashi stood on the mast, looking at the iceberg, and then he frowned slightly. The appearance of this iceberg is a bit strange. Kakashi-sensei. At this time, Sasuke walked under the mast and called softly. Kakashi looked down and said, What's wrong, Sasuke? There is something I want to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Kakashi jumped off the mast and landed in front of Sasuke, and then he said, What is it? Let's go to a remote corner and talk. Sasuke said, and then he walked to a remote corner. Kakashi was puzzled, but still followed after him. Kakashi-sensei, when I met my brother this time, my brother told me about the truth. Sasuke said inexplicably. Kakashi just nodded after hearing this. He already had speculations about this matter, and what Sasuke said just verified his speculation. Sasuke, Itachi has chosen that hard path, I hope you can understand. Sasuke nodded and said, Kakashi-sensei, I understand. I have made up my mind to become stronger and help my brother. I will defeat all those enemies so that my brother can come back home. Sasuke's eyes showed a strong flame, and it was clear that he has made up his mind. Itachi would be very happy if he knew about your determination. But you can't tell others about this, you just need to know it in your heart. Understand? Kakashi said with a smile. Sasuke nodded. He naturally understood this. Itachi was doing undercover work. If exposed, Itachi would be in danger. I understand, Kakashi-sensei, I told you these because there are things that I want to ask you. Sasuke looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes. Thinking about Sasuke's request, Kakashi could naturally guess that there are few things that Sasuke want to ask him because of his desire for power. Kakashi-sensei, please teach me to become stronger. I know that Kakashi-sensei is very powerful, even my brother said that he is not your opponent, he also told me that you suppressed the Uchiha clan alone at that time. I believe that if Kakashi-sensei teaches me, I will definitely be able to become stronger. Sasuke's eyes become more sincere than ever before, and Kakashi is touched. Originally, Kakashi wanted to give Sasuke to Orochimaru for training. After all, this is what happened in the original work. Kakashi can't guarantee that he can teach Sasuke better than Orochimaru, and he also does not have much time to teach Sasuke. The Burin plan is almost ready to be implemented, and it is not certain when he can come back. At that time, he won't be able to teach Sasuke. But now that Sasuke looks like this, Kakashi really can't bear to refuse. Right now, Sasuke does not have the proud and arrogant personality like the original work, and Kakashi admires him very much. What's more, Sasuke is Itachi's younger brother. With this alone, Kakashi can't just refuse Sasuke's request. More importantly, although Orochimaru is currently focused on Kimimaro, he may not have given up on Sasuke. If Sasuke goes to Orochimaru and his body was taken by Orochimaru, Kakashi would definitely regret it. Seeing that Kakashi hasn't responded after so long, Sasuke is feeling a little bit lost. Is Kakashi teacher not willing? Kakashi sighed and said, Sasuke, there is no problem in teaching you, but after some time, I may leave Hidden Leaf Village and do some things, so I may not always be able to teach you. So, I will teach you during this period of time. After this, I will also write a training plan for you. At the same time, I will also talk to Fugaku-senpai about this. I believe that even if I am not in Hidden Leaf Village, you can grow stronger quickly. Sasuke was overjoyed when he heard this, and said, Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi patted Sasuke's hair fondly, and said, Good, time is running out, I also have to become stronger so you must work hard. Sasuke's heart shuddered when he heard that, even Kakashi-sensei can't deal with the future enemies? Sure enough, there is still a long way for me to go. Does Kakashi-sensei have no confidence to deal with the enemy that is about to appear? Sasuke asked. Kakashi shook his head and said, Sasuke, the enemy is very strong. The future will not just only rely on me and Itachi, also on you and Naruto, so you must work hard and become stronger. Okay. Sasuke nodded solemnly, and had a vague understanding of the unknown enemy. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, what are you doing here? Koki-san and the others are already starting shooting. Naruto called. We're just finished here, Naruto. After Kakashi finished speaking, he turned to Sasuke and said, Okay, Sasuke, let's finish this mission first. After we complete this mission, I will teach you an interesting ninjutsu. Sasuke nodded when he heard Kakashi's words. His heart is full of expectations of Kakashi's ninjutsu. On the iceberg, Koki and the others have already put on their costumes, put their makeup, and are ready to start shooting. Okay. Ready to start shooting. Kakashi was a little relieved to see Koki, who had changed when she was acting. The original little girl has finally found her favorite career. Suddenly, Kakashi frowned. There are 3 strange chakra hiding on the iceberg. Kakashi didn't hesitate, and with a flick of his right hand, he condensed Chidori into Senbon and threw it towards 3 directions in an instant. Chidori Senbon. The 3 Genin were taken aback. They knew that Kakashi would not take action for no reason, so there should be only one explanation. That is, the enemy is here. 99 Chidori Senbon were thrown towards the 3 directions, 33 in each direction. Ding ding ding. Chidori Senbon hit a piece of snow, but what came out was not the sound of hitting snow, but the sound of steel clashing. Chidori Senbon hit something other than snow. At this moment, 3 people suddenly jumped out of those 3 places. All 3 of them wore white chakra armor, and Chidori Senbon left no traces on it. As expected of Kakashi Hatake, you really have an excellent perception. Roganadair exclaimed. Sure enough, it's you, Roganadair. Kakashi said. Roganadair ignored Kakashi, but said to Koki, Welcome back to the land of snow, Kokiheim. I wonder if you have brought back the hexagonal crystal this time? Koki was a little scared when he saw Roganadair, and the memories at that time emerged in her mind. Kakashi flashed to Koki's side instantly, he then patted Koki's shoulder lightly, and said, Koki, don't worry, I'm here. Koki nodded gently. Haha, you want her to depend on you? Kakashi Hatake, I don't know if you will run away in embarrassment this time like the last time you came here. Roganadair taunted. Kakashi shook his head, paying no attention to the Roganadair's taunt. When he had just crossed over, he was not completely used to his body. Not to mention that he was only 14 years old, and Roganadair was at his prime at that time. Roganadair also wore a chakra armor, so Kakashi has no choice but to run away. But he didn't expect that Roganadair would boast about it. Sure enough, the frog at the bottom of the well is always immersed in his own world. At this moment, Fubuki Kakaioku said, Nadair, why are you talking to him? Just kill him as soon as possible, and complete the mission. Lord Dodo is still waiting for us to get the hexagonal crystal. It makes sense, then, let's start. Roganadair said while laughing. Kakashi shouted, Naruto, you go to deal with the fat one, Sasuke, you deal with that Kunoichi, and Sakura, I want you to protect everyone. Yes. Kakashi-sensei. The 3 Genin responded in unison. Naruto is facing Mizoru Fuayakama, and Sasuke faces Fubuki Kakaioku. Kakashi looked at the Roganadair in front of him, and the Millennium Sword instantly appeared in his hand. Chapter 301 Their Respectives Battles. Oh? Have you learned how to use a sword? However, Kakashi, why are you using such a broken sword? Roganadair taunted. At this time, the Millennium Sword had not been repaired yet, and there are still many chips on the sword, all of which were given by Orochimaru's Sword of Kusanagi. Kakashi originally wanted to go to the land of craftsmen to repair it, but unfortunately, he got no free time, so he can only temporarily withhold it. However, although the Millennium Sword is somewhat broken, it wouldn't affect Kakashi's combat effectiveness in the slightest. It's enough to deal with you. Kakashi said coldly. Oh? What an unexpected confidence. I recall that you didn't have such confidence back then. You must have been very happy to bully a 14-year-old boy and having such confidence because of that. I want to know if you can still say that after today. No, maybe you can't, because after today, you may not see the sun again, Kakashi said. Humphrey. Arrogant. My chakra armor was not perfected yet so that you were able to escape back then. Do you think you can escape now? My chakra armor right now is the latest version. You are dead this time. Roganadair roared. Haha. Kakashi sneered, not caring at all about what Roganadair said. The so-called chakra armor is a unique product of the Land of Snow, which can greatly enhance the user's various abilities. At the same time, it also makes the user immune to ninjutsu and ganjutsu. This chakra armor cost a lot of money to make, and there are only 4 sets of it in the entire Land of Snow. In addition to the 3 sets in front of Kakashi, The last set is on Dodo's body. Although the chakra armor is so awesome, Kakashi still doesn't take it seriously. If such equipment can resist all ninjutsu and ganjutsu, then the 5 great shinobi village would be destroyed easily. If the land of snow builds a few more, they would dominate the shinobi world. After all, this is the world of shinobi, and the technology wouldn't be that powerful. Seeing Kakashi's disapproval look, Roganadair was very annoyed. Damn it. Take this. Ice style, Wolfang avalanche jutsu. Roganadair's hands formed some hand seals, and then he pressed his palm to the ground. In an instant, his chakra spread all over the ice and snow. Dozens of snow wolves were formed and they rushed towards Kakashi. The blood-red eyes exuded the killing intent. With the Millennium Sword in his hand, Kakashi moved toward the dozens of snow wolves. Big brother Kakashi. Koki yelled worriedly when she saw that Kakashi was facing the dozens of snow wolves alone. Pokiheim, don't worry, those things is not a problem for Kakashi-sensei. Sakura, who is on the side, said. Really? Sakura didn't answer, but pointed at Kakashi. Kakashi's figure moves back and forth between the snow, and the Millennium Sword emits a blue lighting in its hands. With one slash, a snow wolf turned into nothingness. Wow! Amazing! Zyaksu said, dumbfounded. On the other side, Sasuke confronted Kakashi Okafubuki. Hee, kid, you sure are unlucky to meet me. Kakashi Okafubuki laughed. Humphrey, I should be the one who said that. You are just a weakling. Sasuke snorted coldly. You arrogant brat. Ice style, swallow snowstorm. A cluster of ice needles condensed and transformed into ice swallows. They are moving towards Sasuke. Sasuke was surprised, it's so fast. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals and then his right hand was placed in his mouth. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, a terrifying flame ball appeared from Sasuke's mouth, instantly melting the ice swallows. Kakashi Okafubuki was startled. In this cold location, he could still use such a powerful fire release ninjutsu. This brat is not an ordinary brat. Sasuke ignored Kakashi Okafubuki's shock, and threw out 2 kunai with a flick of his hands, and then he threw 2 more kunai, hitting the first 2 kunai. Brat, don't you know how to use a kunai? Looking at the kunai that are far away from her, Kakashi Okafubuki sneered. Sasuke ignored her and moves his hands. In an instant, the kunai seemed to be controlled and moved towards Kakashi Okafubuki. What? How could it be possible? Manipulating windmill triple blades, Sasuke yelled, and the steel wire on the kunai directly tied Kakashi Okafubuki. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu, the huge dragon flame moves towards Kakashi Okafubuki, and if it hits, there would be nothing left from Kakashi Okafubuki. Damn it! Kakashi Okafubuki cursed and a pair of mechanical wings appeared on her chakra armor instantly, breaking the steel wire and then she flew high in the sky. Humphrey, it seems that armor can make her fly. Sasuke snorted coldly. On the other side, Naruto caught Fuyaka Mimizaru's fist, and his face shows struggle. This fat man is really strong, Naruto said while gritting his teeth. The fat man was already huge, and as he also wears chakra armor, Naruto naturally faced difficulties fighting against him. Brat, your strength is good, but not good enough. Fuyaka Mimizaru raised his right arm and slammed it at Naruto. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Seeing that the situation was not good, Naruto immediately used his signature ninjutsu. 3 shadow clones appeared instantly, standing on both of sides. One shadow clone blocked Fuyaka Mimizaru's fist, while the other 2 shadow clones moves from both sides and throw a kick at the same time, kicking Fuyaka Mimizaru's huge body into the sky. Naruto was overjoyed when he saw this, and moved his body to jump over Fuyaka Mimizaru who hadn't reacted yet. Naruto Uzumaki Renden. Naruto Uzumaki combo. In an instant, 3 shadow clones appeared again, kicking towards Fuyaka Mimizaru. Boom. Naruto's right foot kicked on Fuyaka Mimizaru's chakra armor, but it was not damaged in the slightest. Fuyaka Mimizaru fell into the snow, but it seemed that he wasn't injured at all. Ah! How can it be ineffective? What is going on? Naruto asked puzzledly. At this time, Kakashi saw the 2 genin are facing difficulty with their fight, so while avoiding the snow wolves, he shouted, Sasuke, Naruto, this is the chakra armor that is a unique product of the land of snow, and it has immune to ninjutsu and ganjutsu. The only way to deal with them is to use taijutsu. Naruto, your taijutsu just now is too light, use more strength. Both Sasuke and Naruto nodded when they heard this. Sasuke had just discovered something, and at this moment, listening to Kakashi's words, it instantly became clear. Naruto rolled up his sleeves, formed a hand seal, and said, it turned out to be like that, then I won't hold back. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, hundreds of Naruto surrounded Fuyaka Mimizaru. Now, I will let you taste the powerful Naruto Uzumaki Nisen Renden. Naruto Uzumaki 2000 combo. In an instant, all of the Narutos swarmed towards Fuyaka Mimizore, and Fuyaka Mimizore's complexion changed drastically. Boom boom boom. Countless punches hit Fuyaka Mimizore's chakra armor. On the other side, Sasuke ran towards Kakashi Okafubuki who had landed. Kakashi Okafubuki formed hand seals, and then she shouted, "Ice style, ice prison jutsu." Countless cold ice centered on Kakashi Okafubuki rushed towards Sasuke. This is... Sasuke's brows frowned slightly. This ice is not normal. Sasuke dodged again and again, but no matter how fast he dodges, Sasuke's right foot still touched the ice. Kakashi Okafubuki looked happy as Sasuke was frozen in the ice for the next second. Brat, it looks like this is the end for you. But soon, the smile on Kakashi Okafubuki's face stiffened. She saw that the frozen Sasuke became a wood log. Damn it. He actually used Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement jutsu. Where is he? I'm here. Shishi Renden. Lion combo. Sasuke grabbed the armor of Tsuruya Ukifubuki and hit it with his combo. Clang clang clang. The attack slammed on Tsuruya Ukifubuki's chakra armor, making noises. In the end, Sasuke ended the battle with a kick. Tsuruya Ukifubuki was lying on the snow, and her armor was broken. Fuyaka Mimizore also fell under Naruto's attacks, and collapsed to the ground, no longer had any power to get up. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction when he saw this. Naruto and Sasuke has indeed grown a lot. Roganadair, your companions seem to be defeated, Kakashi said. Humphrey, those two wastes. Even without them, I can still complete the mission. Roganadair then formed hand seals and shouted, "Ice style, one-horn white whale." Chapter 302 Becoming an actor? No way, a one-horned white whale suddenly appeared from the sea and looks imposing. Kakashi's gaze narrowed slightly. Roganadair is indeed much stronger than back then, and the scale of his ninjutsu has become larger. The director, who had already retreated to the ship, couldn't help but yelled, "Quick, start shooting it. This is a rare scene. I must edit it into my movie. This is indeed the gift from the movie god." Upon hearing this, the cameraman immediately turned the camera over. The millennium sworn on Kakashi's right hand disappeared, and then lighting emerged from his left hand. Chidori. The sounds of thousands of birds chirping then rang. The blue lighting looks dazzling and eye-catching. The three Genin heard the sounds and looked at Kakashi. Amazing, it's much better than the Chidori used by Sasuke-kun. Sakura secretly thought. That terrifying aura is indeed not comparable to Sasuke's Chidori. Sasuke's fist was slightly clenched and he secretly thought, sure enough, I still haven't fully utilized Chidori's power. Compared with Kakashi-sensei's Chidori, mine is still too far away. Wow. As expected of Kakashi-sensei. Naruto yelled. The left hand that turned into blue lightning stabs towards the white whale. At this moment, Kakashi's left hand has become the strongest blade. Tear. Kakashi's Chidori smashed on the head of the white whale. Boom. The white whale shattered, and Kakashi's figure went straight through the head. Roganadair's pupil shrank and he couldn't help but being shocked. How can it be? As a user of ninjutsu, Roganadair knew how powerful his ninjutsu was, but this powerful ninjutsu was actually destroyed by Kakashi in such a simple and rude style. However, Kakashi didn't care how surprised Roganadair is right now. The white whale had already been shattered after being stabbed by Chidori. With his strength improvement over the years, Kakashi no longer needs the assistance of Sharingan to use Chidori. The dynamic vision from the exercise of his right eye has long been able to keep up with the needs of Chidori. After Kakashi shattered the white whale, his figure instantly appeared in front of Roganadair. The Chidori in his hand hasn't dispersed yet, and it stabs towards Roganadair's chakra armor. It's useless. Kakashi, my chakra armor is immune to ninjutsu. No matter how strong your ninjutsu is, it will not be able to break through its defenses. You should just give up, ha ha ha. Roganadair laughed. Really? It seems you're too overconfident. There is no unbreakable defense in this world. It's just that the attack power is still not enough yet. Your chakra armor is not strong enough to block my Chidori, Kakashi coldly said. Roganadair sneered. Just as he was about to fight back, he heard a cracking sound, and he saw that there is a crack on his chakra armor. What? How is it possible? The avalanche was shocked. There is nothing impossible. As I said, your chakra armor is not worthy of being attacked by my Chidori. Go to hell. Kakashi coldly shouted, and the sound of the birds chirping in his left hand suddenly became louder, and the blue lighting became even more dazzling. With the scream, Chidori completely destroyed Roganadair's chakra armor. The Chidori continued to move towards Roganadair's body. Stab. Kakashi's left hand penetrated into Roganadair's chest, and blood spurted out instantly. Damn it, how is this possible? Roganadair's face showed disbelief, and he finally stopped breathing. Kakashi pulled out his left hand and the Chidori disappeared. Seeing the corpse of Roganadair that is in front of him, Kakashi was feeling a little bit emotional. After all, he is his first enemy. With the passage of time, I am no longer what I used to be. Cut. It's an amazing scene, the director said excitedly. The cameramen also nodded one after another. After all, ordinary people like them had never seen such a scene before. At the same time, all of the film crew's eyes are full of awe when they look at Kakashi. Just now, Kakashi directly destroyed the huge white whale with his own power. This kind of terrifying strength is something ordinary person like them has never imagined. Kakashi uses an earth release to bury Roganadair's body, and get back to Sasuke and the others. Is everyone fine? We're fine. How could these people be the opponent of this amazing Naruto? Naruto said while laughing loudly. Kakashi smiled and said, well, this iceberg is about to split into half. Let's get back to the ship. Okay. Everyone nodded in response. Kakashi walked to Koki's side and said, Koki, are you okay? Koki shook her head, but her expression was not good. The memories from back then once again reappeared in her mind, evoking Koki's boundless fear. Kakashi patted Koki's shoulder gently, and said softly, do not worry, I'm here. Yeah, thank you, big brother Kakashi. Everyone got on the ship and set sail again. The director went to Kakashi and said, Mr. Kakashi, are you interested in participating in this movie? Huh? Kakashi was taken aback. The three genin are also curious when they heard the director's words. Is Kakashi-sensei going to act in a movie with Koki Haim? That's great. Sakura said excitedly. Kakashi-sensei, you are going to be a star. Naruto said excitedly. Sasuke didn't speak, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and it was obvious that he is looking forward to it. The director then continued, Mr. Kakashi, your appearance just now is so great, and with that gorgeous ninjutsu, you can definitely become a great actor. And you are able to create your own special effects. Kakashi was speechless. In the end, what the director wants is his special effects. Acting or something does not matter to him. Director-san, I am afraid I can't promise this. We shinobi are not allowed to become an actor, Kakashi said. It's such a pity. Can Mr. Kakashi consider it again? Isn't your relationship with Yuki-san very good? The director said regretfully. Sorry, I don't have such a plan, Kakashi said. Okay. Hearing this, the director walked away with a look of disappointment. Kakashi-sensei, does shinobi really have such a rule? Naruto asked in doubt. Kakashi smiled and walked to Naruto. His first hand covered Naruto's mouth, and then took him away. Nonsense, of course there is no such rule, but I don't want to go to become an actor. MMPPHH. Naruto struggled, he couldn't break out of Kakashi's iron claw at all. It seems that Naruto will be in trouble again. Sakura said helplessly. Humphrey, that idiot. Sasuke said in proud manner. The ship is still moving, heading for their final destination, the Land of Snow. Inside the daimyo's mansion, at the Land of Snow. What? Roganadair and the other two are actually defeated by those Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi. What a bunch of wastes, wasting my chakra armor. Damn it. Dodo roared angrily. The soldiers underneath were shivering when they heard this, and didn't dare to speak. Humphrey, it seems that I still have to do it myself. Pass down my order. Everyone go there and bring Koki back to me. Dodo shouted. Yes. Lord Dodo. Chapter 303. The hexagonal crystal on the ship. Everyone is resting. Due to the need to bypass the iceberg, the time spent was increased a bit, so the crews had to spend another night on the ship. Kakashi was lying on his bed, with one hand under his head, and the other is holding a purple crystal pendant. This hexagonal crystal is a bit unusual. Kakashi whispered softly and had a strange feeling. When Koki handed the hexagonal crystal to him, he felt a familiar strength in it. Natural energy. It is the energy necessary for Senjutsu Chakra. Kakashi was amazed at the amount of natural energy that was filled in this hexagonal crystal. Is this hexagonal crystal able to store natural energy? Kakashi whispered softly. Kakashi suddenly thought that this hexagonal crystal was originally thought to be used to open the so-called secret treasure, but after it was used, it was actually starting a geothermal heater, changing the temperature of the Land of Snow. So, after changing the temperature in a country with snow all year round, will it just melt the snow, or will all kinds of green plants grow instantly after the snow was melt? Obviously, it will just melt the snow. However, in the original work, the Land of Snow has green plants instantly growing after the hexagonal crystal has been used. This environment change simply does not follow the procedures of the basic law. But when he saw the hexagonal crystal, Kakashi suddenly understood the reason. I am afraid that it is not the geothermal heaters that change the environment of the land of snow, but this little hexagonal crystal. Only natural energy can turn the entire land of snow into a beautiful land of spring in an instant. However, although the amount of the natural energy in this hexagonal crystal is a lot, it won't be able to change the environment of the entire land of snow in an instant. Then, in that case, there must be something else in the land of snow's secret treasures that can increase the effect of this hexagonal crystal. Interesting, it seems that this land of snow still hides some unknown secrets, and this hexagonal crystal is probably one of them. Kakashi chuckled, and took the hexagonal crystal into his arms. Kakashi knew that the value of this kind pendant is not lost to the Lord First's necklace that Tsunade handed over to Naruto. Kakashi faintly felt that he might gain something big in this mission. Then, we just need to take care of Kazahana Dodo for this mission to be completed. Nothing happened in the night. When the sky is getting brighter, the ship has already docked at the pier. Attention to all crews. We have arrived, everyone should get ready to disembark. Kakashi and the three Genin stood beside Koki and guarded her thoroughly. At this time, Koki's mood was obviously better than yesterday, and she was not as pessimistic as before. Kakashi's appearance has given Koki more confidence, especially after yesterday. Kakashi and his team easily defeated Dodo's three-man team. Koki, did you have a good rest? Kakashi asked. Koki nodded, and then said with a smile, yeah, I have all recovered, and I will be able to have a good performance today, thanks to big brother Kakashi. Haha, that's good. Koki, I want to ask you something. Huh? What's the matter? Koki wondered. Do you know anything about the hexagonal crystal? The hexagonal crystal? Koki was stunned for a moment, then bowed her head in silence, as if she was thinking of something sad again. Seeing Koki's appearance, Kakashi quickly said, if it's not convenient, then forget it. Koki shook her head and said, it's okay, big brother Kakashi. I don't know the hexagonal crystal very well, but I remember hearing from my father that he obtained this hexagonal crystal from a mysterious place which contains magical power, and this power can change the land of snow. So my father has been studying this hexagonal crystal. I don't know why, but this information got into Dodo's ears, and it suddenly became the land of snow's secret treasure key. So it's like that. I finally understand. Big brother Kakashi, is there any problem? Koki wondered. It's nothing, let's go, Kakashi said. Seeing that Kakashi didn't want to say anything, Koki didn't ask much. She believes that Kakashi will not hurt her. When everyone went ashore, the director seemed to have another inspiration, and immediately stopped the film crews and started filming. Everyone is now already accustomed to the director's character, so they are not surprised. Koki went to put on her makeup after hearing this. Sandayu wanted to go with her, but Kakashi stopped him. Mr. Kakashi, what's the matter? Sandayu-san, even if Koki inherited the position of the daimyo, can she really govern a country with her current ability? Kakashi asked. Sandayu was stunned for a moment, and then said, Mr. Kakashi, you don't have to worry about that. Although Susetsu-sama was killed, some of his confidants have survived, and they are waiting in the land of snow at this moment. With the return of Kokiheim, I have also regained some of our former military power. Kakashi nodded when he heard this. In that case, there is no need to worry about governing the country. As for the confidants, they can wait for so many years without bowing their heads to Kazahana Dodo, so they must be faithful to Susetsu and Koki. As for the military power mentioned by Sandayu, Kakashi looked down on it. If there is no accident, they are probably just some samurai, and they are incompetent samurai. In that case, I'm relieved. Kakashi said. Mr. Kakashi, thank you for your help this time. If have any needs in the future, as long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Sandayu said seriously. It's okay. I just want to help Koki. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly heard a sound. Kakashi his head and saw that a train is coming out of the cave near their location. Everyone, be careful. There's enemy attack. Kakashi roared. Everyone was taken aback and quickly ran away. 3 figures stood beside Kakashi in an instant. Kakashi-sensei, is the enemy in that train? Sasuke asked. Yeah, it seems that the main character is here. Main character? Naruto asked curiously. The train came to a halt slowly, and a middle-aged man with a fierce face, dressed in black armor, walked down from the train. He is Kazahana Dodo. The man who killed his own elder brother and seized the land of snow 13 years ago. Kazahana Dodo looked at Koki, who is on the side, showing a smile. Koki, welcome home, why don't you come to see your uncle? Koki shivered and didn't dare to speak. Kakashi patted her shoulder gently when he saw this and said, Koki, don't be afraid. He can't hurt you. Koki then looked at Kakashi. Miraculously, the fear in her heart gradually disappeared. Well, Kakashi big brother. Koki stood up straight and said, Dodo. You beast. You don't deserve to be my uncle. My father is so kind to you, but you actually killed him. You are not a human being. As Koki said that, tears start flowing down from her eyes. She originally had a happy family, but it was all destroyed by this person's hands. The hatred in Koki's heart is always there, but all of these years, she has been powerless to take revenge. So gradually, she can only to deceive herself to forget this hatred. But now that the enemy was standing in front of her, Koki found that she had no way to remove this hatred. The hatred of killing her father, the hatred of seizing her father's country. Hearing this, Kazuhana Dodo snorted coldly and said, It seems that you are not afraid of death. Then, let me send you off. Chapter 304 Chidori and Rasengan Men's. Catch Koki. Kazuhana Dodo shouted. In an instant, a large number of soldiers ran out of the train and surrounded the crowd. Koki hugged Kakashi's arm, feeling a little fear. Koki, it's fine, just leave the rest to me. Kakashi said with a smile. Okay. Kakashi then said, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, I will hand these soldiers to you three, that guy is mine. Kakashi-sensei, can you let me beat that guy? Naruto asked. You? Kakashi hesitated slightly. Yeah, Kakashi-sensei, I can definitely beat this guy. Seeing Naruto's pleading look, Kakashi nodded and agreed. This Kazuhana Dodo was not an invincible opponent to Naruto. So it's not bad to let him train by fighting this guy. Besides, Naruto has learned the Rasengan, so there should be no problem. In this world, there is nothing that a Rasengan can't solve. If there are any, then 2 Rasengan was needed. Sasuke, who was on the side, saw this. He stood beside Naruto, and said, Lowest ranking, give him to me. Smelly Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei obviously let me to fight that guy. Naruto disobeyed. Humphrey, then let's see who succeeds first, Sasuke said as he ran towards Kazuhana Dodo. Damn it. Naruto groaned and followed after Sasuke. Kakashi scratches his hair helplessly, these 2 brats are really troublesome. Kakashi-sensei, can the 2 of them deal with that person? Sakura said worriedly. Don't worry, nothing will happen to them. After all, I'm here, Kakashi said. Sakura was slightly relieved after hearing Kakashi's assurance. Okay, let's deal with these soldiers first, Kakashi said. At this moment, Sandayu ran out and said, Mr. Kakashi, let me deal with these people. We have done a lot to regain our power. Huh? Kakashi wondered, and then his perception caught something, and he understood what Sandayu mean. At this time, Sandayu shouted loudly, the warriors of the land of snow. Come out and fight. When this sound fell, a group of people come out of the surrounding hills, all with weapons in their hands, and then fight the soldiers brought by Kazuhana Dodo. I didn't expect so many fish to slip through the net. Humphrey, it's okay, they are all going to die today. Kazuhana Dodo coldly snorted. He looks at Naruto and Sasuke, who are approaching quickly, and start forming hand seals. Ice style, Black Dragon Blizzard, a black dragon emerges from Kazuhana Dodo's palm, and flew towards Naruto and Sasuke. The terrifying black dragon was extremely fast, and before the 2 genin could react, they were knocked into the air by the black dragon. Arg! The 2 genin screams as they fell to the ground. The black dragon did not dissipate, but continued to rush towards the crowd. Kakashi frowned, and formed hand seals. Lightning style, lightning beast tracking fang, blue lighting appeared in Kakashi's palm. It condensed and instantly formed a fierce wolf. The wolf howled, rushing towards the black dragon. The black dragon and lighting wolf met halfway. Roar! Roar! The lighting wolf then leaped, and rushed towards the black dragon. The clearly visible teeth bit directly on the black dragon's neck. Howl! Under the bite of lighting wolf, the black dragon dissipated directly and ceased to exist. Only the lighting wolf was left behind. Wow! Amazing! Sakura stared at this scene dumbfounded. The imposing black dragon was actually killed by the lighting wolf formed by Kakashi's chakra easily. Kakashi shook his palm indifferently, as if it wasn't worth paying attention to. Sakura found that Kakashi didn't seem to have a limit at all, making people never know how strong he actually was. When Kazuhana Dodo saw this, he was surprised. That was my ultimate technique. How could it be destroyed easily like that? It's just outrageous. Sasuke, Naruto, get up quickly, stop lying on the ground. If you 2 can't continue, I will take care of this guy, Kakashi yelled. On the snowy ground, Naruto and Sasuke struggled to get up. What a joke. How could I lose against such an enemy? Sasuke gritted his teeth. That's right, Kakashi-sensei, you just need to wait for a good show, Naruto said. When Kazuhana Dodo saw that the two genin who had been hit by his ninjutsu are okay, and he became very upset. Damn little brat. Ice style, Twin Dragon Blizzard, Kazuhana Dodo formed hand seals again, but this time, he created two black dragons, which looked stronger than the previous black dragon. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other, and they also formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Chidori. Naruto created a shadow clone and the clone began to create a Rasengan on Naruto's hand. Lowest ranking, we take one dragon each, then, we kill that arrogant guy, Sasuke said. Yeah, just like I thought. The two genin smiled at each other, and then began to run wildly. On the left hand of Sasuke, Chidori is chirping, and on Naruto's right hand, Rasengan was already formed. The black dragons are getting closer. Chidori. Sasuke whispered, and Chidori was slammed into one of the black dragon's head. Rasengan. Naruto gritted his teeth and slammed the Rasengan into the other black dragon's head. The two genin went head-to-head against the black dragons and the black dragons couldn't stop their attacks at all. Crash. Boom. The two black dragons are smashed to pieces. How is it possible? Kazuhana Dodo Tao looked surprised and scared. Amazing. Have Sasuke-kun and Naruto become so strong? Sakura exclaimed, her tone contained a bit enviousness, and a bit loneliness. They are from the same team, but now the two boys have grown to this point, and she is still so weak. Seeing Sakura's appearance, Kakashi understood what she was thinking about. He patted Sakura's head and said, Sakura, don't worry, your foundation has already been set up. When we go back, I will ask Lady Tsunade to accept you as her disciple. Hearing this, Sakura was shocked and then she said with a smile, thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Haha, it's okay. But you have to work hard afterwards if you don't want to only look at their backs like this, Kakashi said. Sakura nodded firmly when she heard this. She didn't want to stand behind them all the time. She hopes that she can grow stronger and fight side by side with them. On the other side, Sasuke and Naruto have already in front of Kazuhana Dodo. Chidori. Rasengan. One left and one right, the two genin slammed their attacks on Kazuhana Dodo's armor at the same time. Ha ha ha. It's useless, my armor is not afraid of these ninjutsu attacks at all. Kazuhana Dodo said while laughing loudly. Humphrey. Sasuke snorted coldly, and the Chidori in his hand shone brighter than before. Naruto also increased the output of his chakra. In the next moment, everyone heard a sound of cracking. This. How is this possible? Kazuhana Dodo looked at the armor on his chest incredulously. On the left side and on the right side, the armor was completely crushed. Chidori pierced his body, while Rasengan was pressed on his body. Arg! Kazuhana Dodo screamed, and then he flew while rotating 360 degrees because of Rasengan. Chidori was pulled out, causing blood to splatter. Chapter 305 The New Daimyo War is always everywhere. The Land of Snow also got into a war again, but it was not a war between countries, but a civil war. Only this time, there were not too many skirmishes, and only one battle occurs. Kazuhana Dodo is dead as he was hit by both Chidori and Rasengan at the same time. Even if he was wearing chakra armor, it won't make much difference. After all, a small chakra armor could not withstand such an attack. After the soldiers brought by Kazuhana Dodo saw that he was killed, they immediately threw down their weapons and surrendered. It can be seen how bad Kazuhana Dodo's reputation is as no one is willing to avenge him. This battle is over, much simpler than expected. Sasuke and Naruto both knelt on the ground, panting heavily. They then bumped their fists, revealing their happiness. The two are both rivals and best friends. Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't help but smile. Regardless of the future, the two genin today are indeed worthy of praise. Great. We won. The people brought by Sandayu cheered. After all, they have waited too long for this moment. 13 years of hiding was finally paid off at this moment. Sandayu knelt on the ground, with face full of tears. Susetsu-sama, we finally succeeded. Kokiheim can inherit your legacy and manage this country. Koki stood in the same place blankly, still can't believe that this is all true. The nightmares I have for so many years disappeared just like this. That invincible Kazuhana Dodo actually died just like that. Koki still can't believe what she saw. Koki, everything is over, Kakashi said softly. Koki nodded and said, yeah, it's all over. I didn't expect that everything will end so quickly, I wasn't even ready yet. Kakashi smiled and said, do not worry, you will become a great daimyo. Big brother Kakashi, are you willing to stay here and help me? Koki looks at Kakashi expectantly. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and then said, sorry, Koki, but there's still a lot of things that I need to do. That. Koki was a little bit disappointed, but she quickly sorted out her emotions. Big brother Kakashi, I will work hard. The snow valley in the land of snow is silent except for the occasional wind that passed by. Kakashi came here with Koki. Big brother Kakashi, according to what my father said before, this should be place he said that could change the land of snow. Hearing this, Kakashi nodded and started looking around. He then saw that the snow valley was empty, and only a regular stone platform was built in the center. There are several huge ices around the stone platform. It seems to be there, Koki. Let's go and take a look, Kakashi said. Okay. Koki nodded gently. Koki is also very interested in what her father has left behind. With Koki's understanding of her father, the things here shouldn't be any treasures, but other meaningful things. The two walked into the stone platform, and the stone platform showed a weird pattern with a hole in the middle that was exactly the same shape as the hexagonal crystal. Big brother Kakashi, look. Koki said as she pointed at the hole. Kakashi naturally saw it too. He then took out the hexagonal crystal and put it into the hole. Then the two retreated for a few meters and waited quietly. It didn't take long for Kakashi and Koki to see the colorful light emerging from the stone platform, forming a lot of runes. This is... Kakashi whispered softly, as he thought that the rune formed out of it seemed to be similar to the evil sealing method. That means, this thing uses Fuinjutsu. Kakashi pushed his forehead protector, revealing his scarlet Sharingan. The three tomoe kept spinning and finally became a black dart pattern. Under the powerful observation power of Mangekyo Sharingan, that rune has nothing to hide. After the hexagonal crystal was inserted into the stone platform, it emitted a colorful light, and the terrifying natural energy was fully stimulated. More than that, the natural energy around it has also become very active. At the same time, the snow in the snow valley began to disappear, and the water slowly leaked out. Big brother Kakashi, what's going on? Koki asked in surprise. It seems that your father has left something extraordinary, Kakashi said in amazement. Koki was about to ask again when she saw that the stone platform suddenly shined brightly. Kakashi and Koki couldn't help but cover their eyes. The light was refracted on the huge ices and then dispersed to the surroundings. Under the colorful light, the glaciers disappeared in an instant, replaced by gurgling water, with overwhelming green fields and flowers. The snowy land of snow became colorful in an instant. It's amazing. Koki said excitedly. The original chill disappeared instantly, and the land of snow seemed to have become the land of spring at this moment. Sasuke and the others who were far away in the snow city were also shocked when they saw that all the snow around them disappeared. The one who became the most excited is the director. When he filmed this magical scene of the environment jumping directly from winter to spring, he seemed to see that the movie god is helping him. In the snow valley, Kakashi looked at the hexagonal crystal inside the hole. At this time, it had become bleak, but under Mangekyo Sharingan's view, Kakashi can clearly see that it is absorbing natural energy at this moment. Kakashi took it out gently, and Koki asked when she saw what Kakashi is doing, Big brother Kakashi, what is going on? This hexagonal crystal contains natural energy. After this runery was formed, it has completely released all of the natural energy inside. Coupled with the temperature emitted by these geothermal heaters, the snow in the land of snow melts in an instant, showing the so-called spring environment. But in the end, the land of snow should look like this due to the natural energy. Even if it turns into spring now, it can only last for a year or two. It turned out to be like this. I thought that it would always be this beautiful. Koki said with a bit of disappointment. Haha, it's okay. As long as this hexagonal crystal accumulates natural energy again, it can be used to create 2 years of spring again. Really? That's great. Koki joyfully said, but then she immediately seemed to think of something and said, Big brother Kakashi, you should take this hexagonal crystal. Huh? Why? Kakashi asked in surprise. I can see that this hexagonal crystal should be useful to Big brother Kakashi, and with the strength of the land of snow, I am afraid we won't be able to keep it. Kakashi nodded as what Koki's words were not unreasonable. Although only the two of them know about this at this time, it was inevitable that someone would know about it after Koki took it back. Once the magical power of this hexagonal crystal spreads out, there will some people who harbors evil intention to take it. At that time, relying on the strength of the land of snow, it will be impossible to resist it, and then the land of snow would get into another disaster. So Kakashi agreed and accepted the hexagonal crystal. At this moment, an image suddenly appeared in the sky. Both of them looked up in surprise. They then saw 2 figures appeared in the image. One is a middle-aged man who looked like a noble and the other one is a little girl, who also looked very energetic. Both Kakashi and Koki recognized the 2 figures. These two are Kazuhana Sasetsu and Koki when she was young. Is that the video that father recorded before? Koki muttered. Haha, Koki, what do you want to do when you grow up? In the video, Kazuhana Sasetsu asked with a smile. Well, I want to be the best princess in the whole world," said little Koki. "Oh? That's a great wish," Kazahana Sasetsu said with a smile. "But, father, I still have another wish," little Koki said embarrassedly. "What is it?" Kazahana Sasetsu asked curiously. "I want to become an actress. And not just ordinary actress, but the best actress," little Koki said excitedly. Kazahana Sasetsu was stunned for a moment, and then smiled and said, "Well, then Koki has to work hard." "Yeah," little Koki said happily. After the video was finished, Koki showed a sweet smile and said, "It turns out that I said that when I was young. I didn't expect Koki would be so cute when she was a child." Kakashi said with a smile. "Stop teasing me, big brother Kakashi. How can you say something like that?" Koki's face flushed slightly. "Haha, okay, I will stop teasing you. Let's go back." "Okay." Koki looked at the sky reluctantly, and then left with Kakashi. On a sunny day, Koki was dressed in a kimono, and Sandayu is also wearing a kimono. The two walked inside the daimyo's mansion. At this time, the surrounding near the Land of Snow's daimyo's mansion was very lively and crowded everywhere. Everyone would respectfully salute Koki and Sandayu when they appear. Today is the day when Koki become the daimyo, so the whole Land of Snow is celebrating. The reign of horror of Kazahana Dodo caused the Land of Snow to suffer disaster. But now, he is dead and it is a good thing for the Land of Snow. Today's newly appointed daimyo is named Kazahana Koki, and not many people know it. But her other name, Fujikaze Yuki, is known to most of the Land of Snow's citizens. Especially the male citizens. After knowing this, they became even more excited. As the most famous actress in the Land of Fire, even the people in the Land of Snow know about her. "Ah, Koki-san is so beautiful today," Naruto said. Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement. "Haha, Naruto, you really can talk, now, this is the signature I owe you." Koki covered her mouth and smiled, and at the same time handed the things in her hands to Naruto. "Really?" Naruto took it excitedly, and saw the photo of Team 7 and Koki on it, signed with the name of Fujikaze Yuki, and the words for Naruto Uzumaki were written on it. "This is great." Naruto took it and hugged it in his arms. Kakashi smiled upon seeing this and said, "Koki, are you going to quit the entertainment circle?" "Of course not. I really like being an actress. I want to be both a daimyo and an actress," Koki said with a smile. She then took out a book and continued, "This is a new script I just received today." Kakashi glanced at it casually, but couldn't move his eyes again. The red cover was printed with 3 big words that Kakashi was so familiar with. Kaka Paradise. Yeah, that's right, it's Kaka Paradise. I saw that Big Brother Kakashi was reading this book before. Knowing that Big Brother Kakashi liked it very much, I choose to take part in this movie. Big Brother Kakashi, don't worry, I will definitely act well in this. I won't let you down. Remember to go to the cinema when it is released." Koki smiled and walked away. She had become the daimyo, but she still had a lot to do. Kakashi hasn't gotten over the information yet. Koki? Kaka Paradise. I must live a long life. Chapter 306 Tsunoda's disciples. As the curtain fell on the matter of the Land of Snow, Kakashi secretly instructed Hidden Tea Village to set up a stronghold in the Land of Snow, so that Koki would be protected even if he is not there. After that, Kakashi returned to Hidden Leaf Village with Team 7's gain in Hokage Tower. Really? I didn't expect this mission to have so many twists and turns. Although the Land of Snow is quite remote, it is not bad to establish a good relationship with them. Kakashi, you've did a good job this time, Tsunoda said. Hearing this, Kakashi said, "Thank you for your praise, Lady Tsunoda." "Lady Tsunoda, there is something I want to ask you." "Huh? What's the matter?" Tsunoda asked in confusion. "Among my students there is a girl from Haruno Sakura, and there is a girl named Uzumaki Karen in Shikaku-senpai's team. They all have excellent chakra control ability and theoretical knowledge. They are suitable to become a medical shinobi, and I want to ask Lady Tsunoda to accept them as your disciples. I believe that they will become your excellent disciples," Kakashi said sincerely. Tsunoda was taken aback when she heard this, and then said with a smile, "Are you really so optimistic about them?" "Well, Sakura's talent on the medical ninjutsu is very good. She has learned the mystical palm technique during the time she became my student. And Karen has also mastered the mystical palm technique, and Karen has a very special physique. She can heal a person if that person bites her skin," Kakashi said. Tsunoda was a little surprised, and said, "This kind of talent is indeed amazing. Okay, I agreed to your request." Kakashi was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Lady Tsunoda." But Tsunoda turned around and looked at Kakashi with a little ill-intentioned expression. Kakashi's heart tightened as he suddenly felt an unknown premonition. In exchange, you need to do all of these S-rank missions. Tsunade said as she pushed several scrolls on the table to Kakashi. Kakashi looked defeated after seeing this. So much? It will be exhausting. Kakashi finally accepted the missions and left silently. After Kakashi left, Tsunade looked at the letter on the side. The signature above reads, Haruno Kaizashi. Tsunade murmured, Haruno Sakura? On the top of a mountain, Kakashi and Sasuke stood opposite each other. Sasuke is showing an excited expression because Kakashi said before that he would teach Sasuke an interesting ninjutsu when they came back this time. Looking at Sasuke, who was excited in front of him, Kakashi smiled. Sasuke is still immature now, but it's okay. After all, this is much better than in the original work. Sasuke, I believe you also know that although I know a lot of ninjutsu, I am best at lighting release ninjutsu, just like Chidori, Kakashi said. Sasuke nodded. He had already experienced the power of Chidori. It was definitely a powerful ninjutsu. It just so happens that you also have lighting attribute chakra, so it can be said that the two of us are destined. Kakashi said with a smile. Sasuke was a little embarrassed after hearing that. Well, let's stop mentioning this. Now, I will teach you the new ninjutsu. If you can master it, your strength will be greatly improved. At that time, even if it is against Itachi, you will have the power to fight him. Sasuke was surprised. What kind of ninjutsu that can increase my strength by that much? Look carefully. After Kakashi finished speaking, blue light suddenly appeared from his body, and lighting instantly covered Kakashi's body. Sasuke's eyes turned scarlet instantly, and the Tomoe on his Sharingan kept spinning. However, with the pupil power of Sasuke's two Tomoe Sharingan, it is impossible for him to see through or copy the secret technique of lighting release armor. It's a terrifying ninjutsu. In Sasuke's eyes, the terrifying lightning chakra protects Kakashi's body, and at the same time also stimulates the cells inside Kakashi's body. Under the cover of such chakras, Sasuke only imagined how much the power that can burst out, but he knew that it was definitely a shocking blow. Kakashi then said, this is the lighting release armor mode, also known as the lighting release armor. It is the secret technique of Hidden Cloud's village. I copied it from Lord 4th Raikage when I fought against him before. Although lighting release armor does not require any Kekkei Genkai to learn, it is very difficult to learn. Do you have the confidence to learn it? Sasuke said with a smile, of course. Kakashi released the lighting release armor and said, good. Which stage will Sasuke reach with lighting release armor? Kakashi doesn't know, but he was feeling a little expectant about it. In the 3 stages of lighting release armor, Kakashi right now has only reached the 2nd stage. After all, Kakashi didn't put all of his energy on training it, so after reaching a certain level, it became somewhat stagnant. But it is more than enough to teach Sasuke. He can only teach Sasuke the basic. As for the rest, it is up to Sasuke himself. The speed of lighting release armor, coupled with the Sharingan's vision, would surely increase Sasuke's strength explosively. After teaching Sasuke, Kakashi called out both Sakura and Karen. Regarding Tsunade, he still needs to talk to the 2 girls, lest they don't know anything and do something foolish. Sakura and Karen are classmates from the same class back then, and they also have fight against each other during the Chunin exam. When the 2 met at the entrance of the 7th training field, they were both stunned. Sakura? Why did you come here? Karen asked in confusion. I should be the one asking you this question. I was called by Kakashi. Eh? Big brother Kakashi also called me here. Why did he call both of us? Sakura shook her head and said, I don't know, we'll know if we go in and take a look. Yeah. The 2 walked in together, and sure enough, there was no one inside the training field. Both of them had the same expressions on their faces. Obviously they had anticipated this a long time ago. Big brother Kakashi is really stupid. He's late again. Karen complained. Karen, I heard it. Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared behind the 2, pressing one of his hands on Karen's head. Karen was taken aback. She quickly made a cute expression, and said, it's your fault to be always late. Sakura is feeling thankful. Fortunately I haven't spoken yet. Well, I did a great deed for you, and you just repay me like that? Kakashi looked hurt. What deed? Karen asked curiously. Kakashi did not directly answer Karen's question, but smiled at Sakura. Sakura, have you forgotten what I told you back in the land of snow? Huh? Sakura was taken aback and then she immediately thought of something. She then said with excitement, Kakashi-sensei, you mean Lady Tsunade? Kakashi nodded with a smile, and then said, Lady Tsunade have agreed to accept both of you as her disciples. Later, you must call her Shisu. Karen and Sakura were inexplicably surprised and looked at each other, and they both saw the excitement in each other's eyes at this time. Karen suddenly said, then, I am the senpai, right, Sakura? Huh? Sakura was taken aback and immediately said, "No, I am the senpai." "What are you talking about? Obviously I should be the senpai." The two glared at each other, and was ready for fight the senpai title. Kakashi touched his forehead after seeing this. "Isn't the focus of you two wrong? Shouldn't you two be excited? Why did you suddenly argue about seniority?" "Well, you two shouldn't argue like that, and you two can't be rude in front of Lady Tsunade, you understand?" Kakashi said, pressing his hands on both girls' head. The two froze for a moment, and then said in unison, "Yes." Chapter 307 Sword of the Thunder God. On the vast sea, Kakashi rides a lone boat. He has just completed an S-rank mission and is on his way back to Hidden Leaf Village. "This time Lady Tsunade is asking too much from me, but fortunately, I finally finished all these missions," Kakashi muttered. At this time, a crow flew out of the sky and landed on Kakashi's shoulder. "Huh? Is there news from Shizui?" Kakashi said as he took the letter from the crow's feet and unlocked the seal on it. Kakashi looked at it and then said to himself, "Is Ruin already found? So it is time to leave Hidden Leaf Village." As the crow flew away, Kakashi's eye showed an excited glint. Suddenly a big ship appeared in the distance, with Hidden Leaf Village's flag hung on it. "Huh? Who is it? Why did it appear here?" When Kakashi saw the big ship, the people on the big ship also saw Kakashi's boat. Kakashi saw a big man wearing a black windbreaker standing on the deck of the big ship, with two scars on his face, one of which extended directly from the corner of his eyes to his chin, looking very hideous. He was holding a telescope in his hand, and he saw that inside the small boat was Kakashi alone. "Lord Kakashi is in front of us, let's drive over to meet him." The big ship gradually approached, and Kakashi finally saw the people on it. "Ibiki? Why are you here?" Kakashi asked in surprise. "Lord Kakashi, I happened to be nearby when I was on a mission, and I received a letter from Lady Tsunade asking me to go to the Land of Tea to pick up some injured shinobi." "The Land of Tea? Who was injured?" Kakashi asked curiously. "Speaking of which, the injured person has something to do with you, Lord Kakashi. It is your students, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki." "Is it both of them? What happened?" Kakashi was surprised. He didn't expect that the injured shinobi would be Naruto and Sasuke. "Lord Kakashi, you'd better come up first. We can also go back together." Kakashi nodded and said, "All right." Kakashi then jumped onto the big ship, and his boat was pulled up into the cabin by others and placed under the deck. Under Ibiki's statement, Kakashi understood what was going on. It turned out that had assigned a B-rank mission to the Team 7, and then they encounter Rokusho Aoi during the mission. This Rokusho Aoi used to be a chunin of Hidden Leaf Village. Back then, he stole the Sword of the Thunder God and fled from Hidden Leaf Village, and then became a jonin in the Hidden Rain Village. Although Rokusho Aoi's strength was average, the Sword of the Thunder God was enough to defeat all normal chunin. After all, the Sword of the Thunder God was originally the sword of Lord Second Hokage. All materials are very rare and it also possesses powerful lightning attribute. Sasuke and Naruto encountered this kind of enemy. Although they defeated their opponents in the end, they were also injured. And the person they need to protect this time is the brother of Ibiki, who had also defected from Hidden Leaf Village back then. In the first round of the test, he failed because he didn't answer Ibiki's 10th question. He was deceived by Rokusho Aoi, who was his teacher at the time, and stole the Sword of the Thunder God. After that, Rokusho Aoi took I-Date away from Hidden Leaf Village. Then he was intercepted by Ibiki during his run, and although I-Date was rescued, he did not dare to return to Hidden Leaf Village and then go to the Land of Tea, becoming a member of Wasabi family. Kakashi then said, "Ibiki, I didn't expect there would be such a mess in your household." Ibiki smiled bitterly and said, "Yeah, it is really unfortunate. I hope I find something when I see that brat. Since he doesn't want to become a shinobi, I won't force him. After all, shinobi is not a good profession. Well, everyone has their own ambitions. It doesn't matter if he doesn't return to Hidden Leaf Village, otherwise, with his faults in the past, he will be in prison. If he doesn't return, the village will just let him go." "I know." The big ship slowly approached the dock of the Land of Tea, and there were already people waiting on the shore. Sasuke and Naruto with bandages on their bodies, and Sakura who is worried on the side. There is also a young man who is a little older than a Geinin. He should be Ibiki's brother, Morino I-Date. When the ship gets into the dock, Kakashi walked down and said, "Oh, you're really beaten up." Hearing the familiar voice, the three Geinin were all taken aback. They looked over, and saw that it was Kakashi, and they were all surprised. "Kakashi-sensei? Why are you here?" Sakura asked. "I just passed by and met Ibiki on my way back. I heard that both Naruto and Sasuke were injured." "You two sure are careless," Kakashi said with a smile. "No, it's because that green-haired guy was using Sword of the Thunder God, Otherwise, Sasuke and I would have beaten that guy easily," Naruto said forcefully. Although Sasuke didn't say anything, the expression on his face showed he thinks the same as Naruto. "Well, it's fine that you win," Kakashi said with a smile. Sakura took out a sword that was broken in half and said, "Kakashi-sensei, this is like Lord Second Hokage's sword of the Thunder God. It should be okay if it becomes like this, right?" Kakashi took a look, and was a little frightened. This material actually contained a powerful lighting attribute chakra, no wonder it was so powerful. "I don't know, I will take it back and show it to Lady Tsunade. But there should be no problem," Kakashi said. The three Genin breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. After all, this sword is one of Lord Second Hokage's relics, so the three Genin are a little scared after seeing it broken. Although Sword of the Thunder God is powerful, its power in the hands of Rokusho Aoi and Lord Second Hokage is completely different. Otherwise, Rokusho Aoi will not be defeated by Naruto and Sasuke. "Okay, get on the ship, it's time to go back." "Yes." Kakashi supported Naruto, and Sakura supported Sasuke, and the four got on the ship together. When Idate saw Ibiki who was on the side, his heart was very nervous. The big brother who he hadn't seen for many years suddenly appeared in front of him, and he didn't know what to say. "Okay everyone, let's go back." Ibiki also didn't say anything to Idate, and just told Hidden Leaf Village's people to get on board and set sail. Idate was stunned for a moment. He looked at Ibiki's leaving back, bowed deeply, and said, "Ibiki-Nisan, I know what your 10th question means, and I will learn to trust others." Hearing this, Ibiki showed a smile, and said in his heart, "It's good that you are enlightened." Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't help but mutter, "Ibiki is really a strange guy. He doesn't even show any expression when he saw his younger brother." The big ship sailed and embarked on the way back to Hidden Leaf Village. Hokage Tower, Hokage Office. At this moment, there was a broken sword of the Thunder God on Tsunade's desk. "Things are like this," Kakashi said. "Well, let's forget about the sword of the Thunder God. Although it is one of Lord Second Hokage's relics, it is only a memorable item now, and there is no such way to use this as weapon anymore," Tsunade said with complicated emotion. "Lady Tsunade, can you give this broken sword to me?" Kakashi said suddenly. "Huh? What do you want this for?" Tsunade asked curiously. "My Millennium Sword is damaged by Sword of Kusanagi when I fight against Orochimaru back then. There was no suitable material to repair it, so I intend to use this broken sword to fuse with the Millennium Sword and recast the Millennium Sword." Tsunade thought for a while and said, "Okay, I will give it to you, it's useless anyway. In your hands, maybe it won't lose its reputation as the legendary Sword of the Thunder God." "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." "You're welcome. You have worked hard these days, so you can go back and rest," Tsunade said. Hearing this, Kakashi did not leave immediately, but stood in place. "What's wrong? Kakashi, is there something else you want to talk about?" Tsunade asked. "Lady Tsunade, I need to leave Hidden Leaf Village for a while to do something, so I hope you can approve me to leave the village." Tsunade's expression changed, and she asked, "What's the matter?" "It's about my Sharingan. Since my Mangekyo Sharingan has been opened, my vision has been declining. This may be the drawback of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The more I use it, the more my vision will be sealed. I have already found a solution that can change this problem. So I need to leave Hidden Leaf Village to get it." "Is it that serious?" Kakashi smiled and said, "I will lose my sight completely if I use it a few more times." "Okay, I approved, but you have to come back soon. Anbu's affairs are still waiting for you." "Yes, Lady Tsunade, I will arrange everything before leaving," Kakashi said. "I know that you have your own measure about this. Although you are not willing to say where you will go to, it must be a dangerous place. Pay more attention to your safety," Tsunade said. "I will, after all, I don't want to leave this world," Kakashi said with a smile. "Yeah, when I come back, it will be the time to completely change the world." Chapter 308 Preparation Before leaving in Sasuke's house, Kakashi sat opposite Fugaku, with a cup of tea on the table. "You have to leave Hidden Leaf Village for a while?" Fugaku said in surprise. Kakashi nodded and said, "Yes, a lot of things will happen in the future, and with my strength right now, it is not enough to do anything. So I need more power." "Kakashi, you said that your strength is not enough? Then how terrifying is the enemy you are talking about?" Fugaku asked in doubt. "Maybe more terrifying than Madara Uchiha," Kakashi said, his right eye was full of solemnity. Fugaku was shocked, but didn't ask any more, and just said, "Then, I wish you good luck." Kakashi took out a scroll and said, "Fugaku-senpai, I originally promised Sasuke to teach him to surpass Itachi, but I don't have much time now, so I can only make this arrangement. This is my training plan for Sasuke. The training plan lasted for 3 years, and the goal was set every month. If Sasuke has something he doesn't understand, please guide him. Fugaku took the scroll and opened it. After seeing the content, he was amazed. The details of the content written on the scroll make Fugaku very shocked. In terms of ninjutsu, I also wrote a few that are suitable for Sasuke. In the end, it is better if you are the one who teach him ninjutsu. I hope that Sasuke can find his own path, Kakashi continued. Fugaku nodded and said, Kakashi, it looks like I really am troubling you. Originally, teaching Sasuke should be my responsibility. Kakashi smiled and said, Sasuke is my student. So these are things I should do. Thank you. The two chatted for a while, and then Kakashi stood up and left. Inside a hotel in Hidden Leaf Village, a white-haired middle-aged man is reading an adult book. Needless to say, this person is Jiraiya, who has just returned to Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi's figure appeared by the window, and without looking up, Jiraiya said, Oh, it's you, Kakashi. Why do you want me to go back in such a hurry? I am still busy writing the sequel to Kaka Paradise. Sorry, Lord Jiraiya, but there's something I need to discuss with you. Kakashi's expression was very serious, and Jiraiya couldn't help but raised his head and straightened his body. Say it. I may have to leave Hidden Leaf Village for a period of time, maybe 1 year, 3 years at the latest. During this time, I hope you can teach Naruto on my behalf. At the same time, I also want you to protect Naruto from being caught by the Akatsuki. Jiraiya frowned and said, Where are you going? In order to deal with the unknown in the future, I need to go to a place. You can't say it? It's inconvenient. Well, I originally planned to take Naruto away for training. After all, the key of the Kurama seal in his body is still in my hand, Jiraiya said. Well, sorry to trouble you, Lord Jiraiya. Regarding the Kurama, please let Naruto and the Kurama reach a consensus. Only when Jinchuriki and the tailed beast reach mutual understanding can the Jinchuriki exert the strongest power, just like Killer Bee from Hidden Cloud's village. Jiraiya also nodded and said, It is a pity that the Kurama may not be necessarily willing. It is very difficult. Especially when Minato sealed him in Naruto's body back then, he has a lot of resentment. Kakashi smiled and said, Lord Jiraiya, you have to believe that Naruto has such an ability. Jiraiya was taken aback, and then smiled, Haha, you are right, that brat Naruto may really become friends with the Kurama. Jiraiya agreed to train Naruto, and things were back on track. The 7th training field, Jugo and Karen are both here. Kakashi is standing in front of these two. Big brother Kakashi, are you leaving again? Karen said sadly. Yeah, there are some things I need to do, so I have to go. During the time I am leaving, you two have to work hard. I hope that you two are already a Jonin when I get back. Kakashi said with a smile. Big brother Kakashi, don't worry, I will definitely work hard. Karen said firmly. Me too, big brother Kakashi. Jugo said. Good, I believe you two can do it. Karen, while learning medical ninjutsu from Lady Tsunade, don't forget the book about Fuinjutsu I gave you. I know, big brother Kakashi. Kakashi nodded, looked at Jugo, and said, Jugo, you have mastered your cursed seal and able to use it freely, so what you need to do is to gradually expand the power of your cursed seal. You have to practice the Richi Caves Senjutsu I gave you before, but don't be rushed. Richi Caves Senjutsu is in line with your cursed seal and I believe it will be helpful to you. Yes, big brother Kakashi. If you have any questions, go to Shikaku-senpai or Lady Tsunade, do you understand? Kakashi said. Yeah. Both of them are a little bit disappointed, and so their tones are kind of depressed. Kakashi sighed when he saw this, and then patted Karen's head. Originally, Kakashi wanted to pat Jugo's head too, but Jugo, who is 16 years old right now, was already at the same height as Kakashi, even slightly taller than him, so Kakashi could only give up this idea. Well, you two have to work hard. Don't let me down. After Kakashi finished speaking, he walked away and left. He also didn't like the feeling of parting. Jugo and Karen looked at each other, and both of them made up their minds to become stronger. They all knew that Kakashi left to gain more power to fight the so-called future enemy. Although they didn't know who the enemy is, it did not prevent them from having this determination. By the side of the bridge, Team 7 has assembled. So, that's how things gonna be. For the next few years, Team 7 has temporarily disbanded. The 3 Genin felt a little sad when they heard this. Even Naruto, who usually made a lot of noise every day, was extremely quiet at this time. After a moment of silence, Naruto said, Kakashi-sensei, do you really want to leave? Well, during this time, you 3 have to work hard. I have already made some arrangements for all of you, so don't let me down. Kakashi said with a smile. The 3 Genin nodded, and they all made up their minds. The Team 7 has been formed for almost a year, and the bond between the four has gradually deepened. At this time, the disbandment was indeed a very uncomfortable thing for the three genin. But they are now mature enough to understand Kakashi's reason. Early the next morning, Kakashi took off his Hidden Leaf Village's forehead protector and Hidden Leaf Village's Jonin vest. The fluffy silver-white short hair drooped down, and he was dressed in a white windbreaker. His left eye changed, becoming the same as a normal eye. Well, it's time to go. Parting is always sorrowful, and Kakashi doesn't want to be too immersed in this kind of atmosphere. Originally, Kakashi planned to bid farewell to Guy, but he found out that this guy was out on a mission, so he can only gave up on this idea. Kakashi has also finished arranging the Anbu's affairs. When he is not here, Tenzo was the one in charge of things. Chapter 309 Recasting Millennium Sword. After leaving Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi, who is wearing a short-sleeved white windbreaker, did not immediately go to Hidden Tea Village, but went to the Land of Craftsmen. Millennium Sword has been damaged for a while now. Kakashi has always wanted to recast it, he has no time. This time he is going to Urin, and there would be a lot of variables, so Kakashi must go in his best condition. At this time, the Millennium Sword was seriously damaged, and recasting it was important. The Land of Craftsmen, a country that specializes in building shinobi tools and weapons. Kakashi's Millennium Sword was created here. After so many years, Kakashi finally come back here again. The Land of Craftsmen is still the same as before. There are a lot of shinobi tools shops along the way, and there are many blacksmith shops that can directly create specific shinobi tool or weapon that you want. There are merchants and shinobi who come and go here. Kakashi didn't pay much attention to these people, but went directly to the creator of the Millennium Sword, Kazumitsu Kaza. Following the route in his memory, Kakashi walked to a certain blacksmith shop. This blacksmith shop is not big, only 60 or 70 square meters in size. There is an old blacksmith inside who continued to hammer iron again and again. It seems that there is a certain rhythm in each strike. Kakashi then saw that the old blacksmith is Kazumitsu Kaza. Although Kazumitsu Kaza has more wrinkles on his face than before, his hands are still strong and steady. On the surface, he is just like an ordinary man, but his craftsmanship is one of the best in the Land of Craftsmen. No one would have thought that the Millennium Sword, a famous sword in the shinobi world, would be created by this person. Tsukasa-san, Kakashi called. Hearing this, Tsukasa stopped his action and looked at Kakashi and then said, "Hello, what do you want to buy? I have a sword that requires you to recast it." Recasting? Customer, it is very troublesome to recast a sword. With that effort, it is better to make another one directly. After all, it will cost more money to recast than creating a new one. Tsukasa said. I know, but this sword is very important to me. It can only be recast. Oh? It seems that Customer-san is a person who loves swords. In that case, I agree. Tsukasa said with a smile. As a sword maker, Tsukasa's love for swords definitely exceeds many people's imagination. It is a blessing for him to meet another person who loves swords like him. Because he knew that such a person would make the sword he created happy. Kakashi took out the Millennium Sword and handed it to Tsukasa. Tsukasa stretched out his hand to take it, and take a closer look. His eyes then filled with surprise. This sword seems to be built by me. Tsukasa said. As expected of Tsukasa-san, after more than 10 years, you can still remember the sword you created. Kakashi said with a smile. Haha, of course, I have created countless swords in my whole life, but there are only a few that I can be satisfied with, and this one is one of them. I remember that when the sword was created at that time, I handed it over to a teenager with silver white hair. Now it seems that you were the teenager at that time, right? Said Tsukasa. Yeah, it's me. I also want to thank Tsukasa-san for creating this sword. Tsukasa nodded and said, it seems that you have lived up to this sword that I gave you. The sword now has spirituality, and maybe it will become an artifact in the future. Tsukasa stroked the Millennium Sword's blade with a satisfied expression. But I am very curious. With the hardness of this sword, how can it be damaged by the other weapons? What kind of artifact did your opponent use? Tsukasa asked. The sword of Kusanagi, Kakashi whispered. Tsukasa's pupil shrank and then he exclaimed, the sword of Kusanagi? No wonder. If it is the sword of Kusanagi, it would already a blessing that it wasn't broken completely. Kakashi took out 2 sealed scrolls and unsealed them. Then 2 blades appeared, one of them is blue and the other is white. It is the broken blade of the sword of the Thunder God and the broken blade of Sever's Sword. Tsukasa-san, I hope to fuse these 2 things into the Millennium Sword and to recast the Millennium Sword. Tsukasa put the Millennium Sword aside, and then picked up the broken blade of the sword of the Thunder God and looked at it for a moment. Then, He picked up the Sever Sword's broken blade and looked at it for a long time. After a while, Tsukasa said excitedly, "Where did you get these two things? They are both rare and excellent materials. I got it by accidents. Can these two be fused with the Millennium Sword?" Tsukasa touched his white beard as he thought for a moment, and then he said, "If it is someone else, it is absolutely impossible to do this, because these two things have certain spirituality, and when they are not broken yet, they are strong sword that didn't lost to the Millennium Sword, maybe they is even stronger." Kakashi nodded. Indeed, whether it is the sword of the Thunder God or the Sever Sword, strictly speaking, they are better than the Millennium Sword. Even though they are broken, there is still spirituality left in them, so they can't be integrated with other sword, but when it meets me, this problem can be solved. I didn't expect that I, Tsukasa, would be able to use Thunderstone and Rejuvenation Stone during my lifetime. It's really a supreme honor to build a sword with these legendary irons. Tsukasa's eyes were full of scorching heat, as if he had seen a handful of peerless treasures before his eyes. "Tsukasa-san, how long will it take for you to finish it?" 7 days is enough. After 7 days, I will give you a peerless sword." Tsukasa said excitedly. "Okay, then I shall trouble you, Tsukasa-san." Tsukasa did not answer. He took the Millennium Sword, and the broken blade of the Sword of the Thunder God and the Sever Sword and walked to the furnace and started to work. Kakashi saw this and left the shop. Using Hirashin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Kakashi returned to Hidden Tea Village. Shisui was already waiting for Kakashi in the room. "You have finally here," Shisui said with a smile. "Yeah, I got something to do before." "So, how about information about Murin?" Kakashi asked. "The investigation is almost done. Murin is in the vast desert. The rumor said that it was once a very prosperous place, but no one knows why it became a ruin right now. But there seems to be a strange power inside. Do you have Murin's map?" Kakashi asked. Shisui took out a scroll, handed it to Kakashi, and said, "This is the map to Murin, which was drawn at the sacrifices of several shinobi." Kakashi opened it to see, and sure enough, Murin's location was recorded in detail inside. "Thanks, Shisui." Shisui shook his head and said, "It's okay, but I'm curious though. What are you going to do in Murin? That place is a barren land now. Could it be that you are after the strange power hidden under Murin?" Kakashi took the map and said, "Yeah, my purpose is indeed that strange power. Do you need me to go with you?" Kakashi shook his head and said, "No need, I can go alone this time. It is not convenient if there are more people. It seems very dangerous this time, otherwise you won't refuse like that," Shisui said solemnly. Kakashi stayed silent and did not refute Shisui. Seeing Kakashi's silent, Shisui understood. This time it seems that it is not simple. Shisui smiled and said, "With your personality, it seems that even if I forcefully want to follow you, it will not work. If that's the case, then I can only wish you good luck. Sorry, Shisui, during the time I'm away, I will trouble you to monitor the Akatsuki," Kakashi said. "Don't worry, I understand. I promise that when you come back, it will be the same as it is now. No one will be in danger." After Shisui finished speaking, the scarlet in his eyes flashed by. Kakashi was surprised and said, "Shisui, your eyes." Shisui smiled and said, "I just put it back. It seems to be better than before. Seeing those pair of eyes, I feel more at ease," Kakashi said. "Don't worry, no matter what kind of enemy appears in the future, I will use these pairs of eyes to defend you against those powerful enemies. Speaking of which, we haven't fought side by side for a long time." Kakashi smiled and said, "Don't worry, it will happen in the future, and it won't be too long from now." Chapter 310 Becoming a Man? The Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village. Mai stood at the highest point of Hidden Mist Village, looking into the distance. That is the direction of Hidden Leaf Village. Suddenly,